Yo, what is up, YouTube? It's been a while. You know, I did a few, gaming streams here and there, and other than that, I haven't been streaming. I made a few shorts to talk about some things that I heard. Uh, but other than that, I mean, I haven't really talked much, but something's been calling me back. And I kind of miss it. Not gonna lie. Even though all the bullshit, like, put all the bullshit aside, kind of miss it. Because it's rather funny how people are. People are funny. We got, people talking about the same shit that they were last year. Let's be honest. That's kind of what I see going on, and it's rather funny to me because it's like, do you have anything else on your brain? Anything else that you can think of? Like anything at all? I'm really curious because I don't think any of y'all do. But, however, either way, my plans are much different. We don't talk about the same shit. Y'all see my community post? I will be moving back to my home state. Oh yeah, that person. Who was that guy? I forgot. Not important. Either way, he said I couldn't go back to Minnesota for some reason. That's why I'm going back November 1st. Yep, sure am. Oh, and I'm also visiting Tennessee. Yeah, your boy Stone Dad in Tennessee. Oh shit. Yep, I'm gonna go to Tennessee. Possibly go to a concert. If we don't do a concert, we're just gonna chill in Tennessee and sightsee and do some things. Dude, a lot has changed over the last year. Fuck, a lot, honestly. I mean, I got long hair, I got a beard now. Working my ass off. Moving back to my home state, got a girlfriend. Next summer I'll have my son. Actually, my son's gonna be with me next summer. We're gonna have loads of fun. It's gonna be a great time next summer. It's gonna be a lot of content with the kids. It's gonna be so fun. I miss my kids dearly. My girlfriend's kids are older, but they're now wanting me to adopt them and be their dad, which is an actual amazing feeling. Don't know how to explain it. It's a great feeling though that they look up to me like that. And I'm pretty much gonna do the best I can. You know what I mean? Like, we're gonna make content together, hang out, fucking fish, go hunting. This year I'm possibly gonna make some hunting content. I don't know exactly. I'm gonna look further into rules and stuff and guidelines on YouTube when it comes to firearms and hunting and whatnot, and see what I can do for hunting content, fishing content, some woods like camping content, along with weed content. Yep, your boys strict to the weed and the stuff like that. We're still gonna do video games here and there, but this is my home state, legalized marijuana. We gotta do it right, So I'm excited for that. I'm gonna hang out with some new old friends of mine from high school. and stuff like that. Possibly put them on the stream too. Who knows? There's some crazy shit that's being talked about. Like it's dude, it's amazing. Well, welcome, Trisha. Welcome to see you. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Yo, speaking of weed, let's do something here. Because so what I've been thinking about doing is I'm gonna do some content on YouTube and some content on either Kick or some other sites. We are also going to be doing some weed grow videos. So I'm going to, once I get everything organized and stuff and moved and everything, I'm back to my home state. I plan on doing some videos on teaching on how to grow, different ways to grow products, etc. Also going to look to collab with other content creators that are out there doing the same similar content as me. I'm gonna be back into it, guys. Like we're gonna go hard. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be lit. A lot has happened throughout what, a year since all that other shit happened. It's been no, it's been over a year, I gotta say. Yeah. And yet, no FBI, no cops, no nothing. Amazing how that works. And they still think the crazy thing is that they still think that like they legit think it's real, like that really happened. That's insane. It's crazy. But drugs will make you believe anything. Trust me. But then we got old people that are bad. They're supposed to be married. That used to be drug addicts that use YouTube to cure their drug because they rather just sit there and yell at the camera and talk shit. That's all they do on their live streams. Talk shit. Just out the mouth. Spew venom. Toxicity. Like they're the shit. She really does think she's the shit, but she's really not. I won't even give her her name. The name doesn't even need to be said. It's irrelevant. The way I see this shit, look, there's ways to go about everything you do. And it's so ridiculous that these people are making videos about Psycho Baba rap like this thing hasn't already been said a year ago. These people making videos about Upchurch, same thing a year ago. Fucking Johnny Gobble and his same fucking shit. Like it's all the same shit, the same people watching it, the same people talking about it. It never changes. And it's rather funny because they're so into it. They're like, dude, it's amazing. Unmute. There we go. Now we're back. Sorry. Having some technical issues here. But anyway, no, it's really getting old. It's literally the same people saying the same shit, and they get so into it, they're like, it's like a drug to them. Like it's like crack. They're like, oh, can I get some more? Mm, yeah, give me some more. Ryan Upchurch, Johnny Gobble, Psychopath Rap. Like seriously, it's super bad. Psychopath Rap. Mm. Like I swear, these people get off the names just by getting off to their just saying the names. Rusty Truck. Power Stroke. Like we have a whole ass war going in Israel. We have a whole ass war going in Ukraine. You know, more important shit to deal with, more important shit to talk about. But all these people want to still talk about the same shit as last year. Nothing changed. And then they say that they are smart. There you got Patty Lynn freaking out on camera. That shit was funny. Acting like she's tough, slapping her fist down. You're going to tell them to stop. That was great. That was a great time. It's funny how she wants them to stop, but she can't even admit to her own faults, like falsely accusing people of being pedophiles. We can't admit to that yet. But that's okay, Patty. We understand. We're also afraid of, sound systems going awkward during a StreamYard and call it a ghost and then become scared and run to our bedroom like a scared little bitch. Whoops. Did I say bitch? Oh my God. Insanity Reacts. That was another one. We haven't heard about him in a while. That name sure disappeared from the map. And we got Seeper. Seeper's, doing his own creepy shit. And we got, who else was there? Heather B. Heather B's gone off the map. Candy's went off the map. Who else was there? There was a lot of names. Oh yeah, Uncle Will. Uncle Will's talking all this stuff. But you notice how he never once even looked into anything like that. He was on my panel a bunch of times. That was interesting. Whatever happened to Bareback or Bareback? Barebones? Barebones. Yeah, Barebones. Yeah, that's his name. Sorry, not Bareback Mountain. Whoops. It's all this gay shit that I've been hearing about with Psychobabble getting fucked in the woods and shit. Oh wait, I already knew about that. That was last year. We talked about that shit. See, y'all get this all fucked up. It's all fucked up. I don't understand. I think they all just need to have a circle jerk together. Honestly. Every one of them. Wade, Deaver, fucking Psychobabble Rap, Gotcha Man. All of them. They just all need to come together and get a circle jerk going on. Bust their nuts and get it over with. Maybe they'll stop talking about each other. Maybe not. Maybe they'll make them fall in love a little bit more, but who knows? But the point I'm trying to get to, okay, guys, is this. There's a lot of other things to talk about. A lot of other things to do. But yet we're still circle jerking each other's names instead of making some real content. Because, being negative is so much easier, so much better. It's like I can tear apart your world with words, and you will feel the wrath of my anger with my words. Yeah. And then I'm going to threaten to leak out your real name. You heard me. Your real name. As if that really fucking mattered. I'm sorry, but if any of y'all complain about doxing and worried about your fucking real name being out on the internet, get the fuck off the internet. Don't even be on it. Don't watch YouTube. Don't do nothing. Because first and foremost, obviously, you know, um, well, how was I gonna say this? Like, that comment just fucked me up. War's going on, but they're talking about getting fucked in the woods. Literally. Like, and then they want to point out, like, oh well, he talked about kids. He's been talked about kids. I've been said this hundreds of fucking times, and all y'all ignored it. No, instead you just accused me of being the one talking to kids, and that never fucking happened. But here we are, them talking about him talking about children and how he's weird and creepy old man. We already fucking knew this. But y'all are still stuck on the fact of talking about it. So which means do y'all want to get fucked by Psycho Babble Rap in the woods? Is that what y'all want to do? Is that I feel like all of y'all want to meet up at the woods and just have a big fuck fest. Because y'all have each other's names in your mouths so fucking much. You might as well be sucking each other's dick. Like shit. Fucking whole ass war is going on. Aliens are being talked about in the United States the first time ever. And we want to sit here and talk about a dude bending over another dude in the woods. And that's what I was going to say about the doxing. If you worried about your real name being out, what the fuck did you do? I'm just saying. Obviously, you're scared. The people are going to search your information, blah, 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 blah. That's the only real reason why you're afraid of your name being out on the internet. And if your if you're afraid of that, get the fuck off. That simple. The minute you start, especially the minute you start making videos and live streaming, just know that your information and your name might just get put out there because that's part of the internet. Get used to it. If you don't like it, don't work with the internet. So many fucking people in this world are fucking pansies and can't get the panties off and put a fucking pair of fucking man briefs on and have some balls and just be like, oh, they talked about me. Oh, fucking well. Who gives a fuck? I damn sure didn't give a fuck. I still don't give a fuck. Let them talk about me. I give a fuck less. Because guess what? Every day that I come back on here, I prove them wrong every time. Period. And I love it. But yeah, it's sad, Trisha. Whole ass wars are going on, but we're too busy talking about dude getting fucked in the woods. Like it's so important. Fucking sad. The intelligence is amazing here. It's great. Now, my plans are great. I have lots of ideas. When I go to Tennessee, I'm gonna do some streams. I'm gonna do some videos probably. I might even stop in Cheatham County and take a visit for that bridge, see all that shit, and then do like I don't know. I kind of want to troll some fucking Creek Squad people. Like put Stone Dad 90 was here under the bridge. Like I think that shit would be fucking hilarious. Just to trigger them. I think they would get so triggered to know that was there. I don't know. I'm gonna be out there anyway. I might as well fuck around and do some stupid shit. We're gonna smoke some pot, definitely. When I'm out in Minnesota, which is my home state, because I don't give a fuck. Yes, I'm moving back to Minnesota. Go to Creeper's Gay Bar. I don't know about that. But when I'm back, I'll be on a lot of land, so I'll be able to shoot guns and all sorts of shit. We're gonna do a lot of shit. Hell yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. I have lots of plans. Um, I eventually want to save enough money up to buy a like '90s van and like do some content of like refurbishing it and making it into like a RV, but like a dope ass RV. You know what I mean? I think that'd be dope as fuck for content. Um, we're gonna do some trails. Thinking about getting a drone and doing some drone footage. Uh, possibly gonna go even as far as going to go into getting a license or being trained in scuba diving, so I can do some scuba diving content. I know a buddy of mine, he does it already. And then some magnet fishing content. Um, all sorts of just crazy, weird shit that no, like, I don't want to sit here and talk about people. I want to make content. Like, I want to have fun. Um, I want to have fun with my kids, including my newly soon to be adopted children. Um, both of which love video games. They love YouTube and all sorts of shit. So I plan on putting them on the stream also, in some videos and shit. We're gonna have some fun. It's gonna be a blast. And it'll be interesting. A variety of content. And not sitting here talking shit about other people because we have better things to do with our lives. Yeah. So, what about a dab? I'm thinking about doing a dab. I'm gonna cough my lungs out on this call on this whole stream, but I really don't give a fuck. People were complaining about it before when I was streaming during our chill streams, and they're like, "Mute your mic, you're coughing. Nobody wants to hear that, bro. If you don't like that, then don't watch a fucking weed stream. Okay? You smoke pot, you're gonna cough. If you don't cough, you don't get off. That's the rules. All right. I don't make them. I just abide by them. That's it. That's how it works. But yeah, no, I have a girlfriend. I've known this woman for 10 years. We wanted to date each other for years. It just never ever happened because we were always one of us was in a relationship at the time. Um and I guess I wasn't even really looking for a relationship, but we both became, I guess, single at the same time. Started talking again, and we just was like, hey, should give this a try. We both been wanting it for years. Both know each other. Kids know you. Blah 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 blah. So and then so on so forth, and now we are in a relationship and currently about to move in with each other on the 1st. I'm excited to go back to my home state. I just hate it that I'm moving back to when it's cold and not nice because like all the shit I want to do. But like now is also a prime time because like there's hunting season. We got snowmobiling, we got snowboarding, we got ice fishing, we got, there's a bunch of things in the winter you can do in Minnesota that's pretty lit. I might even get a hold of a few friends, get some horseback riding content going. Maybe. Yeah, your boy knows how to ride horses. So we might get some of that in there. Some bonfire footages, all sorts of shit, man. Um, I'm just I'm super pumped about it. I'm super excited to get back into doing this whole thing. I'm not gonna stream like every day or anything. Like it's gonna be hit and miss type of thing. I'm gonna do it when I want to. Um, because I want it to be fun for me. Um, Before it was fun and all, but and I had time and stuff. But now it's like I have time, but I want to keep the passion. I want to do it when I want to do it and not give a fuck about the numbers. I don't care who watches it and who doesn't. I don't care if I have 5 viewers or 100. I mean I've always been that way. I mean, even since before last year, I came into this not really giving a fuck if I had 100 viewers or two. I could have 0. I still don't give a fuck. Because guess what? I love doing it. That's all that matters. Oh yeah, we were gonna do a dab. Haha. But yeah, I'm also gonna since Minnesota legalized, we're gonna possibly do a lot of weed content and hopefully maybe link up with some growers, some glass blowers, along with some dispensaries or other things of that nature. Um, yeah, that's gonna be kind of lit. I feel like some dab content would be fun too. Um, like even making like talking about the making of dabs and stuff like that. Um, to even just like talking about different pieces that you use, from bongs to gravity bongs to bowls to blunts to joints to you know all the fun things. Um, I'm going to do a swap thing. I'm going to remake everything. I'm thinking about actually starting all the way over from nothing and redoing everything, revamping everything, and making things better than ever. Um, Even like merch and stuff like that. Um, Better than ever. Um, I'm also looking into music content. I might even go out my way to make a trip out to Georgia to see my homie that rapped. He just actually did a song with 2 Chainz, which we will actually preview on stream today because it's a banger. Uh, he's making great moves. I've known him 13 years. And I'm probably gonna go out visit with him, make some content, maybe do like interview thing or something like that in person. Smoke some weed, of course, have some drinks. Possibly your boy might be going on track. Yeah, you heard it. Me, might actually go on and record a song with him and put some vocals down. Um, that's a big maybe. Don't know yet, and it depends on how comfortable I am because I'm really not that comfortable with singing yet and stuff like that. So we'll see what that will bring us. But hi, everybody. I'm Ray here. See Chucky in the background right over there. He's just chilling. He got Bud over here right behind him, chilling, you know. Hi, everybody. Oh, shit. Wrong way. Forgot camera's reversed, so I gotta, But yeah, it's me, everybody. Oh, and I'm working on trimming the beard. We're gonna do a whole like um what's it like Kratos style beard, under duckbill, I guess is what you call it. And then with the hair, we're going to be doing of a whole Viking look. We're going to French braid it. Probably with getting the sides faded, lined up, and shot. Gonna be fire. But that's future plan soon. I've been growing it out and just, trying to keep it neat and clean, soft, and all that good shit. It's been working out great, though. It's actually the first time I've ever grown out my shit. I got a new phone. Don't remember the username on my old phone, but we played Black Ops 2 together. How you been? Yo, I think I know who this is. Bro. What is that, bro? I think I know exactly who you are. If it has been a while. Dude, a lot. Things have changed. Lots of things. We got a lot of plans. Follow us on Discord. Oh, okay. Yo, what's good, bro? You down to come up? I'm down to set a link. We just chilling right now, Eventually we'll be going into gaming. I know that a little bit. But I wanted to talk about a few things before. And did that link work? I think the link should work. Oh. I'm wondering, did it work? I can try it again. But there's the link. Oh, forgot user. All right, bro. What up?
Hello. Hey, buddy. It's been a long time, man. Yeah, I got a new the Samsung S23, and I forgot the login info.
Oh yeah, that's
I don't even remember what the old gamer tag was or what it was called. What was it? It was a Mario picture with something. I forgot the name. I don't know, man. It's forever. I forgot the. Maybe Trisha will remember. It was it's under the mod list, whatever that would be. How you been though?
I've been good, man. I haven't been streaming for like that for a while. I mean, I did a little bit of video game streaming here and there, but then I slowed down on that for a bit because I got busy with work and shit. But I'm currently in the process of moving back to Minnesota. Gonna be visiting Tennessee for like a week. And then next summer I'll have my son, so we'll be making some content with my kids, my girlfriend's
So where are you
kids.
moving back exactly?
Uh, just because I miss my home state, I don't want to be in Ohio no more. And
Oh, I didn't know you were originally from Minnesota. I thought you were from Ohio.
no,
I'll
I'm originally
have
from
to exchange info and we can meet up while you're somewhere in particular. We'll have to meet up one of these days. Where are you going to be in next to Tennessee? Like what city exactly?
um, I'm gonna be near Nashville.
Okay, because I'm in right now. I'm currently bio kind of Ohio, but I think I'm going to be a few hours away. So it wouldn't be a horrible drive.
Right. Yeah, I'll be in. Let's see. I'll be in Tennessee around the 16th of November. I'll be out there for like a
Okay.
week. I'm heading to Minnesota on the 1st, and then yeah, we'll be in Tennessee for a week, going back, and then after that week, I'll be back in Minnesota.
Yeah, right now I'm currently in Texas, so yeah. So
Okay.
I think yeah. So I'm thinking about that.
Right.
How's everything been though, dude? You've been gone AWOL. We were pretty damn close, and you were popping the streams, and then you're going doing your thing. Last time we talked, I think you were working at the pizza or at a pizza place. Is that still
Yeah, I
going?
was I was working at Papa John's at that time, I believe. No, I don't work there anymore. I was working at McDonald's for a bit too. I worked at Arby's for a bit. At one point, I was working two jobs at one time. I was working at Arby's, and then McDonald's. I was doing McDonald's overnights, and then Arby's during the day. So that's what, when they're doing that much, you don't really have time to make YouTube videos and stuff like that. So I really wasn't streaming much. I was more of sleeping. And then I stopped working at Arby's, and I kept working at McDonald's. And then now because I'm moving, I stopped working at McDonald's, and I'm moving over to my home state, and I'm going to be working over. It's pretty much like a group home,
Mm.
but for like elderly and disabled. So I'll be just sitting there pretty much chilling, watching movies and video and TV with older people,
There you
making
go.
sure
I
making
dated
sure
a girl that did that. She did like a group home thing, but she made a killing. She made like 800 a week. It was insane.
yeah. I mean, there's some all right money going into it. I mean, and you can get some good hours. I mean, you can get even more than 40 hours a week doing it. So, um, I'm gonna be doing that.
That's what you want nowadays. Even like a $10 hour job, you rather having 60 plus hours, you can make up for that $10 an hour. I
Right.
know McDonald's was like $17 an hour, but they probably give you like 3 or 4 hours, honestly.
So actually, at McDonald's, I was making $14.50 an hour,
That's still really good for what it
and
entails.
but that's overnight pay.
Were
So
you getting at least 20 plus?
I was making 40 hours a week, sometimes more.
That's some good money there, dude. I know people like I work at FedEx, so like we're working for I think we went from 13.25 up to 16, but it took 2 years for that to happen.
Right.
So
Yeah.
I mean,
I
I'm
mean,
doing backbreaking work. I mean, that's the way to do it. You think you got to think smarter, not harder. So I mean, if you can do it flipping burgers and all that stuff or cashiering, sign me up.
bro, I didn't even do cashier. I just worked the kitchen, bro. So I just flipped the burgers and
So
made the burgers
lucky,
and like
so lucky, so lucky.
and then cleaned. You know what I mean? Like there's always cleaning to do in a kitchen. So and I mean I was doing that overnight. So from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. Uh I mean doing that every day. But I mean it's easy but not easy at the same time. A lot of people don't give uh um fast food workers especially the recognition they should deserve, because like fast food, the people and the customers are some of the rudest customers you'll ever have to deal with. Like,
Yeah, we're a very entitled country right now. We're all spoiled.
oh yeah.
That's why I like just loading semi trucks. That's what I do currently. Just loading the semi trucks. It's a lot of backbreaking work, but it's away from let's set my main
Right.
crew I have.
Right. And that's why I mean that's why I can't wait to go into this kind of work that I'm about to do is because like I mean it's older people with like dementia and stuff like that. And it's not really like a big nursing home or anything like that. It's a small group home where it's like a regular house and there's like 4 people there. That is it. You know, and you're pretty much adult babysitting.
We could have did because I'm a lead at my kind of thingy, so I'm a little bit right below supervisor. And the driver's got to be a pretty like obviously. Oh, that's a fun job. No, they barely get any time. Like, oh, just listen to music and stuff like that. It's not really that way. It's like every single stop from what I entail.
You're right. Yeah. When you're especially like Amazon or FedEx, you're doing like once you get to a certain area, you're stopping every certain amount of feet to drop off packages. You're not just sitting there chilling on the road like a truck driver would. You know what I mean? Like if you're being on the road truck driver, then it's chilling, listen to music, do whatever. Because you got a long distance to drive it. But like for like the typical those FedEx and carriers and stuff like that, they're typically going spot to spot, spot to spot. It's not
Wait,
drive
so you're
along.
leaving your mom and going to Minnesota? I'm guessing moving with like a girlfriend or something.
Yeah.
Cool. That's a good way to do it.
Yep. Well, I've known this girl for 10 years. So like we've already had this long 10 years of friendship that we've had. Like I know her kids know me. Her kids actually want me to adopt them.
That's a
Her
good sign. There you go.
her kids are 14 and 12. So I mean, they're older and they're all like, "Can he adopt me?" I was like, "Oh, that's awesome." So I'm excited about that. And I've made a lot of changes going on in my life. You know what? A lot of people that know me know I went through a very toxic time. Not only on YouTube but on my personal life. And I made changes throughout that, and things are a lot better. Even things between me and my kid's mom, which was my last ex. The other kid's mom, not so much. She's still on her stupid shit. I think she'll always be on her stupid shit. But the most recent ex, uh, she got married, and you know she's doing her thing, and I'm doing mine.
So it's a new girl. I'm guessing the one I talked to you about a few months ago. That one's gone.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. No, I was dating that one for a little bit. We were good. She just had a issue of letting go of her ex, and I was like, "Look, looks like you're not ready to be in a relationship if you haven't fully gotten over your past relationship." So we had splitting up in separate ways, and now she's actually engaged with somebody. So.
So any of the plans to return to content a little bit more, or not really?
Well, it's gonna be a little bit more. It's just not gonna be like a everyday thing. It's just gonna be a more like a weekly thing, if that makes sense. Like once or twice a week, I'll either do a stream or a video. I might do a mixture. There's like once a week as a stream and the other once a week as a video, something like that. And then have certain themes going on with each video or stream. Things are gonna. I'm gonna organize things a lot differently. I'm not gonna be doing those chill streams anymore, where I was just chilling and talking to viewers. Things are gonna be directly, okay, this is the topic. This is what's gonna happen. This is what's gonna be talked about, and there's gonna be a flow of things. I'm not gonna do like panels where just anybody can come up on and talk. Like, no, it's gonna be specific people involved. and gonna really focus and hone in on content and just um try to aim for what's this word I'm looking for? Like I want to aim for like more content creators of like high end content creators, not this shit that other people be watching on YouTube that's full of drama and dumbass shit. Like, no, we want real content, real passion, real shit. You know what I mean? So I want to work from the ground up. Like even all the decals, everything is going to be me. There's going to be a select few partners going involved into this, like my kids, for instance, they'll be involved into it. My girlfriend will be involved into it. I do have a musician friend that's going to be possibly involved into this whole thing. I also have another content creator on Twitch that possibly might be getting involved. And if I'm going to be also looking to collab with a couple marijuana YouTube uh content creators, if you will. I guess is what you'd call it. I guess they just do weed content. They just smoke pot and talk about different things about weed and pieces and all sorts of shit like that. I'm looking to get into some of that. Um,
I don't really smoke, but from what I've heard from my buddy, that's a real big smoker. The strands, he says that like there's like
the
a he says
strain.
it's like a market. Yeah, he says like it's like a marketing gimmick to a certain degree. He says like I don't even notice the difference. And I was like, and he showed me like like I always give it a name like Princess Flower or
So
Cereal Applejack something. You know, it's
right.
just like these weird
So
strands.
so the strains, they certain ones are so they're pretty much taking what you're doing is you're taking one strain, right? Let's say you get hold on one second. Okay. Um you take like let's say an OG, right? And this an OG is typically a granddaddy perp. Um, is pretty much OG. And that's more of a Kush strain. So let's say you take that and you take a lemon haze. Now you take those and cross gen those plants. So you crossbreed them. So which would make a whole new strain. Does if that makes sense? Because you
Yeah,
crossbreed.
okay, I see what you're saying. Oh, so it's
And
actually like a
that
breed of flower, basically, or something like
yes,
that. Okay,
yes,
that makes sense.
that's literally and then, I mean, and then there's a bunch of them that, like, when you're dealing with, like, the carts and stuff, there's terpenes that are involved to enhance the flavors so that, some of their names will be based on the flavor that you're gonna be smoking, like, if they're trying to take a Blue Dream and a, Blue Icicle flavor-ish thing, they'll take Blue Icicle
These sound
terpene
like Xbox
and
gamer tags. It's great. They sound like YouTuber gamer tag. Granddaddy Perp. What the heck?
yeah.
Or Lemon Haze Sniper OGXX or something.
Yeah, literally. But I mean, that's and then it's literally that's the process. They cross gen them, and then they make a whole new strain based on those cross gens. And the grower themselves are able to, market their own. And this is where the dispensary marketing thing that he's talking about. So if you take like an OG and you're in Minnesota and you grow it yourself and you crossbreed it into another thing, you want to create that strain and make it your strain. It's kind of your signature. So you'll name it and have a marketing on that. You know what I mean? And put that out there as a marketing to attract the customers to get buy your thing. That's the and that's why a lot of like you'll see in dispensaries they'll have that classy brand name like Stizzy. Stizzy is a big corporation in California, one of the biggest corporations and marijuana movements in the country. Um, and they actually have they're known as pristine weed. They're connoisseur weed, so their weed is very carefully grown and everything like that. Um, but they'll have their own special names for their plants that they're targeting, the flavors and stuff like that. So it's their marketing there, so they can keep it as them, and it's not no like, hey, I'm selling some this weed and I didn't grow it. It's not from this state. It's from fucking, like, let's say you're from fucking Minnesota and you're selling some shit from California. You know what I mean? No, typically what you want to do is have that shit grown in your state, have it grown in your shop, and go forward like that. And that's where you get the money, because you're not buying it, you're growing it yourself, and you get all that yield, and you're going to sell it out, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm just stuck on the usernames. It's quite interesting.
Yeah. The strain names get wild, bro.
I think I saw one was called like cereal milk something. I'm like, this is great. You're just showing me all these different names. He's like, I vape. So like he goes, you want this? I'm like, nah, buddy, I'm not into that. He's like, you sure? He said some outlandish name. I'll just give an example of what it kind of sounded like. Fairy dust something. And I'm like, is it like cocaine or something? He goes, no, man, it's a strain. I was like, that's cool, man. He's like, here, look at these other strains. And I swear to God, it was like Alpha Dragon EX and Charizard Liquidy Hole. I'm like, gee, I'm like, dude, there's like thousands. There was thousands of them.
There's a weed called Skunk's Piss.
I bet there is, dude. I bet there is.
Yep. Skunk Piss. It's actually a really good strain, though. It gets you pretty fucked up.
I'm sure that's all you, buddy.
It's just a lot of things. Hey, I love it. So hey, but like, I mean, and that's what I mean, though. See, like, you wouldn't know these things because you don't smoke. You know what I mean? You don't dabble into anything with weed, so you wouldn't even know where to start to grow a plant, let alone how to harvest it or make money on it, or even how to cost gen, or how does bud turn into hash oil, or how does it turn into a dab, and what?
Yeah, I would just do it like I did carrots or something. Put the seed in the ground, water it every once in a while. That's all I would do.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, and so like and a lot of people don't realize that there's also CBD, which is weed. It's come from hemp, which is the same thing as weed. It's just not the same thing. Like, so there's THC, CBD. There's different properties of the plant, and there's so many benefits of both THC and CBD as scientists.
Yeah, dab into this market. You seem to like it, so like definitely dab into this market, like you said. I think you already said you're going to plan on doing that. I think that's a smart choice for you to do.
Oh yeah. And I mean, I'm very like educated when it comes to marijuana, so it's something that, and also the fact that the Minnesota just recently legalized in August. So I mean, they haven't even opened up recreational shops really that much yet. So there's so much of a opportunity right now in that state right now, if you're knowledgeable, to get somewhere into there and actually get something started going, and be either a grower or a bud tender or a fucking manager of a fucking dispensary or whatever the case may be.
Did you just say a bud tender? Really? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, so it's, instead of a bartender, it's a bud tender.
You're joking with me, right? You see?
No, that's exactly
I love it. I love it.
Who takes a hit and thinks, reminds me of Skunk's Piss, LOL. I know, right? I mean, that's what they name it, though.
Yeah, so whenever like I buy a stock, if this company ever goes through with you, I'd like to buy stock, and as majority shareholder that I'll purchase with my money, I want a strain called Roadkill Chicken Nugget. Just to put it out there.
Roadkill Chicken Nuggets.
Yeah.
Fuck yes. I love it. That's actually pretty, you know, and you know what, you could get like that on the packaging, right? You get that raised packaging, so on the so the like decal is raised up on the cardboard, and what you do is you make that like a roadkill like animal or some sort, and it was raised up so it identifies as like, you know, that's the logo of that specific brand, and you got like, you know, that shit would be
Yeah, yeah. Before you take this idea, just put like like my old username in like the credits in a small, tiny little line, so I feel accomplished with it. Even though you make all the money from it, I just want a little tiny little part right there in the bottom section. You know, like those psychiatric drugs where it's like may cause all these 50
yeah,
diagnosed like different side
yeah,
effects. I just want my little tiny username right there, those 50 things right there.
just somewhere in there. I feel it. I feel it. But no, I
Have you
mean,
talked to Vintage anytime soon? I haven't seen anything from her. She was part of the crew for a bit.
oh, vintage is I talked to her in 80s chat mm, yesterday or the day before. I was in 80s chat and I was like, "Yo, what's up, everybody?" And then talked to her and I was like, "Hey, how are you?" Short chat. She seems to be good. She's going through a divorce though, so
Oh, I'm
you
sorry to
know,
hear that. Yeah, she was like she's like my grandma. She was great.
yeah, she's dope as fuck.
I don't know who
Funny,
AD is, but
funny,
I definitely know who
funny
Vintage
as
is. She was
fuck.
part of her. She's great.
She was funny as fuck. Literally, like great.
Yes, I set her up for a viral video, and you just didn't want to do it. Remember that? Like a year
Yeah,
ago,
that
I
shit
set
was
it
funny
up.
as fuck. Yeah, that shit was funny as fuck. I just, bro, I wasn't even set up on OBS to record or nothing, and you just went
I
for it. I was
gave
like,
you
shit.
viral content. I don't want to hear it.
I was like, fuck, bro.
Yeah, I officially like only like play old CODs now. I will never buy a new Call of Duty. I haven't bought one since Cold War. And the Vanguard, this new one coming up, and then the Modern Warfare 3. I think you're a complete idiot. And I think there's a video I watched where the guy's like, next year it'll be the one. Next year it'll be the one. And I'm like, this is great because the source code of the Modern Warfare 2 was released, and they found out that like MW3 was literally just a pioneer. They found like files in there containing to MW3, and when
Yeah,
sadly it's just the enhanced DLC. It's very sad, but
it
people
really
will buy
is.
it up.
It really is. Uh, um, the only differences in the game really are they're going to swap out guns, obviously, but some of them are going to be the same. Really, it's not even swapping out. They're just going to add more guns to the mix. They're not even new guns. They're old guns from other games that they've already made. They're going to put them into that, and it's just going to be a widespread of a war zone fuckery. And then our multiplayer, it's still old maps being redone with the similar guns. They're going to bring back movement, which they took out in the most recent one. So they're going to bring that back, but it's going to be different. And then what was it? I think they just did an update on skins. That's it. I mean, other than that, it's pretty much the same fucking game.
I
Just a
saw
few
where they
updates.
did have the ACR back though. I did see that.
Yep, they have the ACR back. Yep, I've seen that. I mean, and they're bringing back the no recoil imagery, so it's going to go back to the old school look where there wasn't so much recoil, which the new ones you see the visual recoil, which so I that will be interesting. I mean, that's kind of dope that they're bringing that back, but I've said this multiple times. If Treyarch and honestly, I'm actually interested to see what happens because Microsoft did buy uh all of those companies. So Microsoft might actually do something with it, but we will see. But I've always said that they need to go back to like their Black Ops 2 ways. Do a Black Ops 2 but update with the graphics, do the nowadays graphics and all that kind of shit, but the same gameplay and shit similar to Black Ops 2. and you will have a banger automatically.
I feel like what got me stale with it, because it isn't just that it's getting old, because I like going playing Modern Warfare 2 still and
Right.
BO2 and stuff like that.
BO2.
It's something about the new stuff. Maybe the movement, but like the movement I abused in like MW19 and stuff. So like I like you can use it to your advantage, but like from what I'm seeing, it's not even really about gun skill too much anymore. It's all the movement mechanics. It's like Fortnite
Yeah.
and stuff like that. It's I don't know. It just I can't even say I really outgrew it. It just feels lazy. It feels not the same kind of COD that I'm used to. You know.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not because I mean back in the day, COD, it wasn't the movement wasn't even a thought. You know what I mean? Like, you had your basic B hop and you had your basic dolphin dive or whatever, but you didn't use movement as an advantage on a gunfight. It was more of gun skill.
Well, now the old zombies community is kind of re-erected now, and now there's like things called speed runs and like high rounds on old
Yep,
zombie maps of how high
yep,
you
yep.
can get before the game resets and stuff. So like,
Mhm.
and a lot of them are actually kind of like in some like in my like range if I had the time to put into because like some of these high rounds are like 70 hours. You know.
Right. Trisha, I'm gonna be sad if I have to buy an Xbox to play Skyrim. No, so even they came out admitting that they're not gonna change that kind of shit. Like they're gonna still allow people.
Wait, they're coming out with the new Skyrim now too.
Or no, not a new one. She was just saying meaning to play it. Period.
And then like the games now, I don't even have a new Xbox. I sold it not too long ago. At the Series S, not the one where you have to digitally download things. And I sold it for a markup, not very much, like $100 profit off it. But when I got it, it just sat and collected dust, and I'm like, not just that, like the time is not just in there, but like games aren't enjoyable anymore. And if I do want to get a game, I just watch it on like the Rad Brad's channel or something where he does like a let's play of it, and then I'm like, hey, I basically experienced it all.
Right, right.
Games aren't just like at all decent anymore. I even thought about buying like an original 360 or Xbox, just original, just to play all those games because there's so many that I haven't touched, you know.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean
But even the retro market's stupid right now, dude. Like retro games are more than almost the actual console. I think it's a
oh
PS3
yeah,
that's backwards compatible.
because
But
they're high essential now because like everybody wants to go back to those times and see those kind of things. You know what I mean? Like you got the younger generation that wasn't around during that time. So now they're
those
you know
Game Boy Advances are more than a Switch now, dude. Like the Game Boy
yep,
Advances, especially the modded ones, like ones with the backlight where you can get like custom shells and everything, and have like
yep,
a backlight on them.
yep.
Those are like 250, 260, up to $300 for
Do you
that.
do you
And
remember the
in the
old school handheld of Sega Genesis when they came out with that?
oh
It
no,
was
dude,
like
that's way before my time. No, I think it's like the
oh
80s
my
or late
god,
90s it came out. That's before my time.
it was late
No,
'90s.
yeah, the Game Gear. I do know about it. It's called the Game Gear. I do
Yeah,
know
it was
about that
the Sega
though.
Genesis Game Gear. Yeah. And that thing's expensive as fuck, but that thing is
The,
awesome. I thought they were
from
coming
what
out
I've
with
seen,
the same
it had a
mic.
backlight and stuff too. They had a backlight with it too and everything. It was way above the Game Boy. It's just marketing didn't have it. The marketing didn't have the potential for it.
Right.
Nintendo has such a high budget that he just blows Sega out of the water. Even though that Game Gear, if I'm mistaken, it was way bigger. It was like a black box almost, but it had a backlit screen.
The refined thinker says you got to make your own modded GB Advanced SP. Find a cheap used shell and a mod kit. Yeah, you can do it that way. Refined thinker. True. Welcome in,
Yeah,
bro.
so if you buy an SP from like eBay, I think they're around like 80, 70. And then you just buy the IPS screen, that's $40 or $50. You might be able to find one from like Ali a little bit cheaper, but like it's still, I mean, most people are going to do it 30, 40. So you're at like that 120 range when a Switch OLED, like the handheld that doesn't dock, like just the handheld one. Those are, I think they're running like used at GameStop, like 150. So you're still like almost paying what a new console is.
Yeah, yeah, literally. But I mean, you got it's the nostalgia. It's the. There's a lot of things that go into it. I mean, you got to think about the same thing with collectibles, things that costed, someone paid $10 for, and then all of a sudden the next thing you know is going up for like $5,000, and you're like, what the fuck?
A lot of that's manipulated, especially like the WADA game kind of stuff is all manipulated. Especially like Pokemon cards, they're very manipulated in their
Oh yeah,
whoever
definitely.
sets it.
Pokemon cards are definitely manipulated.
Oh Jesus, dude, they were like the first
Sports cards,
pioneer of like
sport-
brainwashing in the
Well,
system, dude.
I'd have to go sports card was the first, because you got to remember
Oh
how big sports cards were before Pokemon came out.
no, I have to disagree on that because like you had Pokemon everything. You had Pokemon cereal. You had Pokemon macaroni. You had Pokemon Burger King toys. You had Pokemon lunchboxes and all this other stuff.
You had baseball gum. What do you mean? You had cards that
You had
came with your
Pokemon
gum
gum.
packs. I know.
You had Pokemon.
This-
You had Pokemon penis socks.
where
You know
do-
about
where
that? They had Pokemon penis socks.
Where
Like,
do you
dude,
think Poke-
come
where do you think
on.
Pokemon got the idea from? They got that shit from fucking sports cards and
They
shit.
they ran out of marketing material they can do for Pokemon when they go to sexual toys and stuff like
Yeah.
that. I was watching a whole
Yeah.
video on it. It's called consumerism or something like that. Basically about like the pioneer of the Pokemon thing, and he listed all of the like things they have from the cereal to the sexual toys. I'm like, it's actually licensed, and I found that so odd.
Yeah, it's licensed. Yep. Yeah, it's crazy. But I mean, talking in about that, like, marketing is just crazy in itself. I mean, if anyone knows anything about marketing, like marketing from even back in the day, marketing has always been crazy. There's always a way to play the gray line. Is what marketing really is.
And see, it's worked to me to a certain advantage. I don't care how old I get. I love the cards. Like they're so like it's like art pieces. Like the older
yeah.
ones are like almost like art pieces. You know.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
but
The older the better, bro. Like same with
but they
comic
look
books.
like actual art pieces. Have you seen like if we look at right now, look at a modern card, they look just like the full art, whatever book. It just looks
Yeah.
weird. But like the older ones look like it has a portrait, has like the hollow stuff. It's just a beautiful like art piece.
Right. I mean, I even say that comic books, like older comic books, you know what I mean, like 90s, 80s, and 70s and 60s, they're comic books, like those were straight up art. Sports cards were bigger first. NHL cards went crazy 92, 93, and were printed in astronomical numbers. Pokemon wasn't out until 96.
Yeah, I think you have like a decade and some years on me. I'm 22, so I think no, I'm 23 now, but I think you have a decade on me and some
I have a
change.
decade on you, yeah. I'm turning 33 on Halloween. So, yeah, my birthday's coming up.
You remember you used to have a Halloween stream a year ago, man. What happened? We need to get the Halloween stream going, man.
I don't know, man. Dude, I move on the 1st.
No excuses. We gotta get the Halloween stream, man, going. Everything fell apart. No, you're in a better headspace now. You seem to be doing a lot better. I'm not asking for everyday streams. That's fine with me. I'll be missing half of them. But I want a Halloween stream that I was promised a year and some change ago. I feel scammed as a viewer.
I feel scammed as a... Oh, Lord. Yo.
You know what really grinds my gears? I'm really upset there's no good horror movies anymore. The last one I saw was Us. That was the last good horror movie I've seen. I saw one that was called The Wrong Turn as a remake. That was okay.
Yeah.
Everything, they remade it. It was really good. But everything else was garbage. The new Children of the Corn was complete garbo. The Jeepers Creepers thing was a budget of like 5 animal crackers. And even the new the guy that made Us, that Nope movie, the Alien, that was horrible too. I didn't like that at all.
Yeah, that was bad. Trisha says play a scary game.
What scary games are out there? All the ones that are like, was it? It was some old PS1 game. They're like, it's so scary. It's so scary. I'm telling you, Ethan, it's so scary. No, I'm like, all right, I'll watch a Let's Play of it, and it was completely dumb.
I've played a couple actual legit scary games, but there's very few that are legit scary. I can say that.
Outlast 2 was a phenomenal scary game. That was a good game.
Great.
I didn't like the first one. The second one was great. That like cult kind of like atmosphere and all that. I really enjoyed that.
What was it was back in the day too. What would it have been? Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
I want a new scary movie that isn't the typical boring um, ghost exorcist because they're overdone. I want a scary movie. Home Invasion would be okay. So like Strangers is the all-time my all-time favorite scary movie. That was done perfectly. I think The Strangers was fine. They're supposed to be making a third one. That'll be cool. But the second one was garbage.
The Evil Within was a pretty good scary game. And that was for PlayStation 3. Condemned, the Condemned series, Condemned 1, Condemned 2, Bloodshot, and then I believe there was Condemned 3. That was a pretty good one. And then Silent Hill. Silent Hill was a great horror game that I could definitely was top tier. But again, Silent Hill was old school. That was back in what, PlayStation 1? Silent Hill. It's considered a retro game. Let's see. 1999 survival horror game developed by Team Silent, yeah, and Konami Computer Entertainment Tokyo. And it was for PlayStation, PlayStation Portable, PlayStation 3, and PlayStation Vita. That was a pretty dope, scary game too. Not gonna lie. Have I played Devoured? No, I have not, but I've seen that game, and that game is pretty lit too. There's a game that I wanted to do once I want to get a VR headset thing, and I want to do there's a horror game in VR that seems legit, like pretty freaky, considering you're also in a VR, so that might be a little intense. But again, I wouldn't be able to do that this year. I don't have that money to go and invest in a whole ass VR and the game and all that. So.
Have you seen the spin-offs of The Walking Dead? The new Negan and Maggie one, and then the Daryl Dixon?
No, I have not, but I heard.
You're missing out. You're missing out. So good. So good. I think both of them were great.
Are they?
Yes, so the first one, they both only have 5 or 6 episodes. And there's going to be a season 2 to each one. I won't spoil them for you, but one's called Dead City, and the other one's called Daryl Dixon. And both phenomenal. Yeah, both phenomenal.
The Walking Dead kind of killed me out after fucking what? I mean, I watched all of The Walking Dead that I could watch.
After season 6, it got really stale. It picked back up at season 11.
Once Negan killed fucking all the people he killed.
Well, they have a Rick spinoff. You know about that, right? They have a Michonne Rick spinoff coming very soon too. That's gonna be fun.
Yeah, they really squeeze in that franchise for all the juice. Facts, Glenn. Yes, I knew the names. I was trying to. Yes, after he killed Glenn, I was done.
Yeah, I don't care about Glenn. I don't care about the one midget guy, the one red-haired guy. I don't care about them. I don't care about. Yeah, I don't care about him. I only care about Negan, Rick, and that's it.
Yo, Abraham was dope. I'm gonna.
Oh, Daryl's good too. Sorry, Dale. Daryl's awesome. Yeah, Daryl and Negan and maybe Rick towards the end.
I like Glenn because Glenn saved their asses so many different times. It's not even funny. Even the start, Glenn.
He's boring. Rick. He's boring.
No, he got ass though. He was hitting Maggie. He was going to start a family.
She looks so old. She was in my age when she started because she's so old now in the new spinoff. She's so old looking.
Yo, what about Carol though? Carol was a beast. Okay.
I don't want to spoil this, but Daryl Dixon, you need to watch that because I guess he's going to come back. I'm not going to spoil it for anybody, but. He said a particular name in sure season 2.
Yeah, he's gonna dick her down.
No, I can't see that because Daryl met a more attractive lady in the new spinoff, so I can't say that.
Oh, okay. I see. I see.
Yeah,
I
he
see.
met a more attractive woman. So,
Oh, okay. Okay.
and
I feel
Carol isn't going to like that too much when she finds him.
probably not. Probably not because their love story, their
She
secret.
played him though, dude. She was playing him when she slept with the one black dude, the one with the tigers. She slept with him. I don't want to hear it. She played him. No, she's a manipulator.
Daryl shouldn't have made it past volume 3 according to the original comics. Very true. But again, what show ever follows the comics ever? Even Batman, fucking even uh Robin, none of them ever followed through the full comic stories. And the
There
one
was
thing
a
I am
but
upset with the whole Marvel movie atmosphere right now. It is went to
what
shit.
happened? I haven't seen any. I haven't even seen the Avengers. I haven't seen any of
No,
those. I haven't seen
like
any of the Guardians.
like ever since you know the what's his face? I can't think of his name. The man that made Marvel. He when he after he passed.
What's his name? I'm actually yeah, I forgot his
I'm
name.
so
He was the
I'm
Stan Lee.
so
Stan Lee.
Stanley.
Stan Lee.
Stanley, yep. Stanley. After he passed it, just Marvel movies went to shit. Like they're just not. Yeah, Stanley. Yeah, the movies just aren't. They're not the same anymore. Like the creativity and everything, and the storylines and everything are so just getting fucked up.
Have you ever heard of like his daughter and how she's like one of the worst kids you'd possibly ever have? His daughter, he loved
Yeah,
his daughter so much and she abused the heck out of him. It's so sad.
yeah, I heard about that. I read about that on it. There was like a couple articles about it. And shit.
It's a whole documentary on it. It's pitiful. I forgot what she's doing
But
now, but I think she's doing something with like she wanted to do something with his blood. I think it was to make some more sales or something. I forget exactly what it was, but it was something really
right.
wrong.
Yeah, I don't know. I think the movie they're just getting stale. They're not as iconic as like when I remember Marvel growing up. You know what I mean? I guess I had this like set growing up. I had this set look on what Marvel came out with and what I grew up with Marvel. You know, um, and seeing what it's now is just like ugh. Like I did not like Aquaman. Aquaman was a flop.
So this is
Black
going to decide
Panther
our
was a flop.
friendship. Did you ever seen Barbie? Did you see that movie Barbie?
No, I have not.
All right, thank God. I'm about tired of seeing everywhere posted. It's the best movie in the world. Me and whoever I'm with, if I ever have kids in the
No,
future, something like that,
the
they will
best.
never watch that. And like everything, oh, it's so. And
No,
even men
the
are
best.
saying this. I'm like, what fruitcakes?
The best new movie that came out right now. Where to God is the Super Mario Brother movie. I'm just saying. Jack Black made fucking perfect Bowser. And he did that. Peaches, 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 peaches. It's a love song to her. Shit, that shit was great. I was like, yes, this is a great film.
I'm the one that told you about that. I'm the one that got you to show the trailer.
Yes,
Um,
and then I watched the movie. I watched the movie all the way through and I fell in love with it. Okay.
it had its cute moments, so I was kind of displeased by it, but it was a cute movie overall. It was a good kids movie, I could say.
Yeah, it's definitely a good family film. When Marvel had better days, you also got to take consideration the climate of the film industry right now. Most films aren't doing well right now. Very true, but you got to also think though, most films aren't doing well for specific reasons. You know what I mean? Like, what films have we actually had come out that were made to its full potential? Like, if we want to go back into like classic great films, I actually had this conversation with a coworker of mine. One of the great classic films I remember, The Crow. Okay, yes, he got shot on the set, whatever. But the acting, the storyline, the backgrounds, the everything in it, it was so on point and it made you want to watch more. Nowadays, the acting has gotten stale. It's so fake. Everything's with CGI. There's no talent. Movies were great when there were actors and actresses actually acting and doing stunts and all this shit. It wasn't fake. And
One
that's
thing I've
what
been
made
rewatching was Unsolved Mysteries. They have the whole series on with Robert Stack. I've been so obsessed with that show lately. So good.
Unsolved Mysteries
Oh
is
yes, it's
great.
so good, so good. I haven't even finished it yet. I probably rewatch it all over again. And what's cool about it is they re-released it with the new film company that acquired it, and they put updates. So if there's anything that's happened, you can update it, and that's from like 2020 prior. So a lot
Right.
of the stuff and stuff like that. There was a lot of cool ones. I watched one last night. Just all the mysteries are great. There was there was one with like a pageant queen woman. She was
Yep.
17 or 16, and she was on like this. She like went to this film shoot of Spring Break. I guess it's a movie back in the day or something. And she came home and she was like all bubbly and pageant queenie. And when she came back, she was like paranoid, thinking someone was going to hurt her. She was on set of Scarface at 18, and she had a mental breakdown when there was a gunshot scene. She
Right.
said that they were going to kill her. Anyway, she ended up like leaving with some dude. The cops interviewed him, saying that his alibi was okay. She ended up getting out of his car, and now she's been missing for 30 something years. And I looked to see if there was any updates. Unfortunately, there's not. But yeah, I thought that was really interesting. That was a cool case.
Right.
And then there was the one of like the golden treasure stuff's really cool.
Yeah. We're having an issue. Hold on. What the fuck is going on here?
Did you win the lottery?
No, I'm having a problem with my battery. Laptop. Got some speaker. No, see if this changes anything. Something's going. Oh. Okay, so it is charging. Okay. Well, that's a good sign.
I would have to say John Wick Chapter 4 was the best movie in the recent 5 years, to be honest with you. That was a good movie. Have you seen that one yet?
I've seen all the John Wick films.
Yeah, you know they're coming out with a part 5.
Yep, sure do.
Yeah, I thought that. I thought they could end it right here. They can end it perfectly. Nope, too much money. Too much money. I actually bought it on Blu-ray, 4K, and DVD. It's such an amazing franchise.
Right. Going out to watch a movie in general is barely hanging on from a bygone era. Yeah, 100%. I mean, why go watch a film at a movie theater when I can go put it up on my laptop and smoke my weed and do whatever the fuck I want, eat my food? I mean, if you really think about it, it's more expensive than hell. Think about the cost of what a soda pop is.
$10 for a
popcorn.
small.
Yeah, like.
Oh no, I have. I was lying. Sorry for cutting you off. It's Oppenheimer. That was one of my favorite ones. That's the most recent big one I liked. Yeah, Oppenheimer, and then Elvis before that was good.
But like it's just so expensive. Nobody wants to spend that much money just to go watch a film and have some popcorn and some drinks with your kids. Like, fuck that. I'd rather just go to a fucking Walmart and buy some popcorn bags and go home and go look the movie up for free. Gotta love a good old $22 can of beer. Literally. A beer better taste like the best fucking beer ever. Fuck. And it better stay cold the whole time I'm drinking it. Just saying, if it costs $22, shit.
I don't understand how people like beer. I think it's a coping mechanism. I do not understand why people like beer.
I drink beer, but it's only specific beer that I will drink. And I think that I don't think that beer tastes. I can't say that beer tastes good, but like there's something about it that after like being out in the sun all on a hot summer day, and then you come home and you open up that nice crisp cold beer, and you just take that sip, and you're just like, oh yes, this is perfect.
That's fair because I was about to say I do cigars and I like dark earthy cigars and I'm young too, so I like really enjoy it. And then like I like the dark roast coffee. I really like that grainy, earthy taste. Just like
Have you
one thing
ever
of sugar though.
have you ever tried a dark, like a really dark beer?
I've tried one beer when I was like 10 years old because my mother put a beer beside my Coke can and I wasn't looking and I picked it up and drunk a little bit of it and I haven't touched a beer since. I've had like Jack Daniels. I've had that going out to like parties and stuff in college, but besides that, I haven't touched a beer since that one
No.
incident.
I would suggest, like, if you like going off of like the flavors that you're talking about that you like, I would try to like a really dark beer, like look for like an amber bock. Those, I think, maybe try it out, see what you think. Maybe like at a restaurant or something, have it with your meal or something, see if they have it.
Okay, because I would think all beers would taste like that. I think it was, if I can remember correctly, it was a picture of a mountain on the beer. So whatever that was,
Coors
it was a
Light,
picture of a
Coors
mountain.
Light. You're drinking Coors Light. Yeah, that's just that's okay. Coors Light is like cat's piss. Okay, it's not like a good beer. It's just a fucking wannabe beer kind of. I call it. It's beer, but it's not. It's there's an etiquette when you drink beer, an actual beer or a lager or a ale.
So like the different beers aren't like when I worked. My first job was what was it? It wasn't Walmart.
Yo,
It was Family
refine
Dollar.
thinker.
When I worked
Yo,
at
refine
Family
thinker.
Dollar, they
No,
had a
no.
whole bunch of beers. They all looked like they were the same thing. Like like they had like the Big
No,
Natty
they're not.
one. Oh, they aren't. Okay.
Yeah, they're definitely not the same. Yo, refine thinker, hit that fucking link and get your ass on panel, dude. You're not a you are used to streaming and talking. Come on now, bro. Come on, come
It's
on up.
very simple, my man.
He's used to it. He used to stream on Twitch. Me and
Well,
him
once
go way
you like
back.
stop caring what people think and stop caring about social, like I guess like what people like, I just think of you like social kind of like you just kind of live your life and be your authentic self. You don't care about anything.
Right.
I was
Try
watching
it.
a dude, forgot his name. He
He
was
said
really cool though.
he said
But
try dark or red ale. Coors Light is a watered down lager. 100%. It's a
okay, so
watered
he
down
said
lager.
dark or red ale. Okay, I have to look into that. So I already told you guys what I like though. So I like the dark, like it was cigars. So like the Bully 1865. I'm a real big fan of that. It's actually a medium. I'm not too big on the Connecticut wrappers, but like that medium upwards. So I'll definitely have to try the beer, like he said, if it's like
What
that.
do you think of let me see, hold on. I gotta look this up because I can't remember the exact name.
You need to do a nice cigar, Enlightened Watcher. You need to get a nice cigar. It is so relaxing, especially with a coffee. Don't play with me, man. It's so good. Oh, Jesus. Yes, I remember talking with my grandpa. He goes, "You're going to die." I said, "We all die." He goes, "Well, don't rush it." I was like, "You live once in your lifetime. If that's going to happen, it's going to happen. I'm not going to live all scared and live a sufferable life of, oh, I don't want to get sick yet. I don't want to, let's forget it. I'm going to live my life the way I want. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to enjoy a nice cigar every once in a while."
Right. Trying to find it. Hold on.
You need to get a cigar, though, and you might be trying one whenever you get here. I'll drive up to you. We'll get you a nice cigar. I'll just give you one free. I'll give you a $10 cigar and see what you think about it.
Have you ever had a Brick House Churchill?
No. Who
It's
makes it?
It's a cigar.
Who makes it?
Made by Puros de Esteli, Nicaragua, S.A. Pensa.
So it's a Nicaraguan. So that's going to be a dark. That's going to be a dark blend. That's a dark tobacco.
It's a medium strength. It's
So Connecticut would probably be a good starting point for you if you like want like a sweet kind of like, I guess you could, well, it's sweeter than even like a cigarette if you smoke, I think. So like it's even sweeter than that. It's just like the Connecticut wrappers are gonna want. I think the good starting kind of like if you got married and just want to see what it is, that's a really good one to start out with. It's so beautiful. It tastes really sweet. I outgrew it. The dark Dickwaggerin, that's usually a dark blend from what I recall, but I also think medium's dark blend in my case too. So
Right. I feel it. I feel it. Yo, like, yeah, I was trying to. I agree with the dark. I didn't think about the red ale, but I mean, you might like a red ale, but I would definitely try like a dark beer, kind of like a Amber Bock. I could. Let me see if I can look it up.
yeah, we need to get you on a cigar, like a cigar, nice little $10. Get $10 and we'll get you a cigar. Good stuff. And then the lighters are another thing. That actually my company on that's doing really well actually. Yeah, the lighter's even a cool little thing too. You have almost like a little puncher on the bottom and stuff like that. So I'm really big in the lighters. There's also Zippos are fun to like fuck around with too. I haven't had one probably in about 4 or 5 months. I have a whole stash, probably about $800 worth of cigars in there. But I haven't done them since the new place we moved to. We can't smoke, so it's only whenever we go to 4th of July or family venue or we go out. So
Right.
I also gotta be respectful of people that don't want smoke in their face. So I have to make sure it's kind of like in the far out kind of way or like on the land or something. Nothing beats it, dude. Especially coffee, like a dark roast coffee. Even if you don't even like dark coffee, just the mixture of both of them, it's just amazing.
I would
There's a
honestly
reason why you saw Winston
out-
Churchill always having a cigar in his mouth. It's insane. But
I would honestly start you out with either a Guinness, a Stout, or a Modelo for a
do
dark
they
beer.
sell those at Walmart?
You might be able to find Guinness or a Modelo. Maybe even the Stout, possibly.
I've tried the like Jack Daniels with like a cigar. It just doesn't taste the same as the coffee.
I would definitely. Guinness is really big popular, so probably look for that there because you'd probably find that there honestly more than anything else. But stouts are really good. Modelo's pretty good too. It's Modelo's an American brown ale, so I mean.
Oh, and I was also looking at renting an AR. Was it the AMB, ARNB, whatever that website's called that you can rent places from? They have. I was looking up Bonnie and Clyde, and I'm kind of like a big history guy, and I was looking into that, and they have like an apartment they basically had back from when they were on the run, and they have one. It has a ARNB, whatever it's called now, and that's why I really want to go there because they have like the bullet holes still from when there was a shootout in the place still. They still have like the etchings of like Bonnie with their initials on the floor. It's so cool. And then like looking into research of that, the landlord started getting suspicious because Clyde was playing off his bar that he stole and it went off. And here in today's society, it would have been like, oh, we're so scared, or whatever. But Clyde didn't care. He was just like, oh man, bullet 30-06 went through the roof. Oh well, he just cleans it again. So I'm actually wanting to stay there. I actually want to stay there. It'd be cool.
Right. He says Guinness, Kilkenny for stouts, maybe a Fat Tire or Innis and Gun. And he says Innis and Gun might be up your alley. As a cigar connoisseur, it is stored in whiskey barrels. It gives it some richer, smoky notes. And those are different kinds of beers to look kind of into.
Hey, he's a cigar smoker. I love it. I love it, man. I did a little bit of research when I started, so I'm not like particular. I know the different blends and stuff like that would mix them back, but I'm not up with the new. If there's any new ones that are released, I have my Old Reliable, the Bully, and the Winston Churchill or Churchill, whatever you want to call it, size. I like that one. And then I ended up buying some. I don't know if you ever heard of them. They're actually the cheaper smokes because I was going through when I was looking probably about one every 3 days. And I just do about one every few months. I bought one called Factory something. I think it's called something Factory, but they're like instead of $5 a piece, they're $2 a piece. And I bought a whole set of 50 for like $60. And it's in a Connecticut wrapper.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'd be down to try them. I mean, my foster dad, when I was in foster care,
as a kid, he used to always smoke cigars. That was
Do you
his
know, like
thing.
you don't
He would
inhale.
have a
Remember
cigar.
that. That's one thing you have to remember. You just gotta open your mouth.
Yeah. He'd always have his fucking cigar and his whiskey. That was his thing.
The relaxing feeling you get is insane. I'll have to turn my camera on and show you guys a little bit of stash I have. But I'm a big fan of the dark blender Nick Wagner kind of ones. I just started out with Connecticut and stuff like that. But
right.
I think the most expensive one I ever had was just because I wanted to see what the heck it was. It was actually what's the I forgot what the brand exactly was called. It's the Winston Churchill brand. He was a picture of on the cigar, and it was actually a ripoff. I felt like the $5 acid smokes were actually better. That's the brand. But those are actually a lot better than those $20 ones. I was getting a ripoff. But Churchill's the size, so they have a brand with Winston Churchill on it, and they're like 20 something a piece. And I tried it, I was very disappointed.
Oh yeah. Was it like not sweet enough for you, or what?
It tasted like really bad quality tobacco. I'll show you the difference when we meet. I'll show you the difference between like a $3 smoke and like a $15 smoke. Everything in my batches or in my humidifier is going to be probably about 8+ in there. I do have the factory. Actually, I can find out what they're called real quick. I'll be right back if we find it.
Right. Yo, Refined Thinker, if you want to hit that link, you can come up on the panel with us and talk. All up to you, my guy.
Yeah, it's called Factory Smokes. These are the cheaper ones.
Oh, okay.
And what they are is like the big companies that make the like expensive ones, the leftovers that are kind of like after the cutting process, the leftovers that are there, they pack them all in this budget cigar. So you're still getting high quality tobacco, just not perfectly, I guess, rolled or something like that. It's like the leftovers from when they're doing their batch. So it's a good value for the smoke because you're still getting high quality tobacco. You're just being like kind of like if I take like let's say I am cutting a sheet of paper, right? And I want to make it into a big sheet, and I want to cut it. Any leftover paper that falls is basically like the factory smokes. They gather all that and they put them into the factory smokes. So you're getting a high quality tobacco, just not as presented well.
Right. Yeah, so yeah, I'd be down for that. Definitely check that shit out. But like I said, yeah, we're gonna be, dude, it's gonna be amazing. I want to do a lot of different content, different ideas. I'm sure my kids will have different ideas to do too.
I got a video idea for us, dude. We can go to the shooting range and we can see how bad of a shot you are. Winner gets $10.
See how bad of a shot I am. Yeah, we mean how good of a shot I am.
Yeah, you know that ego I have, though. You know that ego I have. Don't forget about that. So,
that's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, so we'll do it. We'll go the rounds. I carry a 45, so that's what you're gonna be shooting. So it's not gonna be a little wussy gun that you're probably not used to. So well, we'll make sure the proper safety is in measure, and we'll make sure it's recorded. Make a little video of it.
Oh yeah. I might shit. If you want to talk about guns and shooting, I might have to send you a trip to Minnesota so you can see what real guns look like.
What do you mean? Did you like brag about having like a 9, like literally a year and a half ago?
Yo, look, my family is all gun collectors. Okay, my grandfather owns a M1 Garand from World War I.
Was the M1 Garand used in World War? I thought it was a World War II gun. I have to look that up. I thought it was a World War II gun.
I
I'll have
believe it
to
was.
formula.
I believe it was World War One. Was when they had the M1 Grand.
So is that what you have? A little. I think we should like after we see how bad you lose. I think we should go down from a 9mm to you. We should probably go down to like a 22. And maybe if that's a little bit too much for you, we'll go down to a BB gun for you.
You know, I averagely shoot 30-06 for hunting, right?
But yes, we'll see if what we can do. We'll see what we can do there and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun though. We'll see. And whenever I win, I'll get my $10 and I'll spend it on a cigar.
You mean when I win, I'll get my $10 and then we're gonna smoke.
Honestly, I'll just use for gas to get to the place we're going to be honest with you. So whoever wins it, I mean, I'm just gonna use it for gas.
Oh my god. Get you high for your first time?
Nah. I'm good. I've been high before. It's not very fun. I was a little football kid back in high school, so I mean, I've done it before. And I don't like feeling out of control of my own life. And I feel like when you're, at least the high I got, I felt loopy. Everything was funny, and I didn't feel relaxed like everybody says I would feel. I felt loopy and happy.
Were you a giggler when you were?
Dude, everything made me laugh, bro. Somebody could say like "sad," bro. Nah, dude,
that'd be funny as hell, bro. That'd be great.
Yes, everybody loved it. Everybody loved it, and then they would come back to school the next day. And I'd be like, they're like, you were hilarious. I'm like, what do you mean? Because I'm more like kind of the calmer person at school. I'm like, what do you mean? And they're like, here's a video. I was like, oh, that's great.
That's awesome.
Put it on World Star, make me money. It's like, what?
Right. I feel it. That's great. That'd be a fun time.
No, dude, it's annoying. I couldn't imagine the people they were all laughing and thought it was great, but I mean, maybe because they were high too, that's probably why. I think everybody kind of experiments with like marijuana when they're like 16, 17.
My girlfriend took 2 gummies. Just 2 gummies. That's it. They're not even strong gummies. I mean, they're like, I think she said they were like 5 milligram gummies, so they're not potent at all. But this girl was laughing at nothing for a good hour, 2 hours. I mean, giggling at nothing. It was great.
Dude, I would look at somebody and laugh at them, and they would get so insecure, being like, why are you like laughing at me? Am I ugly or something? I'm like, dude, I'm trying not to laugh, and I'll just go back to laughing after I would try to recoup myself. Oh, it's bad, dude. It's bad. It's so bad. I never touched it since I was there. I think a lot of people experiment with at least marijuana in high school and stuff like that. Everybody at my high school did, so I'm glad I experienced it and stuff like that. But definitely something that I don't like. It's out of my control.
Did you ever try shrooms?
No, I'm not doing shrooms. No.
Have you ever tried them?
No, and I'd rather not.
Oh,
nope.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't do drugs. I don't believe in drugs. I don't believe marijuana is really a drug too much. No, so like I do. Well, I mean, if we're looking at like straight and narrow, I'm 20-30 doing cigars. I don't really think like whatever. I just don't. I don't believe marijuana is a drug in my personal opinion. But I do believe that like shrooms, cocaine, heroin, of course, that stuff. I don't believe in even indulging in that.
I mean, so good conversation piece. I mean, to me, an honest opinion is drugs is like meth, heroin, cocaine. Actually, cocaine can be arguable because it comes from the coca plant and it was used for medical reasons back in the day, actually, before it became a big popular drug, and there's actually health components in it. But I still wouldn't. I would argue that it's still a drug just because of the use and the basis of it. But like shrooms. Shrooms is just mushrooms. It's a fungus. There's actually been proof of like if you were to use cycloin properly in like a microdosing way, take a little bit at each day. It's been shown that you wouldn't trip. It would be more of you just feel a little bit happier. Helps with anxiety, depression, and stuff like that.
I'm already too happy. I don't believe in depression. I'm already too happy how it is. I don't need any drugs to make me feel happier.
Hey, I like that shit. Okay, I do.
I'm too positive how it is in today's age.
See me, I like. I mean, for me, shrooms is like. I mean, I don't do a microdose. I very rarely would do shrooms, but if I do shrooms, um, I would make a good tea out of them. Sip on the tea a little bit. And it's nice, relaxing, and happiness, uplifting feeling I get for a
You know
little
what you
bit.
just
Good
said? You said like
meditation.
drinking my tea and stuff like that, like a little woman. I think that also goes along with your little 9 millimeter you shoot. You know, you have
Yeah,
a nice
okay.
little small caliber with your little tea with your
First
little
off,
pinky out.
listen here, talking about your coffee. Do you know that tea was actually not a woman thing? Actually, back in the day, that tea was a very proper thing for rich men to indulge in, just much like a scotch and whiskey.
I'd have to see the proof of that, and I guarantee you they had little boyfriends on the side or something. I guarantee it.
Oh yeah, are you sure?
I'm pretty positive I could do enough research into it. I'd find that. I'd have to look into that more. I do know that pink was actually a social construct made for women, but actually back in the
It was a
I
boy
think it's
killer.
like 1600s and 1700s. Pink is actually like a sign of like wealth, actually, and a lot of kings and stuff like that. We made it into the being the girly color it is nowadays. But
Yo, refined thinker.
Yo, what's good?
What is that?
Not much, man.
Welcome, man.
Yes, sir.
Been a while.
Right?
God, that
I was
voice
just
though.
telling
Holy shit.
Forever.
I was just telling a Lighten Watcher over here how he sips his little tea and shoots his little small caliber weapons. We're gonna move him down to a BB gun soon.
Oh yeah. We'll see about that.
Hey, man, I've seen some real mans going to the fucking forest with the air rifle and a container of some, orange pico. They do their
No. Air rifle's too advanced for Lighten Watcher over here. We have to get him to a BB gun.
Okay. Yeah. That Canadian voice though. Look at that. I got the Canadian up on panel now. Now we're
Mhm.
national. We're national now. Oh shit.
You mentioned the what was it, the M1 Grand?
Yes.
It began production in 34 and the war started in 39.
Which war was that?
World War II.
Oh, so it is a World War II weapon. My bad.
Yeah.
See? Okay. So it was from World War II. And then we have like 30-06. We have a Desert Eagle. We have a 357, 12 gauge. I do believe he has a 50 caliber somewhere over there, and a few other ranges of weapons that my family all have.
Yeah, I don't know too much about weapons. I know a little bit about history.
Right.
I like that shit, but yeah, I'm not too big on the actual gun knowledge. Can't lie.
Right. That's all right. We'll let him think that I shoot little guns.
If I was in the States though, I'd get one of those fucking the Springfield Hellcats.
Oh yeah.
Those things look clean.
Yeah. They're
Small
pretty
package. You get like double the ammo capacity out of a Glock. I don't know what shell they use. I think it's the Gen 7 Glock. With the old
yes,
pattern.
I do believe it's a Gen 7. Yeah. Shrimps does help with PTSD, Trisha, for sure. What are you eating on right over there? I hear the rappers.
Little Kit Kat.
Oh, a little Kit Kat. Yo, so how's life in Canada?
Yeah, man. It's all right when you don't think about the state of the government or that climate going on.
Right.
When you don't pay attention to Trudeau, it's not bad.
I feel it. How's the ganja out there? You know, some of you guys got some good ganja.
The weed's
will
still
say.
weed. I feel like all the good shit's out in BC, bro.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
They just have better cultivators out there.
I think it's the climate too, because they can grow outdoor stuff that comes out like quality wise that looks like indoor shit.
Oh, right.
just because they're getting more wild terpenes and different things pollinating the weed
Right.
when it's growing outdoors. So they can
Yeah.
give it this diverse profile of pollinators that you just can't get indoor.
Right.
Yeah,
I feel it.
the weed's good. The weed's good. Can't
Aren't
complain.
y'all looking into legalizing shrooms? Or did you guys already legalize that shit?
I don't know. Honestly, I'm not even that. I'd have to look into that still. I think from like a
And this,
medical standpoint, it might be already for like small doses, but I don't think it's
okay.
recreationally open like that yet. Like I haven't seen any in
And
dispensaries or like the chocolate
the
bars and shit.
the Hellcat Pro you're talking about, the Springfield Hellcat, is a 9mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's sad. I'm sorry, guys. So what?
Hey man, the caliber of the bullet doesn't really matter. If I put a couple in someone's noggin, I think it's gonna do the job.
I always like seeing the video of the 5 cops that shot this big, huge black man trying to stab this officer with a knife. It's a video on YouTube. And this guy's walking. They're probably 5 feet up, or about 10 feet apart. And there's 5 officers there. They put 87 rounds down range and only 17 hits.
That sounds like an accuracy problem, not a caliber problem.
Oh, there's stories of people taking like, was it? I think that was the record I heard. There was like 10 to the chest area. Still walking towards you. I mean, eventually it'll bleed out, but I mean, it's after you get hurt.
Yeah. I guess you gotta aim for those key spots, man. Take out the kneecaps, take out the
The
fucking neck.
45 is more just like the history buff that's in me. I'm just a big fan of World War II and stuff
Yo,
like
what
that.
about-
Love learning about it.
What's your thoughts on the 38
38 what, special or just regular?
special?
So I think it's a little
38
bit more I think it's the same velocity of a 9mm, but it's a little bit smaller of a bullet. So it might be a little bit more velocity than a 9mm, if I'm not mistaken. It's better casing. So, I mean, it might be okay. 9mm versus 45. The thing is like 9mm is a bigger velocity. So it's in plus P plus, especially, will like get up there with like 1600 velocity. It was FES, but like the 45, it's like 800 usually, and then for hollows about 800, 900, and then for their plus speeds like maybe 1,000 something max. So 9mm, it definitely pierces. So like if there was a wall, it could go through the wall and probably hit your target. After a 45, even ball aim will probably hit something. It's going to probably lose most of its muzzle velocity to hurt somebody. So 9mm is not a like horrible caliber for like self defense or something like that. But my history buff self, I just love the 45. I think it's cultural. I think that there's been so many stories of a man. He was on the ground. He had 5 enemies in front of him. He had 5 bullets left in that chamber. That one bullet ended up dropping every single one. The 9mm, there's so many stories. Just be on a little bit of opioids, a little bit of a certain drug like meth, and there's people 5, 6, 7 rounds, and they still will come in at you. So. There is a lot of 9mm. There's the critical duty 9mm. That's like the expansion of a 45, but your caliber should not have to be ammo dependent like that.
But what if you use a different style of round?
Yeah, the FBI used the critical duty 9mm. It's the expansion near the 45 and muzzle velocity of the 45. It's not exactly, but it's close as you're going to get. And that's the one the FBI used, and that's the one that you probably have to do. But it's about $40 a box, and it's ammo dependent. So no caliber should be ammo dependent. But at the end of the day, like you said, if you put enough bullets into somebody, they're going to go down. So I mean,
Yeah.
but still, I
Because
think
some
that
of these
9mm
dudes are like built like fucking bears. Like if a grizzly was coming at you, like you're just gonna be a high possibility he's gonna get to you before you drop him, right? If you have a 9mm,
Dude, there's a documentary on it was like that I Was Attacked or something. It was an old like Discovery Channel, like where what wilderness attacks. It was like I forget what it's called. But there was a story of like a tiger killing somebody. It was like that stories of like that. And it was like when animals attack or something.
Yeah,
And there was a grizzly bear.
There was a
There was a
tiger that
grizzly
did
bear
that.
in there. And a grizzly bear literally took 3 shots of 12 gauge buckshot, took 3 shots of that, took I think it was just the shotgun. Yeah, so it was like 3 rounds of the buckshot, and it still killed 4 people. Killed everybody in the
Those things are just
campground.
animals.
That's crazy.
Bears are
I think I
animals.
showed you the video.
The
Lightning,
bear?
remember that's about a year ago? Yeah, with the bear where he like popped him like a few times and the thing still came up after him. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was a 9mm.
See,
Yeah, there was a
but-
bear in a tree
That's
and he
why I
popped him like
love-
4 or 5 times.
See, but that's what I love about the 30-06 is there's no way an animal's living with a 30-06.
Can you imagine that? The bar was a fully auto 30-06. Can you just
I don't know, I feel like
imagine?
The tiger
That's
scares me
insane.
more though. Even if it like a tiger or a grizzly, I'd be more scared of the tiger, man, because the tiger is gonna kill you. Actually, no, I'm not. Now I'm thinking about it, I might be more scared of the grizzly because he's just gonna eat you while you're alive.
Yeah, the bear is 100% more. If we didn't have weapons and we didn't have the sophisticated brain that we have to be able to make weapons, animals would roll over us.
But the tiger
we
can
had,
be
like,
scary too, though, right? Like, there have been infamous tigers, especially in India and Pakistan, where they lose one of their fangs and they can no longer get the prey that they were getting naturally outside of humans. So they start preying on
Oh.
humans, and that in and of itself is a scary thing because then they start racking up 200, 300, 400 kill lists of all the people that they've eaten. So, like, I don't know.
I don't know, I just got to say that I'm not scared of a lion compared to a bear that's 9 feet tall.
Yeah, the bear definitely. Yeah, that's up there.
And when you hear shots of 12 gauge, 3 rounds, and the thing is still able to kill 4 people, it just amazes me. I don't think people understand how dangerous some of these animals are.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of people don't realize that, like, even deer can be dangerous.
Yeah. Oh, moose are like one of the most
Moose-
dangerous that no
moose
one
will
really thinks
fuck you
about.
up,
They
bro.
will. They'll fucking trot, stomp on your ass, like run
Mooses
straight
don't
through
give
you.
2 fucks.
Yeah, bro. Moose are crazy.
They'll go at your fucking
Yeah,
car.
hate to break it to you, Light and Watcher, but your little BB gun isn't going to do much against a bear or a moose.
Oh no shit, Sherlock.
Sorry to break it to you.
Yeah, guess what? That my
Good thing we
30-06
got
was.
legal crossbows. I'm gonna shoot a couple arrows in that motherfucker.
Yeah, I was
Hey.
debating somebody earlier. It was a UK
Crossbows are
person.
good.
I was debating a UK guy. It was like it's like Americans shouldn't have guns, and like my stance was that you should not be able to tell somebody what they should have to use to defend themselves. And he goes, "What about the children and all this stuff and how easy it is to pull it?" I'm like, "You guys realize that there's a reloading crossbow?" He's like, "What is that?" He's like, "I was like, it has a magazine of like 8 rounds. You put it in, and you literally just crank it back. It's not pulling the bolt thing. It's just whoop whoop whoop. It's almost as fast as pulling a trigger." There was actually in Sweden I threw out where there was a massacre where a guy went with a crossbow and killed 6 people. So
I
he
mean,
ended up
really?
ending
the
his life.
crossbows they're deadly. My uncle, he has one, and he lives a little bit farther up, like up north, probably like mid Ontario. And he has a nice piece of land, so he just goes, shoots squirrels, shoots grouse, he shoots whatever he can get his hands on, and just cooks it.
I'd rather be shot than shot with those arrows, especially the ones that I forgot what they're called. 'Cause I'm not a
The
big
arrows?
crossbow
Are
person.
you-
Or the arrows are.
Are
Ugh.
you talking about the the 3? They come in 3 ways, so the blades are angled, and 3.
I just know that you basically can't sew it up.
Yeah, it's a
Like
triangular blade.
a compound bow, or you mean the arrowhead?
He's
Yeah,
talking
the
about
arrowhead is the arrowhead.
Talking about the
Yeah.
arrowhead on the crossbow that you shoot.
Yeah, or a bow, whatever one you want to say.
Yeah, it's a triangular one.
Yeah, those. I mean, that goes right through you, and you have no chance of survival. I would 100%
It's easier
say.
to pull it through than to pull it back on those. Yeah, if it's through, it's through.
Yeah,
Yeah, and you're
you-
probably not going to survive over that.
You-
And like, and
honestly-
I rather get.
if you were to get hit and with one of those, especially if it's like a, let's say, a non-vital organ, but it's through, the best way to get it out is to break it in half and pull it the rest away.
I'd leave it there. Like my best case scenario would be to just leave it there, try and apply some pressure from the outside. But I mean, other than that, there's not really much you can do.
No, unless
I
you
think I
can
showed
break-
you the rapper that got shot 7 times. Remember that? You went and watched the little TJ guy. He got shot
Yeah,
7 times
yeah.
with a 9 mil, and he's still surviving. He's still making music. We're still able to make music in the booth and everything while he was in the hospital. I mean, he was shot in. So the
You
heart.
said-
So
you said
from the
rapper.
heart.
I heard raptor, like the dinosaur. I was
rapper.
like, yo,
Yeah,
what the
it was
fuck? Where's the raptor? Where's the raptor?
no. It's that little TJ. He's a goat. You should look him up. But he
Yeah.
got shot 7 times, and I think it was not wherever side his heart is. Because I heard that there's actually not on your like right side, on your left, or something like that, or vice versa, like that. Anyway, they shot him on the opposite area of that, and he survived that. And I think one was through the neck, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
but he
I
survived.
remember that, the next shot. I remember seeing that.
Hey, y'all, did y'all hear about the the guy getting arrested for Tupac's murder?
Yes.
No.
Yes, I did.
What do you think about that, bro?
Um,
Did you hear about like the whole
I-
idea about
like-
Diddy and Suge Knight, and there's that whole
yeah, that like they've been corroborating the whole event the whole time. But like
yeah.
part of me is just like just being a fan of Tupac and just imagining how Tupac's family didn't go and get this guy. Like you're telling me the real
Right.
perpetrator was out there and you couldn't go slide for me, you couldn't go get that guy get him got.
Right.
That was the part that like kind of frustrated me, is like I feel like if the guy was out there on the streets for the last 20 years, he should have been dead already.
Right. Like why
Wasn't
there
Tupac like comes from like a really good family, and he was propped as this like gangster persona, but he really wasn't.
So
He-
he was
yeah, in a
from a
way.
good he was in a good family, but so what had happened was he got introduced to the thug life from when he got into music.
Yeah.
That's
Before
what
that, he
prompts-
was a backup dancer. Before
Yeah.
like he was backup dancing for Humpty Hump.
Yeah.
In the late 80s, right? So before that, yeah, he wasn't really a street guy, but being introduced into that culture and then already having a little bit of a buzz or a following, he kind of gravitated more towards that thug
Well,
lifestyle, right?
Yeah, especially after during this time, you got to think it was California versus West Side versus East Side. There was a big gang clashing. It
Mhm.
was the Crips and the Bloods really going at it at this point. And there's a lot of actual fucking heat that was going on that a lot of people didn't they knew about, and there was hush about, and then there was also people that were oblivious, that didn't know anything about it.
Yeah.
But people were getting murdered for this shit. Like people were dying over this shit because it was heavily gang affiliated.
Mhm.
It wasn't just a West Coast versus East Coast like they wanted to make it seem in the hip hop deal. It was more of this gang versus that gang. And Suge Knight had a big presence in the West Coast and in the gang affiliation. And you got during this time it was Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, fucking you got what?
Back when Compton was only Latinos
Yeah.
and blacks, like
Literally Compton
yeah.
was literally, it was that area. It was that era that they ran that shit. So when big what is it when BIG came out with his shit and was repping North or New York as shit, and then they had that falling out with Biggie and fucking Diddy had that falling out with Tupac, and Tupac thought that they crossed him because fucking Biggie came out with the song "Who Shot You," but Biggie didn't set that up. It wasn't even really Biggie that had that shit happen.
Mhm.
And it happened to have this beef going on that added to this West Coast, East Coast kind of thing, and it just got it
Yeah. So it
crazy.
was like the labels are kind of blowing it out of proportion,
Yeah.
pushing this agenda to try and get more sales out of it. And in the result of that, It ended up,
more gang violence, more
exactly.
because within this music industry, yes, they were looking at it as the money making, there's the music and this, but in the down underground of everything was gang affiliated.
Mm-hmm.
So at the end of the day, the gangs clashed at each other. It wasn't just them getting on the mic and talking shit. It was them getting on the mic talking shit and then them going to murder a motherfucker. Like that's literally what it was.
Yep.
Wasn't he a ballet dancer? Yes, Tupac did ballet dancing. That's how he learned
He
how
was
to
he was a
dance.
backup
He
dancer.
was a
Yeah,
backup
he went to
dancer.
dance school. Like, yeah,
The boy was not
that's
he
part
was
of
not
dance school.
he was not a thug. He wasn't. He was a good. He just got introduced it through the music and shit. That's what put him into that thug status. And then he also learned that thug status was making him money. He was a rapper. He was a thug rapper. So I mean, and there's only a few people, honestly, in the rap game right now that aren't afraid of Suge Knight. And you know who those people are?
Young Boy's one, I know for a fact. I know everybody else is kind of a fraud. There might be a few other ones. I think 21
Young
Savage,
Boy's,
wasn't
I
21?
don't think Young Boy is scared of nobody, and that's in and
Yeah.
of itself is
Eminem.
kind of weird. But like,
Okay, the people that Suge Knight that aren't afraid of Suge Knight and actually have intimidated Suge Knight is Eminem and 50 Cent. Those two names right there have intimidated Suge Knight.
Eminem intimidates everybody, and if you're not intimidated, it's because you don't know him.
Right.
Like,
So what
you
is
don't know
exactly is
you don't know how many rappers he done put in the dirt because they talked about his name. Like,
Literally.
Eminem has
wait?
killed
So he
rap.
has connection. Well, I didn't know about that. I have to look more into that. I thought he just kind of like infiltrated the black community and took advantage of it. I have to learn more
Who?
about that then.
Who?
Eminem.
About Eminem? Oh no, Eminem
Oh,
is
Yeah, I had
Eminem
no idea.
a goat.
is notorious for people like talking shit about him, and then he would
Carrying
just
their-
end their career. He ended
What about
cannabis.
MGK though?
I'd say
Yeah.
he ended MGK's career because that guy's
Yeah.
painting his nails.
Oh, so you mean like metaphorically, not actually like related, put in dirt kind of stuff. You're talking
Well,
metaphorically.
I mean,
a little bit of both.
a
I'd say
little
a
bit of
little
both.
bit of both.
I mean, if you really think about it, MGK doesn't really rap anymore. He's just coming out with like punkish kind of music. He's not a thug rapper like he was trying to be. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he started painting his nails, started doing all this other shit and getting into that punk music. And that didn't happen until that whole feud with Eminem.
Yeah, I was more of the lines of like people actually representing their lifestyle, and I would say NBA YoungBoy is the probably most modern around my age rapper that actually says.
Okay, well, honestly, modern, like if we're gonna talk modern nowadays,
I don't know,
not
Young Boy. Like,
before.
what is Young Boy really doing though? Like, this
I mean,
man's on
Young Boy
house
is-
arrest. Like, okay, you got yada
Yeah.
yada yada, but you're on house arrest, bro. Like, why you chirping? You're not doing nothing to nobody.
Right,
Like,
you can't-
Do you
can't even
think
prove it.
YNW Melly actually did it, and do you believe that he's going to get away with it? If you do believe so, because the trial's going crazy. We have the mistrial, and then we have the retrial already happening.
I'm gonna quote YNW Melly's song. I got murder on my mind.
Literally.
Like, yes, I do think he did it. Like,
He said
did
he
something.
literally
If he didn't do that. He did something else.
bro, you gotta also understand that. So this is what a lot of people, hip hop listeners, don't understand when it comes to hip hop. Hip hop was made generically made for people to get on and not only talk about the struggle that they live through, but the things that they do.
It's a diary with the
It's
with
a
the
diary
beat.
with a beat,
know?
without saying anybody's name. Like ain't nobody on track gonna go, I shot this dude on this block, and they're
I
not gonna,
use this caliber.
Well, obviously,
Right.
like,
threw it in that
obviously,
dumpster.
I believe
Right,
that he did it,
right.
but like, do you think he's going to get away with it? That's the process. Do you think he's going to beat this case?
I mean, if you really think about this, Drake got away with what he did.
I don't know. I feel like if he waits long enough, there's gonna be like it's gonna come to a point where all the witnesses are either disappeared or they've gone into hiding, and all the people that are gonna testify against you have, they've disappeared. They're not here anymore.
I mean, either disappeared or got intimidated enough to fall off.
Exactly.
I mean, and a lot of people want to say, okay, well, in legality, they don't allow you to do that. Yeah, well, not can't do shit if you don't know about it.
That too.
So has anybody kept up with the case of like how it is nowadays? Because I know they have the trial already started again. Do you know how far it's gotten now?
I haven't kept up with that case. No.
No, I haven't fully kept up with it. I know they had a retrial.
You'll
But
watch me some 1090 and go find out. But yeah.
but
I'm kind of into him. 1090 is pretty cool. I saw that he
Yeah,
got into a
he
beef with
speaks on a
this
lot of
other
stuff.
guy.
He
There's
speaks on
another
a lot of
guy.
things.
What was it, Nemo, that said that he beat his ass or something like that? I forgot that whole beef. And there was like the frog guy too that was talking ill on him too.
Frog?
Nino and Frog. Yeah, it was Nino and Frog. And then there's a videotape of 1090J getting beaten up by the short Mexican Nino guy. Yeah, it was I forgot his name was. It was like Frog something was his YouTube channel, but he does the same thing as 1090J. He does the same thing.
Like the same style of
Yep. Yeah. He was. Yep. Yeah. His name was something Frog. If you just type in like Frog, and then type in like prison stories and then type space Frog, his channel should come up. He's a big white guy. 1090 is pretty cool
yeah,
though. Yeah, K-Frog.
Right.
Yeah, he had beef probably about 2 or 3 years ago with him, and then there's a video of Nino basically saying that 1090J was a cocksucker in prison, and they got this big whole like fight. There's actually evidence of like a videotape of them getting into a fight.
Like I'm not gonna say what's wrong or what's right, but lifers or there's people that spend a period of time in jail that's longer than 6 months. If you stop being gay 6 months before you come out, you're not gay. Like niggas in there doing gay shit. But like if you in there for 5 years, niggas be in there doing gay shit for 4 years. Stop it before they leave, and they consider themselves not gay. You could take that how you want to, but that's just how it is.
I mean, true story.
I tried to follow After Prison Show too. I thought he was doing really well with what he was doing with his monetization too. He ended up falling off, and now he's like the Joe Does stuff, but he hasn't been on forever. I really liked After Prison Show. I thought he actually helped people. He exploited their stories, but he also gave them money, you know.
Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
I'm going to head out, but I'll definitely see you in the chat though, okay? It's nice seeing you again, Lightning Watcher. It's nice meeting you, Refine Thinker.
For sure,
Yeah,
man.
likewise, brother. It's nice chatting it up.
Sorry, I'm dying at the moment.
It's all good. It's all good.
But we were talking about this rap shit, and my homie came out with a track with 2 Chainz.
Oh shit.
I've known this boy for 12 years. So it's actually I
Ryan?
feel really proud of him. I'd be able to do a track with him. So once I stop dying.
Yo, what happened with Upchurch and Jellybean, whatever this guy's name is?
I don't. What?
You know Jellybean, that big chunky.
Oh yeah,
Country
yeah.
boy?
I don't remember what happened with him. I know what you're talking about though. Yeah, I don't remember what happened with him. I'm curious. We should look that up sometime. But this is all right. It's called Firehouse Gym, guys. I told y'all we were gonna peep this earlier. I haven't gotten a chance to get to it. But my homeboy Serious Matt, he's on the track along with 2 Chainz, YNG, Luciano, K-Dog, the Ace. We're gonna check this shit out.
Epic Rise, Luciano, and
I'm infatuated with money and the hoes. So many tattoos, I'm worth more than of you niggas in draws. This is not a Boxster, this a photo. Car so cold, man, you need to wear a fur coat. 4 zips pole, got me walk around slow-mo. Everybody saying, man, you should've went solo. But they don't really know, though. This is how we do it. Steal from the rich and bring it back to the hood. Quarter pound of good, got my tour bus musty. Polo rugby, your hoe gon' hug me. If I was you, man, I wouldn't trust me. All this playing gon' make your hoe fuck me.
Okay.
You already know how 2 Chainz gets down. That's his own, you know, typical 2 Chainz flow.
Yeah, no, yeah, it definitely felt like some 2 Chainz.
Like you know, you got that whole vibe. You got, you know, his bars are still kind of the similar style of
Yeah.
bars that he would throw
Not
out.
really much evolution in his game, but
No,
hey, you know, knock it if it works.
right. If it's working, why not? Why change it? You know, I guess.
Polo rugby, yeah, you know they all love me.
Okay,
Back so big, yeah, you know I'm sipping bubbly.
let's go.
Ass so fat, yeah, it felt real comfy. Gas so strong, yeah, it smelled real musty. We were titty boys, so enjoy all the noise. We the boys packing toys, making noise, it's our choice. 2 rings and 2 chains, we bang, we claim, we sang and we swang, it's our thing.
Give me the.
All right, so that bars, I really, me personally, I didn't feel them bars. Like, I feel like he was kind of
Yeah, no, I
over the
mean, like,
place.
just from like a lyrical standpoint, his rhymes were very one-dimensional.
Yeah,
Like, he's just rhyming the ending word from
Right.
each bar. I want
And
to
there
see a little
wasn't
bit
really-
more diversity. Like, I want to see someone say toupee or souffle. That's just one word. Trying
Right.
to give it more depth. So put in like a couple words or 3 words that all
Well,
sound very similar.
and there's like no metaphors that he used in it. There's no.
Yeah, no metaphors.
It was.
no
It was. It
similes.
was very plain.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially if you're gonna come after like 2 Chainz. You know, you already know 2 Chainz is coming out the way he usually does. He spits
Exactly.
his
You
book.
gotta show
you-
up at
And
least to that
it's-
point.
I'm saying, like, you know, you got 2 Chainz already. You're here. You already got him on track. You got to put in a little diversity to kind of show why you here. You know what I mean?
Yeah, 100%.
I feel like he kind of fell through on that. But the next verse, obviously, is my boy.
We
Chris Mack.
claim, we sang and we swang, it's our thing.
Give me the mic. Back on a chronic vibe, epic rise. Till we get smacked out on the gun keg on the track with 2 Chainz. And I'm feeling hot on 2 different strains. Take a trip to a land event. Now I'm feeling bubbly. See the smoke in the cab is musty. Back in the day, you had your bitch around me. Then it was your fault for trusting me. Ha! The homie AU from the Firehouse Gym knows a man. We gon' keep it a buck 100. K-Dog get him with another. Run it. 100, no.
All right, so that was Serious Mac. Honestly, I like his bars.
I like it more than the last guy.
Right.
I feel like it could have been a little bit better. Like there's a couple bars where I was like, "Oh, you should have rhymed right there. You should have rhymed right there." But it was still solid.
Right.
I feel like it could have been a little bit better though.
The flow was nice.
The flow was nice. He changed his flow a couple times. He didn't just go in with the same 1 bar, 2 bar
Right.
repetitiveness.
Mm-hmm.
So,
He
like,
threw in, I believe he threw in a metaphor in there too. In
He's got
the
better
mid-
voice control than the first guy too, or the second guy.
Yeah. Definitely. I feel like he kind of went hard in it, but there's certain places where he could have went harder within lyrically.
Mm-hmm.
But overall, sound wise, like he killed it. I mean, I can definitely vibe to it with what he's got going on with the lyrics that are being thrown in.
Yep.
The next guy was, I believe, K-Dog.
100 no cat, 100 no back. Just see what she sent me when your back is turned, she snap. It's a race, you get overlaps like pussy lands on my lap. Keep on banging, keep on slanging like I'm posted in the trap. Open.
Polo rugby, yeah, you know they all
Okay, so that little bit right there. I don't like the editing that he's doing with his vocal.
Mm-hmm.
The distortion sound.
Yeah.
I feel like if you're gonna come out with a deep raspy kind of tone in your rap voice, you need to kind of make that natural, because if you use that auto tone, it kind of really fucks with the vibe of the words that you're spitting.
Yeah,
It
for
doesn't
real.
sound authentic enough to give that, tone and depth of what you're saying. It just
Mhm.
sounds really fake.
Mhm.
And that's just as a listener standpoint. I can't. I mean, it doesn't. I can't take your words as serious because it sounds so fake. If that makes sense.
Yeah. It sounds like he's forcing it a little bit. Ski Mask does this well. He has that raspy voice where like you almost expect it, and it fits his style. It fits the songs. It fits the beats that he's rapping over. And this, I don't feel like that fit.
Right. No. Especially like what you got going on beforehand, all three people, and then you throw this into it.
Yeah.
It becomes out of place.
It almost feels like a verse that they slapped in there last, and it's just to
Right.
fill that extra few bars.
Yeah. And I feel like even lyrically, like not even just on the vocal standpoint, lyrically, I feel like he could have went hard,
Absolutely.
but
Yeah.
he didn't. He really didn't pull it
Absolutely.
off. Let's check this a little bit. Oh,
In the trap open.
Polo with me, yeah, you know they all love me.
Okay.
Back so big, yeah, you know I'm sipping public.
Chorus.
Got so fat, yeah, you know it felt comfy.
or the bridge, whatever you want to call it.
Smell real musty. We were titty boys, so enjoy all the noise. We the boys packing toys, making noise. It's our choice. 2 rings and 2 chains. We bang, we clang, we sing and we swang. It's our thing.
You obviously got the outro of the beat.
Shit,
Beat-
man.
That beat goes hard.
The beat's okay. I would have got 2 Chainz on the fucking chorus, man. Like y'all
Yo,
guys,
I'm saying
chorus
like
out
that when I first heard when he pitched this to me, he was like, "Bro, I got a track with 2 Chainz and blah blah blah." I was excited because I was like, "All right, you got Serious Mac gonna spit some rhymes that he does with his pitch and his little thing, and then you got K Dog and you got Luciano." It's like, so you have 2 Chainz in the middle doing his thing. His little his niche is we'll go with. Because that's what he's really good at. Like most of his top bangers was he's a feature and he's just doing little bits and parts.
exactly.
He
That's
that's what he kills.
That's why he's there. Yeah.
So like you put him like that and then had the other verses going off of that. Like that would have been crisp as fuck. I as a song altogether, it's a vibe kind of. It's a good song. Like I could listen to it. It's just as an artist standpoint, I feel like a lot of them, even 2 Chainz, could have went a little bit harder and versatile. Like,
Oh, absolutely.
you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like
That was,
even 2 Chainz for his credibility and who he is. Like, where are you at in the game, bro?
I think also maybe he wasn't that crazy about putting
The
out
track?
something that he's proud about because it wasn't gonna be like a big track. It wasn't a big feature.
Right? It's not his Drake feature. Like
Yeah,
this
he's
is
not.
this is
It's not
this
there
is a
with
bunch of
Quavo and Offset. Like he's
no. This
there's
is
just,
him
like,
rapping with some technically nobodies. They're not famous. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Yeah.
these are underground rappers. These aren't big names that everybody knows.
Or if 2 Chainz blows up on this feature, like you say, he gives them, more than they paid for it. It's not really gonna help 2 Chainz. It's gonna help them.
Yeah. Which I mean, it's also a good thing for him when he's doing that either way. Because if you are helping out other artists, it's gonna
Make you look better. Right.
I mean,
But
especially
you don't want to look too good to the point where it's like it brings more attention to the lack of the
Right.
for the other artists on the track,
Yeah.
right?
You're right, 100%. I would have liked to see. I don't know if like 2 Chainz producers or anything like that worked through this, or if it was just 2 Chainz laying out a verse to it and that was it. I don't know
Yeah.
any other dynamic of it, but from what I hear, I think this is more of a Serious Mac beat. I really would have liked to see like them collab together on the beat.
Definitely. Like
Get a mixture of like
have
2
both
Chainz
guys
style
in the
beat.
studio at the same time
Right.
is ideal, but I guess with this level of status, you're not going to
Yeah,
be
no.
in 2 Chainz studio, right?
Right, 100%. So, but it would have been very interesting to see what it came out with that, with
Yeah.
a mixture of like a 2 Chainz
Just having the
style
input
beat
from
with-
both sides kind of
Yeah.
orchestrating together to make a
To make-
cohesive unit, you know?
Yeah, I think it would have been a lot better if done that way, because then it would have. I feel like they would have put a little bit more time in it
Mhm.
too, because collectively you're, throwing out ideas, and you got your songwriting, you got your beat making, producing, your mastering, then you got your recording, your takes. Who knows? This might have been just a one take deal for each one of them, and they threw it together and produced it.
Right. Yeah. I see
It
that
could have been one of
happening.
those.
Yeah,
It could have
I
been one
can
of
see
those
that.
deals where it wasn't a time consuming like album thing. It was just like, hey, you got one take, write some shit down, record it, and send it, and we're gonna put it on this. This is the beat,
Mhm.
Which
Yeah.
I could totally see that being pretty much how this went, kind of.
Yeah. No,
The way
definitely. Yeah.
with the way the raps were, and the way lyrics were, and how they sounded, and the coherency of the whole song, right? I feel like that was kind of more of what it sounds like that happened. Each one of them
I
got
agree.
the beat, and they were like, hey, write some shit.
Yeah. No, it definitely feels like a quick kind of throwaway verse
Mm.
for most of the guys on the track.
I mean, either way, you're still coming out with a song with 2 Chainz. I mean,
Yeah, that's still it
ups.
holds some weight,
that's
definitely.
big ups. That's big ups.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, he's done also music with Mike Jones. He's done music with Lil White, Tech Nine,
It's like at the same time, we're criticizing, but we're not on a track with 2 Chainz.
I'm fucking saying, like,
So you got to give credit where credit's due. He
That's what
did
I'm
that.
saying.
He did the deed.
I'm saying, like, there's
he's
some names on
More
it that he's-
proficient rapper than I am right now, but I can still critique you because I've heard other rappers.
All right, I'm a listener.
Yeah.
But for real, I think that that's dope as fuck that he was able to get on track with 2 Chainz. Like I said, he was on track with Mike Jones and a few other people. Like I said, I mean, that's development.
For sure. I'm gonna keep growing.
Especially in this rap game, because rap game right now is tight. Like, oh, the rap game has fell off though. Like, nowadays the
even know
rappers, like, I can't. I be fucking with some Burden. I mean, Burden be going hard a little bit, but like, other than that, like, I don't really like most of the rappers are just, it's the same old same shit.
Yeah, more or less.
Lil Wayne did come off hard on that new song with Tyga and YG, brand new. Yo,
I didn't hear about that.
Lil Wayne's bars, bro. I mean, like, cause, and if you know anything about Lil Wayne doesn't write.
Yeah.
He's a freestyler.
I remember him since
So-
like a milli, and I was fucking
Yeah.
in elementary school, running home after school to go search him up on my computer. That took 5 minutes to boot up. Like, yeah, I
Right.
remember Lil Wayne when he was hype.
Yeah, and I mean, so the goat thing about Lil Wayne is he doesn't write. It's all freestyle. When he gets on the track, it's right off the top of the dome. Like, and that's a goat ass thing. I have to give props to where prop is due. It. That's fire. If you can come up to right on the set and just be like, yo, boom, here we go. That's it. That take is it. That's what you got for your bars. And still come out with bangers. Like, think of all the rappers and think about where Lil Wayne has gone with his music, and just like the history of Lil Wayne. I mean,
he
Cash
really,
Money,
like,
all that, before,
he cemented his name in rap, like in hip hop. Like, there's no denying or taking anything away from him.
Dude, he is much higher than fucking Birdman ever will be. Okay.
Yeah, I can't deny
Like,
that.
Birdman was not that popular.
Mm-hmm.
If you really want to get real about it with the Cash Money shit, Birdman wasn't shit to anybody on that. Like, for his status, like, he really wasn't much. That's why it was like really interesting when I heard Lil Wayne come out when I was young, and he would always call himself Birdman Jr. But I was like, but you're so much better than Birdman. Like
Yeah, no, totally.
so much better than Birdman. Birdman ain't shit. Like I used to like my before I play this, show you this. My favorite shit used to be like old school, like Common.
Comment, okay.
You know, Common was a lot of people didn't, you know, Common wasn't very popular. I can't say he was a popular rapper or anything like that. He wasn't. But his music, his ability, the shit that he said in his songs were different also.
Oh, absolutely. No, I mean like him.
If you imagine
Khaled-
his music coming out now versus when it came out then,
He'd be J. Cole,
bro.
if it came out right now.
He'd be lit.
He'd be J. Cole right now.
Lit.
He'd be
He
at the same
came
level.
out. He came out at the wrong fucking time. That's all
Yeah.
it was.
Yeah.
Came out
I mean,
wrong fucking time.
look at Most Def, and Talib Kweli when they
Yep.
came out with Black Star. That project has never been topped. I don't think it ever will be,
No.
because like musically, it was just as good as it gets.
Yeah, true.
And I think they had Common on a couple tracks. I might be wrong about that, but Common had that similar kind of vibe, that energy where he came on a track, it was going to be solidified as a classic.
And he was also a lyricist, though.
Yeah,
Like his way
That's
with
what did
words
it.
was different.
that's what did it. Yeah,
It
totally.
was just different. It was a different breed, bro. Like it wasn't this.
Dilated Peoples too.
Yep. Yep.
That track with Kanye and Common, that shit went hard.
No, bro, that shit was fire. And that shit didn't even get no radio. Like that shit was like, I was mad when that shit didn't get no radio. I was like, oh, but you can't tell me nothing about Kanye, but you can't play this shit. Like, come on now.
Yeah, right.
But let's check this out though. It's Tyga, YG, Lil Wayne, brand new. I came out with it 4 weeks ago. I vibes.
Did you hear any of the Drake album?
And of course, you know, got the Modern Woman. Hey,
Are you playing it off of?
before I continue this, hold the fuck on. All right, we got Tyga starting out first, bro. You know Lil Wayne's on the track, right? If you know anything about Lil Wayne, you know he's gonna come out hot already. I'm gonna say this: Tyga needs to pick up his game. I'm just saying. Like, that's it.
Oh, I'm gonna say right away. I like how they're doing this thing that MF Doom used to do a lot, where instead of saying the last couple words of your bar, you let the music do it, or you let the people assume what you're gonna say.
Yeah,
I like that.
I like that, but you'll see what I mean later in the song, and you'll be like, okay, I got what you were reading. I can't say nothing until after Lil Wayne spits his shit.
Yeah.
Too much Birdman references too. Like Birdman ain't even in a song, bro. Like, calm down. Get off his dick.
Is he sitting in his house like this man does not care.
Literally.
Sitting in the house that you paid for with your hard work.
Literally.
Oh man. Yo, when did the 9 to 5 blue collar worker become swag?
Right.
Like when did that high vis and like
Literally.
clothes?
Literally.
How did become looking like a construction worker become style? How is that style?
Literally.
You're only missing the
Yo,
steel toe boots, man.
I'm
Like,
saying he got the hat to match it though. All he need is a hard hat and he
where's your
good.
goggles, bro? That ain't
Alright,
OSA
bro.
approved. Oh man.
And he got that shit.
Is that
All right.
OSA approved?
Right, I'm saying. Oof. Oof.
Is this Tyga's song?
It says Tyga, YG, Lil Wayne. Yes, it's Tyga's song.
It's gotta be because I'm like a minute 15
It's-
in and he's rapped like the entire time. That's like half of the track.
Mm-hmm. It's Tyga's song, but bro, he didn't say shit.
Yeah, he really
If
didn't
you
say
really
much.
think about it, you
really didn't say much.
he took up most of the time, but he didn't say shit.
I'm smoking brand new
We're-
weed.
right.
I got a brand new bitch. I'm driving
We're
a
at-
brand new
we s-
whip. It's
We
like, okay.
started at what, a minute 15? So yeah, a minute 15, and we were at what, 126, 124. We was at 124, and Lil Wayne's already come off with like 3 different sets of bars already, in just that matter of time.
Yeah. See,
I mean-
yeah. I think that's why he put such a large verse, like a large like time slot for himself, but it still doesn't
It
take
doesn't
away from the
work.
shine because
No.
Lil Wayne's still gonna outshine you, bro.
Right, especially you ain't saying no bars, you're saying the same shit over and over
It's just
again. Like,
predictable. It's too predictable. You got a new
Yeah.
car, okay. You got a new house, okay.
you're smoking on
you're
good
smoking
weed, you're
weed?
fucking bad bitches, okay.
All right. You tell me something I don't know.
All right.
Or at least put it in a funny way or like something,
Right,
you know?
like he came like, and then you got Lil Wayne coming out with like, these diamonds be talking and they sleep.
Okay.
You know not to test me like SATs.
It's like, oh, all right, I like
They
that.
pay me like Riri.
I mean,
They
Riri gets
read
paid.
like ASB. Like, yo, come on. And my diamond's gonna sing like do re mi. Hey, like come on. Literally. And
Yeah,
how
the
many seconds? How many
misdirections, the
fucking songs?
metaphors, like
How-
come on, man.
You
like,
can't see the direction he's gonna go, and it's just like, yo, okay, this is fire.
because it makes you want to listen to it. When it
Mhm.
all kind of blends together, you're just like, I don't really care if I listen to it or not because I don't really care what you're saying.
Right, right. This shit, you're like, ooh, okay. Like, okay. Ended that shit.
Yeah.
Got a brand new brand new zeros. I can ball a bag of Funyuns. Like, yo. Got a brand new phone with a brand new number on some brand new shit. Got a brand new come up. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Just like, yeah. Yeah.
bro, like,
All I can say is yeah. Because
Yeah.
like, who am I to say that he's not? I mean, okay.
for real, like, but
You
like
don't.
these you don't have a direction with it. You can't be like, yep, he's gonna say this. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And
the-
that's
like
what
the
makes it
The
great.
structure of his bars are better. Like they're just structured better. He's using offset bars. So like this bar, he might have 2 less words than the one before, and it keeps the listener on their toes.
Right. Yeah.
Tyga's saying more or less the
Tyga
same
is-
thing. Like,
Yeah, Tiger bland as fuck.
right?
Let's snort this Michael Jackson, get a brand new nose. Oh my god. Yo, that's a bar. And then they add this part. I love this part. Like,
Pop 2X like Dose Key. Oh man.
but don't miss. Guys, fucking good. Fucking don't miss, man. Like, yo, that's true though. Lil Wayne don't miss. You put Lil Wayne on the track, he gonna hit it.
Yep. Yup.
You know, like you can't put Lil Wayne on the track and expect something that ain't gonna work with it. He gonna come out with some fire. Like you already know.
I mean, I can't even say almost every time because it's every time. It's
You know, I don't know a Lil Wayne song that hasn't came out that isn't banger for when he comes out with his shit. You know what I mean? Like he comes out with bangers, bro. Even his features are bangers.
Yep.
Not saying the people that he raps with on the features, their part can be on them. But when he comes out on that fucking feature, he's coming with fire, bro. He's lit. He's kind of like, but Eminem that way too. Eminem, you know, if Eminem come on a track, especially nowadays, right now, bro, it's gonna be fire.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't coming out with like some shit that like.
Yeah,
I love Eminem, but he's not gonna go back to the shit that he came out with.
I'm not like
with
I
that
don't want to
dog-
compare them to
the
Gunna.
relapse, like the relapse album. I'm sorry, but that shit was dog
Yeah,
shit.
it wasn't great.
He even says it was dog shit.
I'm not
Like,
afraid.
Yeah, like he was like, dude, that was the weakest album I've came out with, and it's true. It is. It's dog shit. Like it is not his talent.
There's this
Now
weird
he won't
spot
do it
that
again.
Gunna is in because like everybody's looking at Gunna like he's this, like he's that, right? So
Yeah.
he knows if he drops a track, it has to be a 10 out of 10 every time. He can't miss anymore because people
Yeah.
already have that chip on their shoulder. They already don't like you.
Right.
But if you keep dropping bangers, you can change that perception. People have already kind of shifted. They're already starting to be like, oh, if he's dropping
Right.
bangers, he didn't snitch on me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not in jail.
Right.
I'm gonna be bobbing my head to this shit. It's hard.
Right. What's your thoughts on Chris Webby?
I don't even know who that is.
All right. Let me introduce you to
me
some
the
Chris
breakdown.
Webby. Are you ready?
Yeah.
All right. So he's a political rapper. I'll tell you this right now. All right. But his bars are fire, bro.
Okay. Oh, okay.
I fucks with it. Is the song muted? No? Oh, wait. Hold on. Maybe it's not. Is it not playing through my stream?
I got my YouTube on mute. I haven't checked.
Oh, it didn't share. There we go. It should be up now. You got it? Yes. Hold on, let's figure out a way. There we go. See? Sorry, Trisha. But this is Chris Webby. His videos are pretty dope too. I'll give it that. Creative.
Yeah, I'm liking the camera angles, the way he's floating in there.
Here we are again. I wish I didn't have to keep writing these songs. I really do. Let me warm up real quick. Another time, another. the year. Another chance to remind these rappers why I'm who they fear. If we're being honest, I've been getting tired of it here. Now it's time to say goodbye and have me sign your souvenirs. Cause this Wednesday's the last one. Really? It's a rap, son. 7-year album rollout. And then when that's done, I ain't really got a plan for what be coming next. But before I dip, you know I got a couple left. Get it off my chest, incline press, all in an eloquent way. If you don't move, you might be catching it straight. Low key, lot of rappers biting Webby these days. I'm a proud dad. Who am I to get in the way of all my sons I gave life to? Look at them run. Feels like yesterday I taught them to walk. Now they become so big since I showed them how this shit could be done. Why would I ask for flowers in a game that's giving me none? I'm so independent, I make independent rappers look dependent. I birthed the business model, other people took the credit. So get your shit straight. I've been around since that Piff mixtapes. This ain't fucking clickbait. When I'm
Okay, this ain't fucking. Hey, he came out with it like
I mean,
that little independent bar, little, you know.
Mm-hmm. Oh, the bars from the whole time are great. The structure nice. I like the way that he leads you into his next rhyming bar while he's still finishing his last rhyme. So he had one there where he had a couple of lines where he rhymed them, and then after that, he put in the next word that he's gonna rhyme with. He brought it back to the first one, and the bar after that, he started with like 3 or 4 consecutive bars with that second rhyming word, where you can kind of switch the flow into another way, or use the same flow, but just switch that last rhyming word. I like that. I like the structure on that. It was solid.
on the road, I'm who they paying to see. Night after night, year after year, remaining to be one of the coldest MCs, undebated indeed. They try but can't replicate being as crazy as me. An OG in a game full of puppies and I'm Cujo. Yeah, they got some monthlies, they ain't packing rooms though. They don't know the ciphers where I grew up paying dues. They'll never fit in my shoes, they'll never do what I do. So, yo, the government'll get to killing me already. What the fuck you waiting on? I told you, Hillary, I'm ready for shit until they get me. We gon' ride it higher now with the bars. Yeah, singing like the Irish side of town. And my mind's derailed like all the damn trains these days. Got me afraid of the...
I like the whole coverage that he did when he leaded into the trains. He went to a rail. He's at a, train.
Mm-hmm.
And like the video showing
incorporate the video with the
with his the whole, it's not just hearing, you're visually getting it too.
Mm-hmm.
And his voice is different. I like the difference in the way his voice sounds compared to like other rappers. It's a very different tone that you wouldn't expect in a rap game.
Sounds better on like for hip hop. For rap, it's better that you have like a more scrappy kind of voice because it stands aside from the beat. You don't want your voice to mix with the beat so that like the listener has to try to listen to what you're saying. This way his voice stands out.
100%.
Rain these days, but the Ukraine these days. Yeah, that's what they want us watching instead of chemical fires and clouds of dioxins. Vinyl chloride killing with the drizzle dropping. Breathing or eating food seeped in toxins. Contaminate our crops and the water that we washing. And tell you that it's safe, they some lying motherfuckers. Now it's just another cover up. Really, I mean, what the fuck? All these black rock motherfuckers trying to comfort us. Maybe we should comfort them. Load and light the muzzle up. Pour some Ohio tap water and fill them up a cup. Straight from East Palestine. Make them all swallow it and drive them to their first visit to the oncologist 2 years later when the tumors all surface, just to look them in the eyes and tell them that they deserve it. We got Klaus Schwab, Bill Gates, all these...
Like, come on, that's the other thing. He's using his words differently than others. Like, he's talking about some real shit.
Yeah. He's not just like painting a picture, he's telling the story while he's painting the picture.
Right. And that's fire. I mean, more than what we're getting from the main rap game right now. You know what I mean? Like, this is more appeasing on the ears. Definitely. I'm intrigued to want to listen to more. You know what I mean? He's pulling you in as the bars are going, he's pulling you in deeper into what he wants to say about the story. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah.
Damn serpents in society, blind like they aren't trying to hurt us. The poison us for profit, they've been trimming down our population. Evil is the occupation. With the great reset prepped and on deck, sheep following sheep. Our country's falling apart, Biden's falling asleep. They put our rights up on the market and they bought them for cheap. While selling fear through propaganda, then they wash and repeat and see. They tell a boy he's a girl, no he's not, he's 8. That I will not debate, let alone tolerate. All these genders nowadays, how do we accommodate? Most of us are just confused, why y'all gotta call it hate? Canceling is all the rage, sanity been tossed away. Kids identifying as animals and we call them brave. But fuck that, I don't care if it's my kid or not. DCF can have them if they shitting in a litter box. Did you get boosted? Well, Charlie Puth did. All these shots fucking with hearts like Cupid. They selling souls to the pharmacists, taking blood money and sucking big pharma's dick. But listen, that could never be Webby. I'd rather die a martyr than be a motherfucking hashtag
Pfizer
partner. And I'm not saying that you're stupid if you're vaxxed though, Mr. Fiasco. All I'm saying is I am smart. I know that I'm
Damn. And did you notice that little bar that he put? He had like the beat say it,
Mhm.
Pfizer.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
That
But you
right
can't-
there
you can't-
was
you can't
slick
say
as
it. He
fuck.
didn't mention the virus. He didn't mention. I'm sorry. I actually shouldn't say the C word on your stream to
Right.
avoid that. But
Right.
he didn't actually mention the word in and of itself, and that was so beautiful about it because he just painted a picture for you, and said what he needed to say
Without making it too
without
direct.
making it blatant. That was great. That was
Right.
great.
I'm a fire starter, but I tried to tell them all in raw thoughts fine. But let me add, if you got it against your will for a job that'll pay your bills, then your bosses should be in jail. Your doctor should all be killed, and I'm sorry that's how I feel. But they were following orders. You know who else was following orders? Nazi supporters. Fuck all the employers who ever forcing their staff to be enforced with a jab for a flu that they probably already had. To keep a job that gives them all that they have. Free country, how the fuck are we even calling it that? Is it like some sick joke? Is it all for a laugh? Have we truly reached a point that we're too lost to get back? Are we body positive? Is it fine to be fat? It's actually healthy according to some scientist stats. But look, Nestle is the company supplying the fat. That's a conspiracy. I'm just not subscribing to that. So get your tinfoil hat and never come back again. Racist colonizer, I will never play your tracks again till you say sorry for being white. Not that again. How you blaming me for slavery? Shit, I'm Italian. Only on your mother's side, see? You just fucking lie. Shut the fuck up, yo. Damn, let me fucking slide. Not getting kicked.
That little bouncing that he's doing with the voices is
Yeah.
fire component.
The
too.
back and forth is great.
Right.
Is great.
It especially with where he's going with his bars, right? Like it's not all over the place. He flew into it. Like there was a good transfer into it.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't feel out of place. You were drawn to it. You kind of, once you hear it, you're like, okay, I know where this is going. And you kind of, you feel like, what's the word I'm looking for?
Like you have an idea what he's insinuating.
Right. Yes. He's like lining it up
Yeah.
with the off voice. You know what I mean?
And I like that, like the fact that he's going back and forth, but at the same time, it seems like it's like almost like a normal conversation, like a conversation
Right.
that you might have gone through or heard from someone else,
Right. Yeah.
of some like
Relatable.
topic that a very relatable topic that everybody's kind of stands on one side or the other of the fence.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Canceled already, it's been a bumpy ride. You expect me to run and hide? Never that. I be ivermectin with it, yeah, I gave him the remedy. Hit the game with the recipe, did it safe and effectively. Saw the Grim Reaper just a couple paces ahead of me. But we cut a side deal and dug a grave for my enemies. And the thing about the truth is, they don't let us see. And the thing about the proof is, they keep it from me. While the thing about the news is, it's made for dummies. And the thing about the Jews is... Wait, did my song censor itself? Oh, great. Now they'll say I'm anti-Semitic as well. It's all right. And make sure my records never will sell. Say what you will about them, yo, but shit, they clever as hell. Jesus Christ, folks. Are we at the point where as a white guy, I gotta ask if it's fine if I make a white joke? A little extra mayonnaise up on the side joke? A little I don't get pulled over when I drive joke?
Yo. But hey, can I say the flow that he does, the interchangeable flows are
Yeah, it's
so
phenomenal.
nice. It's so nice.
It's
Like
he got the great structure and like I don't know if he's writing or if he's freestyling, but it's working, man.
right, like the transfers also like so they're not out of place. They're structured very well, and he kind of leans you into each one.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like boom, you know what I mean? Like it works. He works his way into it, which is really nice of way of doing it. You know,
Yeah, and he's not just like throwing what he wants to say on a track that doesn't fit it. No, the
right?
beat has been engineered to cut and to give you silences where you want the silences, to drop the beat when you want to drop the beat.
Yeah,
He's gone through and he's engineered his beat to fit what he's saying.
yeah,
It makes
100%.
come together as a unit.
Yeah, 100%. And the video is also goes right with it too. The little touches he's doing, like
does.
with the zombies, the different areas he's going to, the
Mhm.
backdrops, even certain things that are going on in a video during the song of what he's saying, kind of goes with everything, and it's a really good mash.
Totally.
Lighten up, people. We ain't so different. The two teams now are the compliers and the dissidents. So pick a side. Ain't no time for you to sit the fence. Say fuck this. Refuse to be a participant. Awake yourself from the cloud of cognitive dissonance. Conspiracies are coming true. It's no coincidence. The ones that power banking on us staying ignorant. That's why they hate us when we give a shit. So listen, cause if everybody gave a shit at once, then their game would all be done. If the people united against the few that run the planet, we would take them in a month. I don't know what would come after. After all, I'm just a rapper trying to spread truth while I'm still on earth. And sometimes with the truth, that shit gon' hurt. Last Wednesday, bitch. But before I dip off, I got some people that I gotta piss off first. Webby.
I love that.
Mhm.
But before I go, I got some people I gotta piss off first. All right. So it's like another lead. You know what I mean? The leading. Oh my god, bro. So I'm gonna give you a little insight. This is where he's about to go harder than he's ever went throughout the whole song. This is the hardest.
Okay.
All right. He always when you listen to any of his raw thoughts, all his last couple minutes is straight hardcore bars. He's spitting. He's going hard.
Raw thoughts. Fuck Ted Cruz too. To all my brothers and sisters in the quarantine zones, or anyone else tapped into these frequencies hearing my words, the survivors out there who still have enough fight in them to stand up against the injustice and tyranny of the establishments risen from the shadow of our society's collapse. Fedra and their affiliate groups seek to keep us in a state of dependence as they rule over us, just like the government elites in times of old. We may be lost, our spirits may be broken, but it isn't over yet. My name is of no importance anymore. All that matters is that I have found the cure they've been keeping from us. Anyone looking to seek refuge and help us take the next steps towards a brighter tomorrow, you have a home with us. To those prepared to dissent, now is our time to rise. And to those whose fear blinds them into compliance, it's time to pick a side. If you continue to ride the fence, you will get caught in the crossfire. Because there will be a war ahead, both of the physical and spiritual kind. And if the wrong side winds up on the losing end, it very well may be the last war. So to anyone looking to interfere and try to further subjugate us, Fedra or whoever, we'll be ready.
So that's like a little sample of when like he at the end he always pitches like the main point of what he's trying to say.
Mhm.
Or it's an attack like this next one that I'm about to show you. It's his attack. If that like his main attack of the song.
Yeah,
Like,
no, that makes sense.
So like this is the more popular one that I'm about to play. And You'll see what I mean by at the end is a tag. You're
There's
gonna
a
be like,
lot
oh
of
damn.
opinions floating around these days, and I got my own.
Very similar. You know, it's Raw Thoughts. So you're gonna get the same similar vibes. This one's just a little bit different the way he approaches everything. Same similar construct though.
You know, they may not be publicly acceptable, they may get me canceled, but it's my goddamn American right to speak 'em. And if you got a problem with that, suck my dick. In a world made for the weak, the meek, the beta males and the sheep, too soft for debate. If they don't agree, then they just block and try to censor whatever you speak. Only like minds on the timeline that they see. They anti this and anti that. So close-minded, really, they just anti-facts. And you can show them the proof, but if it doesn't all align with their views that they've been programmed.
I like the little insinuations already in the video.
Yeah.
You know, it's very fitting. The
Oh,
bars
it does.
are there.
And making everybody sheep. They're all just the same copycat, the same guys. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep. And
That'll
then
be the
you know the
imagery.
bars are definitely right there. Obviously, right at the beginning. He's got the same construct as last time, kind of. But yeah.
Ran with from the news and they don't want to hear it or even fucking be near it. See, the truth is too much for their spirit, that's why they fear it. They try to tell me no, but fuck it, I'ma say it anyway. I've been waiting for the government to kill me any day. What the fuck, I'm not important enough? Must I talk about the vax, how they poisoning us? Or the Vatican and all the little boys that they touch? I'm not scared, shit, it's not like I'm avoiding this stuff. Yeah, the First Amendment still lives on through me and certain other motherfuckers who ain't on TV. We the last dinosaurs alive in AD. When we're gone, then you'll really know that freedom ain't free. But if everybody got to showing some balls, these agendas they've been pushing will be slow to a crawl. But y'all so fucking soft, obeying and going along, sitting there triggered over a song. I know the type, got a
Like, damn. Bro. Them bars. Like,
And
He's
the
just-
bars
it-
and the insinuation is like come together, right? But like if you want to lean more on the insinuation on that fact that someone that you know thinks critically or someone that's not you know with that mainstream shit
right.
is ostracized. They're looked at like they're a fucking unicorn.
Yep.
And that was that
Right.
scene in a nutshell. Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, he painted it so well too. Like, I don't.
Yeah.
The word construction he uses. I don't see any better way to put it. Honestly, if you know, when you're talking like, and especially when you're talking like these kind of topics, obviously they're very one-sided or other. You're either going to get the listeners or you're not.
Mhm.
You know, the one listeners that aren't listeners, you probably will get them, but they're there to, you know, throw their own.
Yeah, but then again, like it comes down to who do you want as your listener, right?
Right.
And
Exactly.
the people that are gonna get upset by this aren't your demographic to begin with.
Exactly. And that's where you got to have that I don't give a fuck attitude, you know.
Yeah.
Which
And
a
just
lot of
like,
people
yeah, if
have.
you don't like it, keep it stepping, bro. It's not for you.
Like he started it, but we're talking about it. But what did he say at the beginning of the song? He said this shit might get me fucking canceled, blah 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 blah. But if you don't like it, you could suck my dick.
Exactly. Right? He told you from the get-go.
Literally, from the start, before you even listen to any of his bars, he was like, "You don't like it, just so you know, this is what this is gonna be. If you don't like it, suck my fucking dick. Like, get over it." So I mean, the warning was there. But no, like I mean, as far as lyricists and lyrics, it's definitely very, very well put.
Black Lives Matter sign on the front porch. Never had a black person in the house. Yeah, it's time to call them out. Virtue signal motherfuckers ain't about shit. They just running at the mouth with these pre-programmed points of view and these ludicrous facts. Asian hate, stop acting like you knew about that. If you need a safe space, there's some room in the back. With fresh vaginal wipes you can use while I rap. Pussy, yeah, it helps them all sleep at night. knowing they signed a petition for equal rights for transgenders, talking like it's their fight, when in reality they never met one in their life. They don't donate or actually do nothing about it. They just sit there sipping Mountain Dew on their couches while they clapping for each other and circle jerking themselves. Applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy because I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot and discredits what I say. And I'm each other and circle jerking themselves. Applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy because I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot.
Did I rewind
and
it?
discredits what I say.
A little bit, it's all good.
I'd rather have some toxic masculinity than have an inner vision, me bitch, so suck a dick of 3. See, the algorithm's keeping you lost, and now you're caught in an echo chamber of your own thoughts. Let me talk while I can and speak to all my supporters before there's lawyers, threats, and gag orders. Because nowadays, that's the American way, with this false administration that has led us.
The Blue Clues reference.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. I just gotta say, I love that.
Astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say. But
Yo, he went there. He said the truth though.
Days, that's the American
Yeah.
way, with this false administration that has led us astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say.
Bars. I love how he put that.
But we tired of that. So when I'm here to rap, I got a duty to the people to bring light to the facts. Never see a day I'm taking it back. If I gave a shit, then I'd use a mask for wiping my
Yo, the little mask face. That's funny as fuck. I love it.
When it comes to the shot, I don't care if you got it. Why you care if I didn't? I'm not understanding the logic. Shit, it's such a hot topic. You can get them in malls. I just got my 8th booster. Fucking round of applause. People
Right.
scared to say it, so they just say nothing instead. So let me make myself clear so they don't twist what I said. Hell yeah, I'll get the shot with a gun to my head. After they pull the trigger and they vaccinate me dead.
Yo.
This
I
guy
mean,
really doesn't want to get vaccinated here.
right. I'm saying.
Like,
Jesus.
really doesn't want to get it. All right, okay.
Right. But so now you're getting into the, this is the middle, I guess I'd call it, the song. He's calling out, the title Raw Thoughts. You got the little imagery. I'm gonna call this like the build up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I ain't no Democrat, I ain't no fucking Republican either. These motherfucking raw thoughts. I'm a free-thinking citizen of the United States of America, god damn it. Raw thoughts. And I've been seeing where this world's going, where this country's going, it makes me sick. These motherfucking raw thoughts. Fuck the New World Order. Take that vaccine and shove it up your ass. Raw thoughts.
Okay. There you go for that, lead in. This is where where the attack mode is, all right?
Mm-hmm.
This is where bars are gonna come flying.
Oh, y'all thought I was done?
Oh, you thought I was done?
Hell no. This is raw thoughts.
Line them
You know
up.
how we do. Line these motherfuckers up. It's time to get to work. Where should I start? Joe Biden, I guess. Old Yeller. Shit, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't died on us yet. You ain't our president, dog. Shit, you don't have to pretend. Come on, Joe. We all know that you ain't actually win. Yeah, them puppet strings holding you up. Weekend at Bernie's. Dementia really slowing you up. Should we be worried? You're tripping upstairs, then you're sniffing on hair. Someone go and get this geriatric man a wheelchair.
Oof. Oh, man.
And then you got his son making lots of loot from the Ukraine and blew it on prostitutes. So I snort a line of crack rock off the protective case up on Hunter Biden's laptop. So I'm typing in caps lock.
Oh, he said on the top of the
Like, hi Fauci, I seen that mail leak, dog. Better get a better antivirus called a Geek Squad. The king of backtracks. Last time I seen that many wrong numbers was me when I failed math class. And Jen Psaki, I'm getting sick of that lying twat fire crotch. Always trying to tell me they'll require shots. But if it's shots that they want, I'll let them have it. If they knocking on my door, checking my vaccine status. Andrew Cuomo, grabbing asses like the old days. Still had time to kill more old people than old age. We all hate you, judge and defame you. I speak for all Italians, we don't claim you. Injected Rachel Maddow with a fatal strain of mad cow. Walked her up a massive flight of steps and kicked her back down. Seeing news come out, make me wanna smack the dick right out of Anderson Cooper's mouth. So
You see what I mean by the attack mode now?
Yep.
Like, he's on fire, bro. He's on fire.
Ask your senator, pass me the AstraZeneca vax. Your relative's dad, go and jab your stepmother rapid, testing your ass when you have a temperature. Shit, we going nuts, don't vax the messenger. Like Kamala Harris in Guantanamo barracks. She's incarcerated so many people, I think it merits leaving her there to rot. She deserving of it either way. Just be sure you don't forget to go and throw the key away. Now you can call me insane, but Ted Cruz is actually growing on me. Wait, let me explain. Shot-wise, he's been freedom of choice, while also fighting for the First Amendment, which I need for my voice to get out. So no matter how bad that I want to hate, I give credit where it's due. I know it's a hot take, but before I'm off the subject, wait, you still ugly. Shit, Arya Stark won't even wear your face. I'll impregnate Melinda Gates. She said my dick was great. I said, shut up, bitch, get back in the kitchen, fill my dinner plate. Then I liquidated Bill's estate, blew their house up with them in them, let them incinerate. Gather
Oof. Yo. Damn.
up their ashes and slipped them into some vaxes. The FDA approved it and shipped it off to the masses. Had some side effects, but they ain't worried about that shit. Long as I ain't tell no one and pay my taxes. Get your vaccine, shoot up like 15. And don't forget to go collect your free Krispy Kreme. Go and get tested for fun to get a swab high. Cause there's nothing quite like huffing ethanol oxide. And Zuckerberg will try to censor my words. Jack Dorsey shadow banning, this revenge of the nerds. New rules trying to regulate life as it was. More mandates than gay night at the club. So I'm sorry that I had to come and stop the show before we all need a motherfucking shot to go anywhere. So someone had to come and rock the boat and say shit that even Tom McDonald won't. And
Damn.
I'm just one guy with the balls to say what I see. Even if I sound off the ways, all I know is that we're way too lost to save. At this point, I could write.
I feel like this is an Eminem take right here.
Maybe,
the video. Meaning just the whole walking on the, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
like
that's a,
just like kind of ode to that. Fuck, what's the word? Whatever.
you know what I mean though.
He was showing some honor, paying some homage. That's the
Yes, yeah.
Write a raw thoughts a day. Shit, but these are my opinions, and I'm allowed to speak them. You wanna get the shot? Do you? It's called freedom. You don't, then you don't. Stop forcing vaccinating, cause to me, that's like pushing pork belly on a vegan. I mean it. Disagree with my views, that's all fine. I respect you for yours, respect me for mine. We don't gotta draw a line in the sand or nothing. Just respect the motherfucker that'll stand for something. So keep watching the news and keep trusting the numbers. I'll keep digging for truth and tell them what I discover as they cancel motherfuckers just for raising their hand. I'll pull my megaphone out and get to taking a stand. Raw thoughts.
Like, yo, what you think?
I mean, I'm not into like that into American politics,
Right.
but like I do see what he's going for, what he like, who he's going after, and he's going after those media figures, right?
Yeah.
A lot of the big media figures.
Mm-hmm.
And there is some merit to that. There is some merit to obviously that the fact that they're pushing or shelling out this the government rule. They're telling the people what the government wants them to tell the people. There is no real opinionated
There's an agenda to push.
Exactly. They're pushing their agenda, right?
Yep.
And he's just like
it's on
criticizing it, and he's kind of posing the question and just leaving it you with the what do you think?
He's also not taking either side. If you notice, he's going at both.
Yeah,
Republicans
that's what I like.
And
He's
Democrats.
not really.
He's not, and even the independent. He takes shots
I mean,
at
like
Bill
a
Sanders
politician's
and
a
shit,
politician. I don't really look at it as like the two sides. I feel like they're all equally
Oh yes,
in the
they're all
same mess.
equally- Yes,
You know what I
100%,
mean?
100%.
But I do like the way that he's kind of telling you all this shit about them and then just leaving it as a what do you think?
Right.
Here's all this stuff and here you decide where you stand, right? That's what I like about it, right?
And the beat went really well with it.
The beat went good with it. He has some solid production value. He spends money on producing his videos, spends money on producing his his actual beats themselves, they sound solid. They're engineered well. And
Yeah.
like, yeah, no
And
complaints.
even the like we were talking about the breakdowns and the beats where they go and he's trying to get the beat to go off a little
Mhm.
bit so he can make a point, or where he's slowing it down, or he those are timed really very well.
Yeah,
I
no,
will have to say,
absolutely.
definitely for sure.
His producer knows him and knows his like rap style, and they really accommodate it
Yeah.
with the beats, and it makes it come together as a nice project.
I definitely do like the different style. It is definitely different than what you typically hear. And I'm not meaning like what he's saying or anything. I'm just meaning like the style, the flow,
The framework, yeah, of his
the
bars.
construction of it is just, it's different. It's not what you typically hear in the air right
Mhm.
now. So I definitely vibe with it. That's meaning for like, especially the lyricist, like even if you don't agree with what he's saying, you can't knock the music value of it. Like he's actually, the lyrics that he's spitting, it goes really well. It flows.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like no matter what, if you agree or not, it doesn't matter. The flow of it is fucking great. A lot better than some of the shit we're getting now.
Yeah.
In the popular music, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, there's still a couple guys that still, they do the deed, like J. Cole and Kendrick
right.
Lamar. Like they're always gonna be solid features. They're gonna kill
Oh, yeah.
shit when they feature on someone else's track.
Right.
But that can't be the same. Can't be said for everybody else in the game. Like
No.
Drake be making shit songs. Like
Oh, definitely.
Lil Yachty makes some good stuff. I like to say that he's on the cusp of becoming in that
He has
category with
potential.
Kendrick.
I feel like
and
he has
J. Cole.
potential. I think he has potential. I think that he can go one way or another depending on his demographic and where he pushes his shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And
I think
also his
he wants to be more woke, more J. Cole-y, but he's already established this demographic of listeners that aren't going to him for that.
yeah, exactly.
So he's gotta change that pace slowly and find a way to kind of mend into it.
Yeah, and that's gonna be kind of hard, especially with what he's previously came out with.
Yeah, totally. Like Strike, where he's like, the if you look at that song, there's I don't know, maybe 25, 30 words
Mhm.
in the entire song, and everything else is just kind of looped over and repeating the same thing over and over again.
That shit is just, I can't
But
do it.
like when you look at what he did with J. Cole, The Secret Recipe, you're like, oh shit, this guy can actually rap. Like he's actually spitting some real shit here. He just needs to like just spend his time on working on that craft in and of itself and do nothing but that.
Right. I feel like a lot of these artists that do this, like you said, like 3 or 4 words, like verse, like, and then they just rerun it through. I feel like they just like, they're like, hey, let me make a hardcore beat, like a badass beat, and I'm just gonna half-ass the rest of it just to get it out.
Yeah.
Not actually put the
No,
time and effort
totally.
to get actually
Look at
fully
Yeet.
develop
That's
it,
like
you know
all
what I
that
mean?
all that Yeet does. Like the beat's okay. The beat's like what kind of carries it, but
Mhm.
he's not really saying much on the song.
Right, and that's what I mean. I feel like that's a lot of rap right now, though.
Yeah.
They're not really saying much on the song, but the beats are going. The beats are like carrying it out, and it's so. It's frustrating to see as a listener because, like, I don't remember, like a couple weeks ago, I was nostalgic listening to like 80s and 90s hip hop. And listening to this structure and listening like to what they were saying and how they said it, and then I kind of went and swapped that out to like 2000s, and I went up and up into nowadays, and I was like thinking to myself, where the fuck did we go? Like,
Yeah, right. How did we get to this?
like where did we think that this was where we
Like
people
how
having
did we
like
get to I got a new whip, I'm smoking my shit, I'm fucking yo bitch. It's like, okay, I
Right.
know. So tell me something
Literally.
else.
what I'm fucking saying.
Yeah, it's like I don't know.
I just don't understand. Like you go from like albums like The Chronic, fucking The Blueprint with Jay-Z, fucking
Illmatic with Nas, like
right,
these
right.
iconic Blackout 3, like
Blackout 3 was fire.
these
Even if
iconic
you
albums.
even if you go down to like
The Blueprint, like
yeah, Blueprint was it was a great fucking album. Fucking David Banner's fucking what is that? What was that album? He was the main DJ of that album too. It was a Southern album. I forgot the name of it, but like that was back in what 90 something, 98, 99, I think.
yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, like late 90s,
Yeah.
somewhere around there.
And I mean, like, all these tracks are just like, I mean, go back to even Regulators, Warren G, Nate Dogg, you know what I mean? Like, that kind of shit, even for hip hop. Like, where the fuck did what the fuck?
I don't know, man. I think it all went downhill after Big L died. It just
Yo, even
it
look,
just started
I mean,
going
look at
downhill,
our
bro.
I mean, even look at our R&B scene too. It's falling out too. I mean, R&B is just not hitting like it used to be. Oh, you got to think about like
Yeah.
R&B back when like Boys to Men, Pretty Ricky, fucking
Oh, bro.
Cisco, Drew Hill, fucking, you know what I mean? Like even Day 26, fucking
SWV, like,
yeah,
bro,
like
all the
yo,
female bands like Ashanti and Nelly, fucking
right, like all these fucking, and then where is it now? It's just dog shit filled
it's
up with
Drake
pop.
complaining about fucking white women and
Yeah,
praising these ratchet black bitch. Like, come on, like that's just
yeah.
what is that's what it's become. Like, I don't know. You know, it's so
The next girlfriend that leaves him.
right. He's gonna make a song about
Yo.
the girl that left him, and then also
Yo.
the girl that he used to rebound with.
Yo, tell me
And
why
put
Drake.
both
Tell
of them
me,
in the same song.
tell me why Drake is the Taylor Swift of rap.
Oh man, kind of is.
If you really think about it,
Kinda
he is the
is.
Tyler Swift of rap, bro. He is the Taylor
I
Swift
mean,
of rap.
I'm not knocking Tay Tay. I love me some Tay Tay, bro. December, like that
Yo,
shit went hard.
yo, I'm not knocking her, but like, come on now, it adds up, bro.
And yo, everybody that says that they don't like Taylor Swift is fucking lying to you, bro.
Yo,
They're
I'm gonna
lying
tell
to
you.
you
I'm
because
gonna
I
tell you.
guarantee you, you go through her discography, you pick out the most popular songs, they'll be singing along by the second song. I guarantee you.
Oh yeah,
Everyone that
definitely.
says they don't like Taylor Swift is lying.
See, like,
They're lying.
so
And
there's
I'm a 28-year-old black man, and I could say I like her. Okay, if you can't, you're in denial.
yo. All right, so like for me, I like I don't like her as a person. Okay, I just don't like Taylor Swift. It's just me.
Okay.
But however, I do like some of her songs. Like "Look What You Made Me Do," like "Look What You Made Me Did." Like that shit went hard. Like I was like, yo, what? Taylor Swift? What? All right, I fucks with it.
Yeah.
But like, she's just a whore. I'm just gonna. She is a Hollywood whore. It's all she
Okay.
is. She goes at the famous, names and has dated so many of them that I can't keep track of how many. But she's been around, and I mean, yeah, she
that's
started.
just the
She started.
reality of it, though. Like lots of girls have been around. Like shit, I'll even be with a girl that's
Yeah,
been
but
around.
like,
I just
but
don't want
what?
to know about where you've been around. Just
I
don't tell me.
That's the
Just
problem.
leave me
All
out of
her
it.
music is about that.
I know. And she's gonna break up with a guy and then make 2 albums off of it, and that's
Yeah,
what we've come to expect.
yes,
That's Tay-Tay behavior.
Tay behavior, right? But like, even country went to shit. Like, go back to good country music. So I'm thinking like Brooks and Dunn.
You're talking
Garth
like older,
Brooks,
like
fucking-
bluegrass type of stuff.
I mean, I wouldn't even say it's bluegrass. Like, I mean, Garth Brooks isn't really bluegrass. I wouldn't say Brooks and Dunn. You know, like Faith Hill, fucking Tim McGraw, fucking Brett Paisley, fucking you got Hank Williams Jr., fucking Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash is a legend. Like, even going into jazz is a dead art. You don't hear anything new from jazz, really.
No, not really.
You know what I mean? Like that would actually, you know what? I would love to hear an updated style jazz song. Like, you know, like a Ray Charles, but nowadays.
I would like to say, yeah, I'd want to hear the
I
same
feel like,
thing.
I feel like that'd be interesting.
Yeah. No,
You
yeah,
know?
100%.
I'd vibe with it. I felt with some Stevie Wonder and some, you know.
Oh yeah, no, I love me some like that older kind of funk, kind of like, yeah.
Like a lot of people don't listen to that shit anymore, though. It's
Like
sad.
what's his name? Caldwell.
Oh yeah, yep. I
Like
know
that
what you're talking
older
about.
shit, like D Train, like
What you think about Elton John?
I mean, like there's a couple songs that I listen to, but not too much.
Okay, I fucks with Elton John. Elton John's his style was very unique for the time.
Hmm.
That's the other thing I like. I like listening to things that are unique for their time. So like
Yeah.
you feel like they were out of place almost. Like they did not belong in that time frame, but they did it, you know? Because that shit is just sometimes it's fucking crazy. I feel like one of those things is what was it? Drew Hill. Drew Hill, like when Cisco was a part of Drew Hill, they were coming out with bangers, but they weren't getting the appreciation they should have got. If that makes sense. And then when Cisco came out solo and started doing like, you know, the Thong Song and Incomplete, like
I think
that
all the
shit,
like all the
that's when he
older
really got his fucking fame. You know what I mean? When he went solo. But I feel like him as Drew Hill as the group came out with way better production than Thong Song or Incomplete, which is his only two real
but
main
that was
top
just him
songs.
as an independent artist, kind of like popped off. I guess maybe because more the people liked him
Right.
because he was just had that face. I don't know.
I get well, I mean, he really did though. He was, you know, the black guy with the funny colored hair.
Yeah.
Nobody black was doing that at that time frame. You know what I mean? They weren't coming out with white hair and shit.
Hmm.
You wouldn't see a black man doing that shit back in the day. Like that was not thought of. So he was kind of the strange.
Yeah, that strange,
Gosh.
mysterious kind of that allures listeners.
And
It
he was the
sells
only one,
albums.
and he was the only one like that in Drew Hill.
Yeah.
You know, the rest of them looked like plain black men. So like,
Yeah.
everyone's eyes would be drawn to the fucking white fucking hair. that
Yeah,
he
the
had,
guy with fucking
and piercings.
silver hair and no t-shirt. Yeah, you're gonna
Right.
look at that guy first.
Yeah, literally. So, I mean, but like, I feel like as collectively as like production wise, Drew Hill was way more fire, and I feel like if they would have came out more at a time when they came out, like you got to think, you got Boys to Men, you got all these top
Yeah, no, that's what I was
artists. You know what I mean?
thinking, like Boys
The
to Men was taking on more like a lot of the shine, right?
Yeah. So like you couldn't really give anyone else any
And the
shine
people that
because
were more hood were gonna listen to Bone Thugs and Harmony, or they're gonna
Right,
listen to someone
right.
else that's
Yeah.
kind of more that vibe.
Right. So they couldn't get that, you know, shine that they should have gotten because of the fact that everything was already overthrowing everything, and it was just the wrong timing. I feel
Yeah,
like.
feel that.
But the rock music, I mean, rock music is getting some places.
No, I don't think rock ever really fell off. Like
No.
it never. I don't think it ever will.
No. But I mean, but if you think about it, it's been interesting hearing the course of difference of, you know, going from metalcore to fucking, you know, all these different genres, subgenres, if you will, of rock.
Yeah, that's what's more like diversified it with all the. I guess if you want to say in the last 20 years, there's been a
Right.
lot more of those subgenres coming out.
Can you believe that Linkin Park is labeled as a alternative genre? Like what?
Yeah, that's a bit weird.
What? No. I would have never thought alternative for Linkin Park.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
The genres are so fucked up right now. It's ridiculous. I was just like looking at some of them and I was like, what? What?
Yeah, I don't
Like Nickelback is known as an older rock song now? What?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
Old rock to me was like Elvis Presley, like, you know, like
Yeah,
the
Led
Doors,
Zeppelin, like
Led Zeppelin,
fucking
like, you know,
like those guys.
Tool, like
Welcome to the Thunder.
right, like
That's
old
old
Motley
rock.
Crue. Like that's old rock to me, not fucking Linkin Park and Nickelback. Like what?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's just the times change, man. Like, yeah.
It's wild to me to think like that. I mean, I understand it. I'm in my 30s and shit, but like,
Yeah.
it wasn't that long ago.
That's how I feel. Like it wasn't that
You know
long
what I
ago
mean?
either. And I'm looking at these guys now, like Billy Talent. I'm looking at Parkway Drive. I'm like, holy fuck, these guys are getting
Yo, Parkway
old.
Drive.
They're
Yo,
getting
Parkway
old,
Drive.
man.
They are, but Parkway Drive is lit, bro.
Oh, they go hard. I went to 2 concerts and both of them were phenomenal. And one of them they gave us 3 encores.
Oh fuck yeah.
And they went off. I was smoking a blunt during Red Eyes. Like that was one of the best concerts.
Yo.
I had my hair braided, and by the time I came out, like half of it or more was not in the braids. Like it was just
Oh,
out.
shit.
It was just crazy. Like
Did you see what I look like now, bro?
I did. You got the little
Different,
comb over
bro.
with the beard joint.
Different. I was like, yo, I look like 2 different fucking people.
Bro, if you saw me before with the dreads, I don't know if you.
Yeah, you had dreads one
You'll
time.
still recognize me, but shit, my hair's
Oh shit.
low.
Yeah, your
Low,
hair's
low.
low.
And I just cut down the beard. The beard was like down here. But
Yeah.
it was just, I don't know. I just had to clean it up a little bit.
He's like, yo, I gotta look, you know, crisp and clean now. I can't do the
Like a little beard work.
right. I'm planning on doing what I'm planning on doing, I'll look this up for you. Okay, so present, share screen. Boom. Google, yes. Boom. See this beard?
Yeah.
That's the style I'm gonna go for.
Okay.
But a little bit longer on the tips.
Yeah. I have to like
You know what I mean?
I would do that, but my sides don't grow out that long. Like the sides just they need to catch up, man.
And then this is gonna be what I'm gonna do with my hair is where is it? Right here.
Okay.
No, not that. Whoops. That's not even braided. What the fuck? This is similar to that, but it's braided. It's French braid. Let me look. I'll just go. This
Okay. I see that. I see that.
with that you know, beard style.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, yo, I want to kind of mix those two kind of what I'm
I
doing.
feel that. I feel that. I'm trying to grow out the back right now to get a little mullet curls in the back, and then I was gonna
Oh.
do just like, I don't know, maybe like a 1 or a 2 on the top, and then a fade on the sides. But
Why don't you do a fade with twisties?
I'm over
Yo,
the
twist-
dreads, bro.
yo,
I'm over the
twisties-
dreads.
Twisties are in right now.
At least for now, like I got on the dreads before everybody was doing it. Now everybody's doing it. It's just like I'm good, bro. I'm good. I'll find something else. I'll do mullets while y'all ain't doing mullets yet. I'll do mullets. I'm watching 2 years. All y'all motherfuckers gonna be doing mullets.
Be like back to braids.
Yeah,
This time cornrows or some shit.
I
Like
had
nine-
braids too.
Yo,
I had
90.
braids, like
Yo,
years
go
ago.
go back to 90s cornrows.
Oh man,
You know,
I'd
the
like to,
90s,
but I
you
don't think my
remember those
scalp could
styles?
take
With-
that shit, bro. Them
with the
shits
beads
hurt.
with the beads and shit. You know what I mean? That shit was fire, bro. What you
Oh
mean?
man, them shits hurt, bro.
Yo, I know they hurt. but
Cornrows hurt
they
like a
lit.
bitch. Like you can't raise your eyebrows for like 3 days.
For real though. Lit.
It got you like when you gotta look over to the left or the right, you're like holding
Yo,
your
and it
neck
really
in place.
and it really depends on who you braid your shit. If you got a mad black woman, you know that shit's gonna hurt.
Oh yeah, you're just hearing clickety click click clickety clickety click click from her nails on the back of your noggin.
Yo.
Bro.
Lit.
For a solid hour, you're just hearing clickety click clickety click click.
Your head's getting moved every which way because she is not nice about it.
Nope. She uses the comb with the sharp metal point at the end. Oh,
Yo. She ain't nice about that shit either. She's like, yo, dig in and whoop. There ain't no
right?
fucking
She's
nice
really
pull. It's just
flicking that thing back and forth, and you're like, "Yo, ma, my scalp's
Yo.
hurting. Like, can you see it's inflamed? It's red right now. Like, dial it back a little bit. Damn."
You know, she taking all her anger out. She like, these goddamn kids. Come on.
Pay me $25 to braid a motherfucking head. Just going
Literally.
in, man.
Yo, it's so true though. Oh my god, that is so true.
So I hear the van life's calling you.
Yo, yeah, I'm thinking about doing a little van life living for a little bit here eventually. It's gonna be a travel thing. Should be fun. I actually do plan on actually going to Canada during that time, some of it too, because I do want to see Canada.
Okay.
There's some places in Canada I want to see. Yeah, I kind of I talked to my girlfriend about it, and she's down with it. I mean, thinking about just, I was like, look, the kids are old enough to be homeschooled because her kids are 12 and 14.
Okay.
I was like, look, we could homeschool them, and school can be in the mountains, it could be in the desert, it could be by the ocean, it could be in the woods, it could be wherever we're fucking going.
Yeah.
And it could be, instead of fucking a video on National Geographic, it's we're out there
You
seeing,
open
like,
your door and you're
Right.
there. Like,
right. What's more better way of learning but being there?
mm-hmm.
A school
feel
can't
that.
give you that. You know what I mean? And also, I mean, think of all the fucking memories the kids will have when they get older.
Mhm.
And be like, look, my
I
dad
feel like a
brought
lot
me.
of it is like the memories that they're not gonna think about it now, but in 5-10 years they're gonna remember that shit and hold
Right.
it dear to them.
Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm gonna go with this. Is like, teaching them all that kind of, bringing them all around the country, showing them different amazing places, and trying new things out. Not only just them, but me and mom and everything else. I feel like that's developmentally that it would be more beneficial than a public school.
Yeah, no, I know, I see it. I see it. The
Um,
one thing I would say that it might not be comparable, but just moving out of the city to moving like to more suburban. This is what my aunt and my uncle did.
Yeah.
They have 3 kids, and they moved out to relatively more quiet area where they have 10, 15 acres of land, and
Right.
their closest neighbor is like a 20-minute walk. So like they have all the space that they need. They have that privacy. They have
Yeah.
that more. They're more in touch with nature because they go fishing every weekend, or they go
That's-
camping every month, or you know what I
That'll be
mean?
similar to where we're moving to live currently. In Minnesota. We got like I think they live on like 8 acres of land.
Okay.
So I mean similar.
Yeah, yeah. I'd say that's a good like uh, I don't want to say like bridge, but like yeah, to get them more into that homeschool environment. I think
Mhm.
that might be a little bit of a shock for the kids. Like
Right.
going from their life where they have a little bit more social presence into going into that
Yeah.
where they're more isolated and it's just the fam.
It's right. But see, and that's where also bringing them out when you're traveling also to have those.
Yeah, to kind of introduce that to them before you kind of just throw them in the water. You know what I mean?
Right, like, and that's what I was thinking about was like the seclusion, and I was like, but you can also fix that seclusion while you're out because there's people everywhere.
That's
You know what I
true.
mean?
That's true. Yeah.
And especially if you have good connections and stuff like that, and good friends and whatnot,
You always surround yourself with
you
those
can,
type of people that you want to
right,
be surrounded with. Right?
right, and no matter where you go, you can always kind of point out like, okay, let's go to a park. Well, you see a bunch of kids playing at a park, let your kids go to that park and play with them for a bit. You know what I mean? So they get that person, the experience of being with other children and that they're not secluded.
Absolutely, yeah. That's my only concern is that might be a shock for the kids because they're not looking at it from a retrospective sense. They're just looking at what they're dealing with right now, right?
Right. Yep. 100%.
Mhm.
But also the other advantage to this also is I'll have my son next summer. So, he'll be in school year, whatever, but in summer, it'll still be school.
That's dope.
Because guess what? Dad's being in school doing homeschool with the other ones. So guess what you're going to be fucking doing in
You're
the
doing it
summer?
too, man.
You're fucking along with them learning. I don't give a fuck what your school taught you. This is what we're learning today. Like this is what you know what I mean? And I think that is beneficial because there's also the connection and bonding that it can happen with that, plus the different experiences that school that he's going to is never going to give him. Yes, he's gonna have that. Yes, he's gonna have that people with all that kind of shit, but he's also gonna have that advantage. I got to go see the ocean. I got to go see the forest. I got to go see the mountains. I was walking around in the bitches for fucking a week. I lived in them. I had to go cut my wood and fucking make a fire and cook my own mac and cheese. It was horrible, like. You can't teach that shit. They don't teach that shit at school, like.
Oh no, they don't, man. It's like a lot of things you just gotta learn from doing it. Like starting a fire, like making a shelter, like fishing. Like you don't learn these things by reading a book. You learn them by going out there and finding what works for you.
Yep. 100%. And that's why I even want to introduce guns and that kind of stuff during school, like what's gun safety, what are responsible ways of handling a weapon, what's not, what's the proper
you
way
shouldn't do.
Yep. What's the proper way of holding a weapon, what's the if someone hands you a weapon, what's the first thing you do to that weapon?
Hold the barrel down range.
Well, honestly,
barrel down range. Keep your finger off the trigger. Take the magazine out. Like
that was
the barrel.
My first thing was check the clip, make sure the magazine is out, and make sure that there is no ammo in the register. So, and as long as you got that, that's the biggest safety component. Because now if that the gun doesn't have any ammo in it, you're not going to shoot your face off, or anyone else's.
Right.
You know, shit like this, simple shit like that. I want to teach my kids even how to fill out tax forms, how to fill out a job application, how to do a resume, all those things. If schools
All the
don't teach it-
practical things that they don't teach you in
Yep.
school, right?
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
because I know what I was as a kid, grew up and learned in school,
And the
and
things that you thought were, or at least the things I could speak on myself, like things that I thought were going to be important.
found out they
in-
weren't.
Exactly. And you found out like that
You don't
was
use them
nowhere
at all.
near as important as you
You
put
don't
that.
even use it,
Exactly. Exactly.
and you're like, what the fuck?
Like, why
Like,
did I learn that?
Dude, I so wish I would have known how to, at the age of fucking 14, 15 years old, would have known what credit was and how to fill out tax forms and how to take out a loan and what exactly a loan means
Mhm.
and how to go out and how do you buy a
some more
house,
like simpler things, like
buy
when
land?
you get denied from a college, that you can call the college, you can contact them, you can voice your opinion
Right.
or your side of the story as to why you belong there.
Right.
Just getting a denial from a college doesn't mean that you're not going there. There's still ways that you can,
Yep.
do things to get back into there.
Right. And these are all things that schools don't fucking teach.
Yeah, they don't.
And
They
I
don't.
really wish I would have fucking known this shit when I was 14, 15, going in to being my adult life. So I could have been, somewhat properly going into it and been like, okay, now I know what the fuck I'm doing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I learned it too late. I was
Yeah,
like,
you'd
oh,
like in that way, you
shit.
in a sense, you'd feel like you're starting off on the right foot, where you're not starting off at a disadvantage where you'd have to
Yep.
go learn to catch up to where
Yep.
you think you should be.
Exactly. And that's kind of where I want to do the homeschooling thing too, is so they can learn those necessity things, because I know the schools aren't going to do it,
Mhm.
and it will only advantage for them. You know what I mean? In the long run. I want to also get them to know like current events and stuff, to pay attention to what's going on. How to filter out your current events, not just believe everything you see on the news.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. The more
Um,
importantly, I want to give them all or I would want to give them all the tools to be able to decipher whether it's real or not, or should they believe it or not.
Debating. I want, I'm going to throw my kids through debates, like debate with me, argue. Yeah. This is the 1 hour you get to argue with dad.
Absolutely.
Then nothing's going to happen. You get to say whatever your beliefs are, what you think. I can't tell you right or wrong. We're just going to have a conversation.
And that's important, because then that gives them the skill to be able to speak about things without getting emotional or without
Right. Yep.
getting offended or aggressive. They have
Yep.
the opportunity to just talk shit out.
Exactly. And that's kind of the reason why I want to introduce that kind of shit to, all these life skills that this isn't taught. Like, I hate the fact that debate was taken out of high school. They don't do
Yeah.
that shit no more.
Yeah.
There's not a high school out there that will do debate class. Which, why?
Do they do W5H in the States?
Never heard of W5H.
Is who, what, when, where, and why, and then how.
Oh yes,
That
we
was
do.
our
Yep.
that was our equivalent to the
yeah.
debate in Canada. We had
It
that.
was the 5 Ws is what we call it.
Okay. But yeah, we had
But
that, and I guess
same thing.
that was like comparable to a debate, but that was like the closest thing that we had to it.
See, our debate class was dope as fuck. I remember in high school, like we started out debate, like our first starting debate was like simple shit, right? Like the teacher was like, all right, y'all are gonna debate that the sky is blue. Y'all are gonna debate that the sky is green.
Oh, you know what? The sky is blue. I could actually, I could I could do
And
that.
so
I actually could.
each person would come up on whatever side that they were on, if they were on the green side or the blue side, and they'd have to come up and give a debate on why they think that the sky was that color.
Yeah.
And then we worked into political debates, to religious debates, to there was one time we did a historical debate We debated on different historical facts, like about Hitler and World War II, World War One, fucking Civil War.
Or
Certain
do you
things
do you
like that.
think that Hitler died in that bunker?
No, he
Just
did
touch
not.
on. Okay, all right. I don't think he did either. And the skull that was found was of a 35-year-old white woman. So I
Mhm.
don't believe his skull was the one that was found either.
No. I believe that he was helped out by a certain country, and then
Is that
murdered.
the same certain country with 2,000 acclaimed ex-Nazis that worked for them under their NASA project?
Yeah, yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just checking.
Sounds about right.
Yep.
But you know, who would have thunk?
Who would have known that Von Braun was who would have known?
Right.
That's what he like, okay, sure.
Right. But instead, you know, he took this poison with his wife and died in this cave. Yeah. Sure.
Apparently.
Uh-huh.
And you know, the one thing that they do say about him is that he didn't have the balls to let anybody else see him die. So if no one
Right.
saw him die, how do we know that he's dead?
Right. I'm saying, like,
Come on. There's no one
can't
else
give a body,
doing the
nothing.
math here? Like,
Yo, it's amazing how easily people can be misconstrued into information that isn't even buildable information. Like you said, how are we supposed to say he's dead if we haven't seen his dead body? Like, no one's seen him
right?
dead.
Like he even said, I don't remember if it was him specifically that said it or if it was someone else that spoke on his egotistical ways of him not wanting to see we're not wanting people to see him die, but
Right.
yeah.
Mhm.
I don't know.
And also, look at here's the other thing. Do you find this disturbing? I find this super disturbing. We give more attention to serial killers and like mass murderers than we do anything else. Like, think about the glorification of serial
Oh
killers.
no, 100%. Yeah, no, I agree. There's a lot more of an obsession with serial murderers, serial killers in
It's just
particularly North America.
Yeah, it's just super weird on how glorifying it's like, and then they wonder why people are like, "Yeah, I kill people to get famous," because that's literally what you got to do in America. Literally, if you kill a bunch of people, you're probably going to be famous in America because it's already shown that route.
Yeah,
I mean-
some like that. Look at H.H. Holmes, bro. Like this man. What was it? The Chicago State Fair, or was it Chicago?
I'd have to look.
Or was it
up.
Boston?
I think it was Boston.
All right, let's find out what that state fair was called. Chicago's World's Fair in 1893.
That was in Chicago.
Yeah, and this guy was glorified. Like
Mhm.
the only reason you know of the name H.H. Holmes is because of the glorification of him.
Yep. I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer, you got Ed Gein, you got I mean, even let's go outlaws, Jesse James, Billy the Kid.
Yeah.
I mean,
Or maybe it's more of it being just like them glorifying the bad guy.
you're right. It's just interesting, like how we glorify these things, but then ask reasons why these things happen again. Like as if we have no fucking clue. Like,
Yeah,
really?
I can't believe they built the house. I just left the blueprint in front of his door. I don't know why. I don't know why he built the house. I just I don't know why. Like,
He killed over 100 people.
I
They
just
think.
sent him 150
Bridget said.
PDFs of how to build the house. I didn't think he was gonna build it.
Right, literally. But you know. Oh, let's not talk about the supplies that I gave in the shed.
Right? Or all the tools or equipment that I loaned him.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I never
They
thought
give
he
you
would
all
do
the
it.
tools, but when it actually happens, it's like, hey, whoa, 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 what are you doing here? It's like, what do you think I'm doing? You just gave me all the tools
Literally. With the blueprint that told me to do this.
and the 150 PDFs of how to put together the blueprint. Like, come on, man.
Literally. But you know, it is what it is.
Yeah,
It
you're
was a
right. You're
hotel.
right, Bridget.
Yep.
It was a
Yep.
hotel. The hotel was the murder hotel that H.H. Holmes owned and was doing most of his killing out of, and was sourcing most of the kills were either people that were visiting for the state fair or people that were staying at his hotel.
Yeah. He used other people's identity to build that place.
He also used one of the victims as an advertisement, as an ad. They put in the newspaper to lure more people in there.
Oh damn.
He used I think it was a sister.
Talk about a mastermind though. Like you got to think honestly, like no matter how dark it is, that is a fucking genius.
I guess. Like, sure.
But think about it though, like you literally like you did all this stuff so in your face, and it
He
took
did.
that long to fucking
Absolutely.
catch.
I guess that's pretty ballsy. It's pretty ballsy. At the same time, I feel like there were like a lot of guys that kind of looked like him, like
Yeah,
bowler hats in Chicago in the late
Right.
1800s. A bowler hat with a
well, the
mustache.
mustache. Yeah,
That's very
That was
typical.
cut.
That was very typical. A lot of people look like that, right? So I feel like that's one way he could have fell through the cracks, even though he was, in the newspaper constantly.
right.
But yeah,
Bridget says he used other people's identity to build that place. He had trapped rooms, and he killed most of them with gas. Wife, think it was his wife. You thought it was that he used?
no, it was they weren't related to him. It was one of the victims. It was a girl and her sister,
Oh,
and he used the younger of the sister, like her name in the advertisements for the hotel
right.
to lure more people in.
I mean, even think about how who was it? Was it again? No, Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer was very open about it too.
Yeah,
If you really
Yeah.
think about all his his history, it was very open that there was some weird shit going on that no one even thought about even looking into. It's crazy how this shit works.
yeah. I don't know.
I'm a firm believer if people do murder or anything like that, I feel like they shouldn't even have their name brought out. Shouldn't
Yeah,
even
no.
don't show an
I-
image of them. Don't show their
that.
name. Just say what happened. Don't don't take away from the victim, but don't give
To the
fucking
perpetrator.
murderer.
Yeah,
Right.
no, 100%. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why are we giving to the murderer? That's taking away from the victim 100%. And I
Mhm.
feel like we're doing that. This is what we're doing: is taking 100% from the victim and just glorifying what they did, what happened to the victim.
Yeah, it is a bit twisted on how that's happening, right? Because you want some anonymity for the victim. You want to at least protect the victim and the victim's family.
Right.
But at the same time, you still want it to be known what happened if you want to speak on a factual sense.
Right. But see, and then we wonder why everyone now, if there's a fight or something, everyone has their phones out versus actually helping.
Mm-hmm.
Well, think about it. What have we learned? It's the way to go about life. We fucking glorify these things, and if we glorify them enough, we can get fame and money.
In a way, it's kind of where society's at now. Is people don't enjoy things as they are. They need their phone to enjoy it. They need a
Oh,
can
yeah.
of beer to enjoy it. They need a cigarette, or you know what I mean? Like in a kind of joking sense, if I was at the beach with my friends and I was like, yo, dog, look at that sunset right now. My friend would look at me and be like, yo, dog, I haven't even finished my beer. You think I can enjoy the sunset without finishing my beer? It's a
Right.
joke. It's a joke
Right.
intent, obviously, but there is some merit to it in the sense that like not everybody can just enjoy things as they are. And
Right.
when I went on like a little, I don't even call it a vacation. Like I took a train to go to Niagara Falls.
Oh, okay.
Took like a couple hours, and then I took the train back like a couple days after that.
Yeah.
But when I was there, I saw a lot of people that weren't enjoying the falls for themselves. They were enjoying it for whoever's on their camera roll, their Instagram that they're sharing
Yeah.
later.
Yep.
They're not there enjoying the beauty, enjoying the amazingness of the one of the world's wonders that's in front of our faces right now,
Yeah.
or the fact that we're literally standing on the edge of a cliff that was constructed so that we can see this angle of the falls.
Right.
They're more just
Trending image.
to get that trend, to get that picture on their Instagram or their Facebook, right?
Yeah. 100%. For like, agree with that. Like I'm planning on going to Tennessee. First time ever.
Mm.
I plan on streaming some of it just because there's some pretty sights out there, you know.
Is Utah in Tennessee?
Huh?
I was wondering, is Utah in Tennessee?
No, those are two different states, but
Okay, I'm not American. I don't know.
it's all good.
Utah's a
Yeah, those-
state. Okay, I thought
Yes,
it was
Utah's a
alright,
state,
straight.
and
straight.
Tennessee is a state.
The Red Rock State. Okay.
Yeah. So, but
Tennessee is down south. It's next to
It's
Texas and Alabama.
I mean, that's more Texas and Alabama are more south than Tennessee, but you're kind of getting the right idea, yeah.
Oh, they share a border with Georgia.
And Kentucky and
Oh, they share a border with Bama, but not with Texas. Okay.
and then I'm moving back to my home state, which is Minnesota, which is right next to Canada.
Hey.
Yep.
Detroit, man. Detroit's probably like the one city that I probably might go to stop at just because it's the closest.
Oh, okay. I've been in Detroit. Detroit's all right. Dangerous city, but you know, it's all right. I
Yeah,
went to see where Eminem grew up and everything. Walked around.
I like cars, man. So like, if anything,
You
I'd go out there just for, like
definitely,
a couple car meets and like hit
yo,
up a
definitely
Pistons
worth it
game.
for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely worth it for that. That's Detroit is definitely a car city. I love Utah. It's pretty. Yeah, definitely Utah has some pretty places.
Yeah, they have some really nice like off-roading trails. Like if you're into rock
Yeah.
climbing, they got some crazy spots in Utah.
Right.
One's called Moab.
Oh,
Did-
okay.
Yeah. I mean, the name tells you
Oh.
everything you need to know about it.
Right.
You're gonna drive through a fucking crater.
Literally.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the sad part of like where we are as a society. Like, dude, no one enjoys anything anymore unless it involves
Some outward social perception of them
yeah,
being changed
like
one way or another. Yeah, no, what?
like there has to be someone else's own opinion going with it, and there has to be that like gratification of someone else. It's not just
Mhm.
about accepting things for what it is and just enjoying it as yourself.
Yeah. Which, I mean, you do kind of see it a little bit, but it's more so with the older folks. Like people over 50 do that.
Yeah.
If they're not like, on
Right.
like Facebook moms, they're gonna be more into that kind of enjoying it, living in the moment. They're not,
Yeah.
leaning on the technology. but it's a very rare, small percentage of the people.
Yeah, most people can't even go camping with turn their phone off while
Yeah,
they're camping.
yeah,
Like
yeah.
that's unheard of to me. Like what? I always like at least when how I was brought up is when you go camping, you're not there to be on your phone, talk to other
Right,
people. Like you're
100%.
camping, you're fucking not there with a cell phone. Your cell phone, if
Mhm.
you ever pull it out, it's an emergency situation or you need to tell a direction. That is
Absolutely.
it. You
When I
don't
went
talk to nobody.
camping, I first started camping, like we didn't have phones, but later on when I did camp and people did have phones, we'd be out there for 2, 3, maybe 4 days. So yeah, you can have your phone, but it's not going to be lasting you longer than a day if you're using it.
Right.
We're not charging your shit when it's done.
Right.
So turn that fucking thing off so you'd have a little bit of battery if you ever need it, and just
Right.
leave it there.
Hmm.
And that's usually what we would do.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Nowadays, you'd see if families on a camping trip, their kids are on phones.
They got a Jackery or they got a
Right.
a
Like,
New Leaf and they're charging
yeah.
it with the generator.
And I'm just like, what the fuck? Send those fucking kids out to the fucking river or the lake and
Yeah.
go fucking grab some fucking worms
Give them
or
a couple rods and a handful of lures and
Let-
say, hey, you lose all 5 of those lures, you're going swimming and
finding
you're
them.
pulling them off of the rocks and whatever
Right.
trees you snag down there.
Right. Or here's the spot where, it just rained. Go dig for worms so we can go fishing tonight.
Exactly.
Like,
Exactly. How about okay? Now you brought that up. I want to ask you: do you use live bait or are you a soft plastic kind of guy?
live bait.
Okay. Okay. I kind of assume so, but I wanted to ask just to be sure.
There's sometimes where I'll use false bait. But if I use false bait, I usually bring a spray with just to make it have that scent that I need for.
Yeah.
You know what I mean. But I really don't like fake
What
bait.
spray do you use? Use a garlic spray or?
I'll use either a garlic spray or it really depends on what I'm fishing for, right? If I'm going for some trout or some bass, it's gonna be a garlic spray. But if I'm going for like northern or a musky,
Like a pike perch or
right, I will actually catch like a little crappie or something like something small,
bluegill. Yeah.
and I will gut it and use its guts on the line and the lure or
Okay.
the bait just to
True,
kind of get
true.
that fish scent into it
Mhm.
to attract them to get
You ever
the
use
bite.
like the catfish beads?
Yes, I've used those.
Okay, because it sounds like
Um,
you would like them because they get off that pungent smell.
right. Honestly, what the best thing for catfish is?
And what I would use for a catfish, or what I think is the best one?
What is the best one? That's cheap
Um,
and affordable and everyone can get it.
fucking frozen squid or frozen
Nope.
octopus.
Yeah.
Though they catch surprisingly, they catch they get the
Corn
catfish.
kernel.
Yeah,
A corn kernel.
I've never had a corn work for me.
Really?
No.
I've done corn kernel fishing in Mississippi River, and you'll catch catfish for days.
Yeah.
Something I don't know how, but it works. I've got fish with bread.
I've used the head of a panfish or like
Yep.
a sunfish, like just
Yep.
the head.
Mhm.
That's caught me catfish in the past, but I don't know. I'm not like a big catfish guy. I'm not usually like the lures that I put on my line. I know in the back of my head, I'm like, yeah, this is not catching a catfish.
Right.
So I'm not usually going for them.
I'm typically going for more of a
I like
well,
bass. I like trout. And
trout
maybe some
trout.
panfish. Like if I usually have like a couple smaller hard plastics or like crankbaits or swim baits for panfish. But
Right.
usually I'm trying to catch a trout or a bass. Like I'm using like a swim jig, chatterbait,
Right.
a spinner bait. Like I like things that have that skirt. So
Yeah.
you see the movement or the fish sees the movement.
And you like to scroll the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah.
See me,
kind of scraping it down there.
I'm not a scroll the bottom. I'm a
That's
go
what
in
I
the
do.
middle.
I still got top water, so if
I
I
g-
use like my crankbaits, I'll be on the top.
I like mid water, so you're going through like some of the seaweed through the middle of it. Veg. I like to hit veggie areas. So if I'm on a lake, my typical spot that I'm gonna
Oh
look for is
yeah.
a high veggie area.
Oh, absolutely. The fish love coverage.
So when I go there, I'm not trying to jig the bottom. I'm trying to jig the mid where just
I'm usually
middle of the seaweed. You know what I mean? Or the lake
yeah.
weed, whatever you want to call it.
I usually check the edges, man. Like I'm trying to bank fish or like either bank fishing or I'm in water that's really shallow.
Banks are good for bass for sure.
Yeah.
I go for middle because I'm trying to, like I said, I go for like northern muskie, trout, walleye, and I'm trying to get bigger catches. If you know what I mean.
Yeah. I feel that.
If I scrape
I
the bottom,
usually start out with a small rig, like a smaller crankbait, just to see if anything is gonna bite it, and
Right.
then I'll move up to like something that's gonna catch a larger fish. But
my favorite bait, all-time bait out of everything to use is literally leeches.
Leeches?
Yep.
Damn, I wouldn't have guessed leeches.
My
favorite bait is either like a spinning bait, Cabela's spinning bait, or the Lunker Hunt bully blade, that their chatterbait, white and chartreuse.
Mhm.
Throw a little curly tail soft plastic on there. It's catching every time. Okay, maybe not every cast, but it's gonna catch.
What's your thought on using crawfish?
I'll use crawfish.
Crawfish is good bait.
I'll use crawfish live or soft plastic. It's just it's hard to get them, bro. Like you gotta hit them at the perfect time in the spring. At least where I'm at, if you want to get your live crawfish, it's a bit sticky.
There is a time frame to get your season for them.
Yeah.
But if you can get them, they're good. They're good bait. Get some good size fish with them.
Yeah, I know the bass love them.
Oh
They'll
yeah,
gobble
definitely
up.
bass.
They'll gobble up crawfish until they can't hold anymore in their mouth.
Oh yeah, definitely.
They'll go after them.
Yeah. Are you a hunter too, or no?
Nah. I don't really hunt that much. That's my uncle and them. They got the crossbow and the little piece of land. He loves hunting. Hunting.
I'm thinking about.
He also likes fishing. He works on like a
Minnesota on the 1st, and then I'll be back again. Well, I'll leave for Tennessee around the 16th, and then be back around the 24th or 23rd, something like that, I think. So I'll be right there in cusp of deer season. I might be able to go out and get myself a deer. So I'm excited for that.
That's dope.
I haven't been hunting in so many years that I'm like, yo,
who's got tags? Do you need tags in that state?
Yes. Yeah, you definitely do need tags. But they're not hard to get.
Okay.
They're pretty easy.
Which state are you going to?
Minnesota.
What's their tags like? Because I know some states they only let you like 4 does and $2 or 3 and 3.
I think it's 2. What is it? I believe it's $2, 3. So it's $2, 3 doe.
Okay. That's still enough. That's safe.
Right.
I'm gonna be grabbing like what, maybe 2 bodies.
About, yeah. It also depends on the hunting year. Sometimes you might not even come out with any.
Exactly.
You might come out with just a doe. It's really, some years it's a hit and a miss. Some years you're gonna fill your tags.
Oh shit! They made crossbows illegal with the archery license in Minnesota this year.
Oh damn. That's okay.
So,
That's okay. Compounds are all right. I don't mind a compound bow. I'd rather use a compound than a recurve.
it's a little bit more. Yeah, I'd agree. I would go with the compound before a recurve.
I mean, I know recurve's traditional and whatever, but like, just something about a compound.
For
is
like
just,
utilitarian reasons, just makes more sense
right.
for
I
like
mean,
sight
as a
attachments. For
The compound just fits well in your hand better.
it holds more ammo. Like
Yep.
it's just you can really tweak in every little detail. You can
Right,
get
you can
the
get a
wings in
70,
a different
70, 80 pound test, 120
composition
pound test.
or exactly
Versus
different wire.
Recurve is just, you're stuck.
You
with
dial
what
in
you
your
got.
tension and that's about it. Like
Right.
there's not much else for you.
Yeah, so but yeah,
When
I'm
you,
definitely
sorry, go ahead.
I definitely can't wait to start my hunting shit.
Yeah.
I'll be rifle
feel that.
hunting for this year. It'll be just strictly only rifle. I won't make it for archer.
See, I wish I could hunt that, like hunt other apart from arching, but
Yeah.
I don't really have a choice because I'm in Canada. So it's like
Right.
you got to get that, or you're gonna be on like a 2-3 year list to get a air rifle. Like,
Yeah.
no thanks.
Right.
I can literally
I use-
today. I can go to Bass Pro and buy an Expo.
Right. See, and for me, I use a 30-06. So I mean, I can take down anything that's out there, literally. And I mean, a 30-06, you can shoot a target from 30-06 three football fields easily.
Damn.
Yeah, you a 30-06 is a predominant, rifle. Actually, one of the back in the day was one of the best hunting rifles you could have.
I mean, there's probably some people that would still debate it is, right?
I
And
mean,
if you-
probably, yeah.
If you I don't know, what's the reasons why people wouldn't like, what are the cons of the gun?
I mean, there really isn't much for cons. I mean, you got the size. 30-06 is literally. I mean, what could I say about the like? Trying to think. What would be bad about it?
I guess maybe if you're in sand or mud, you get the slide a little caked up. Maybe.
Right.
Like that's the only thing that might. I don't know. I'm
I
just
don't
trying to
know.
see what's on the other side of the coin. Like there's lots of goods about it. I'm just wondering if there's anything that was bad about it.
Honestly, I can't think of anything like that I know of that's bad about it with 30-06.
Okay.
I mean, majority of hunters have used it. It's in use for years. Long. Your grandfather used it. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, no, yeah.
and probably his dad used it.
So I guess the only cons is going past 300 yards or 300 meters is not gonna have it.
Right. But I mean, if you're a hunter or you really don't need to
You're
shoot
not
that fucking
realistically
far.
shooting that far either. Yeah, exactly.
There should be no reason that you're shooting a fucking deer at 500 yards. Like,
Yeah, no,
what the fuck
100%.
are you doing?
If you're shooting a deer at 500 yards, you need to be 150% sure that shot is going to go exactly where you want it to go.
Motherfucker,
If you're not sure, you're not shooting it.
No, motherfucker, you just need to get up off your ass and walk that a couple hundred fucking feet
Yeah.
while
Yeah.
the fucking deer is vegging, and then get that shot at 200 fucking, like,
Mm-hmm.
get off your ass. Do some work for it. Don't just sit there and wait for it to come to you. Sometimes you got to trail it. Like, that's a whole part of hunting experiences. A lot of people get like, see, this is what I've learned. I've had some talks about hunting, and some people have literally thought that hunting is you just sit in a deer bind and just wait. I was like, you really think that's all it is?
I mean that's a very particular style of hunting, but
I,
yeah.
I was like, you can do that, but like, that's not your avid hunter is not going to do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
They'll put a deer bind up.
Or
Don't
if
get
they
me
do,
wrong.
they'll do that for 4 or 5 hours, and then they'll start
And then they'll
looking at
start
their other
trailing.
options. Yeah.
Right, and their deer bind will be their main headquarters, their perimeters for, their food, whatever they're living,
Yeah.
but they're gonna trail outwards. They have a certain perimeter of trails that they'll run and walk to kinda get that deer or bear, especially bear. If you're hunting predator, you gotta go out and look. You're not gonna sit in a deer bind hunting a bear. It's just
Yeah,
not the way you're
that's
gonna
not
trail shit.
yeah, I don't think that's a great plan
No,
there.
you gotta walk. Bear hunting is exhilarating, bro.
I'd imagine.
It is.
Is it the looming possibility of death over your
So,
head?
well, I mean, I've went bear hunting, so
I think you told me one story about your bear hunting with your granddad.
yeah. I mean, and it's just there's something about it's just different when you're hunting a predator versus something like a deer.
Oh yeah, no,
I
absolutely.
mean, um, and the way you trail there's a you got to be strategic with everything. You got you do
Mm-hmm.
need to realize when you're doing it, you're hunting an animal that is not going to just sit there. It might come after you and try to eat you.
Yep.
So you have to have that in mind.
And
Then
you also
when you
gotta
actually
really think about that shit. Like, is it a male? Is it a female?
female is
Is
their
she
cubs,
protecting her cubs that are nearby?
right,
Is she gonna maul me without
right,
any discontent? Like,
literally,
because
literally,
if it's a mother, that's a high possibility. They're just gonna disable you as a threat just because you seem like a threat. Like,
right. Just because
there's no
their
other
baby's
reason.
near, yeah.
Exactly.
And typically female bears are more aggressive than a male bear by
Yeah.
far.
The males are only aggressive when they're hungry.
Yep. But like it's adrenaline rushes because like especially like you start trailing, you're trailing for like let's say you're on a hunt for a 3-day week, a weekend, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're trailing for like 2 days. Third day, you're finally you're on it. You got the scent, you got the markings. You're on one. You just haven't seen it yet. And then then you get that vision of some sort of bare body or that fur or something.
You see a glimpse of it.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Fucking just your adrenaline just peaks up because you're like, okay, there it is. This is life and death right fucking now. Oh my god!
It kind of like
I miss this shot, I'm fucked.
Absolutely. It flicks a switch in your brain that just puts you back in, a couple thousand years ago.
Yeah, 100%. And it's different. It's very different from anything you'll ever do. It's just a total. You can't really fully understand it until you experience it.
Mm-hmm. Like fishing. I mean, if someone's like has never fished, like I can't explain to you the
What it's
joy
like.
when I catch a biggin. Because when
Right.
I catch a biggin, it's not like I just caught a nice fish. Like no. You're not thinking about this right. If I caught this fish 2,000 years ago, this means my family gets to eat for another day. This means that we're gonna be nourished for at least another few hours before I have to do this shit again.
Yep.
And that in and of itself has created this defense mechanism that everybody has but you don't unlock it until you catch a fish.
Yep.
The same with hunting. Like everybody has that defense mechanism where, all right, you got to buckle down and do this thing, whether or not you want to do it or not, doesn't matter. You're here now and you have to do it.
Right.
Hunting does that too.
Yep. And I mean, I feel like nowadays as society, we have gotten so far away from that we're so comfortable with going to the grocery store to get our food. We don't have to
Yeah.
hunt, we don't have to fish.
Yep.
So like a lot of people, like if let's say tomorrow we woke up and everything around us changed back to the era of our great grandparents, where we actually had to hunt, we actually had to fish, we had to boil
You
our
had
own
to make
water.
a fire. You had to, yeah, exactly.
Literally, there was no running water. There is no fucking. You want a bath? Well, go out to the river, boil some fucking water, and bathe yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Majority of people would cease to live past a week.
I'd probably say there's like yes, I agree to everything you just said. And there's probably about like 70% of the people on this planet that don't know what their meat looks like.
Yep.
Like they don't know what in actuality what that meat looked like before it got into that package that they bought from Walmart.
Right. So like as soon as they try to even gut a fucking deer, they're like,
they're gonna throw up. Like they're gonna be able to hold down their lunch. Like what's
let
going on here?
alone not only that, but what do I cut?
Yeah. Not your finger. That's not the right like,
because like you don't cut everything of a deer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like there's parts that they're meat and there's parts that are not.
Oh,
meat.
and there's also parts that if you touch that with your blade, we're not eating any of that meat. Like the
Yep.
glands. You touch
Mhm.
those fucking
Yep.
kneecaps. We're not
Oh, yeah.
we're not using that knife anymore.
Yep. Literally. I mean, and so many people would not know even like simple things of what's poison ivy.
Yeah.
What does poison ivy look like?
Yeah. You got to be able to point these things out, and if you can't, you're fucked.
Literally, so
You're
many people would
fucked.
be fucked because they wouldn't know. They'd be trying to walk around somewhere in the woods and not know.
They lean on the tree that's covered with ivy, and it's
Yeah.
like, yeah, well, you kind of
Mhm.
did that to yourself, bud.
Literally.
didn't tell you so.
Or simple shit is like, okay, I haven't eaten and there's hundreds of fucking squirrels. Let me shoot a squirrel, and how do I gut a squirrel and make squirrel stew?
Mm-hmm. Easy.
It's easy, but a lot
I mean,
of
it's easy to
people
someone that has a little bit of experience, right?
right.
That's if there's none, then yeah,
Literally, the end of literally has none, and they're gonna be like, or has never, had any
Mhm.
experience eating squirrel in the first place. They're gonna be like, you're gonna eat that, bitch? Are you gonna eat at all today?
That's exactly. By that,
Mhm.
my next thing would be like, and you're not.
I
All right,
mean,
more calories for me, man. Like shit. Suit yourself,
I'm still gonna eat those fruits and nuts, but I'm still gonna eat the squirrel stew too
right?
because
I'm
I'm
getting
hungry.
every last calorie that I can. And if you
Right.
don't, that's hey man, it's sooner for you to go and I can eat you. Like,
Literally though.
shit, like that's the truth.
Yeah. But majority of people would not be able to live that life. They would. Ben said this. We need to take warning labels off of shit.
Society needs
If
a
people
reset,
need a
man.
warning label to not drink bleach, they just need to drink bleach anyway. Okay.
Yeah,
let 'em do
just let it happen. Let it happen. There's enough
Why-
dumb fucks here already.
Why the fuck are we stopping the natural world order of process here? Okay, there's a process of elimination even in animals. The weakest fucking die. Okay, the strongest live. Fittest of the strongest. Okay, we need to stop deterring that, being like, here's a warning label. Let's stop you because we know you aren't you're the weak, one of the weakest links, and we're gonna stop you so you don't do its natural order and kill yourself off.
Right, but I mean at the same time, like we can't just do some like comparable to almost culling and getting rid of these people like that. That's you can't do that
No.
either, right? So
No, but like, come on now, we can't stop natural way of life either for these people.
I guess.
Okay?
I guess.
There's a natural way of life. I
And
mean,
the way of life is that they're dumb fucks and they need to die being dumb fucks. We can't save all the dumb fucks.
I can't.
man.
I'm fucking saying you can't save them all.
Oh man.
Death is there. Guess what? We ain't dodging it. It's gonna happen. Guess what? That's the sad fucking truth of it. Why are we cutting corners and being like, "Hey, let's stop you from this way of death because you're stupid and you're not gonna figure it out any other way." So hey, don't drink this. It's for
Yeah.
cleaning. It's for cleaning, not drinking. Okay. Like, or hey, you shouldn't smoke this cigarette because it causes lung cancer. Oh no shit.
Oh, you damn turd. And if I put
Oh.
a carcinogen into my throat, I may get cancer?
Holy
Oh,
shit.
I had no damn idea.
Or let's not light a lighter right in front of gas because it might turn on fire. Holy shit! Would
Oh,
have never
no.
thought that
Who'd
that
have
would even.
known?
I'm
You
fucking,
take fuel and you take spark and you hit
And-
fire.
yeah.
Oh
who
my
would've thought?
god.
Holy shit! I'm learning new things. Sounds like some of those Creek Squad. Just saying.
So,
Oh yeah, sorry. Shots fired. Oops.
pew pew.
I know hey guys, I said in the title that I was going to travel to the past a little bit, all right? I know we're moving forward, but I had to throw that shot in there. It was just the right timing. But yeah, it's crazy. Are people as stupid in Canada as they are in America? Curious.
I don't want to just give it a blanket statement and say yes, but yes.
I mean, I guess I'd assume so because people are people, but I
Like, I
kind
wanna
of I
say-
kind of wanted to say I had a hope that they weren't.
Like, I want to say maybe it's a little bit better, but
Not by
there's
much.
there's with trade-offs. Like, you're trading off that for some other
Right.
internal problem.
Mhm.
So
Either way you dial down, there's something. Right.
yeah, there's
That's wherever you go, though.
pretty much.
But hey, life can't be fucking perfect, but we can sure as hell try.
Hey, that's it right there. You stop trying is when you die.
Yo, I was talking to my girlfriend about this. I was like, it's like failure is a perception. Failure is when you've given up and you're not trying. When you didn't succeed, it's not a failure. It's a lesson because it's something that you missed out some information, vital information
Mm-hmm.
to make it a success. And so that is why you made the mistakes that you made because you didn't have that information. And now that you made those mistakes, now maybe you can learn that information you're missing to make it and finally redo it again and succeed.
Yeah, right.
I was like, but it's not a failure. A failure is if the minute you stop trying.
Exactly. That's a nail on the head. That's what I was thinking too. It's like you fail when you stop trying. Like that's
Right.
It's when you stop trying
I
is
can't
when
see
you fail.
failure any other way but when you stop trying because there's no time limit on success, right? Like success is definitely majority of 99.9% of the time of success is not going to be hit with the first try.
Yeah. A lot of people think of it as like a linear thing where if I put in this much time or I put in this much money for this amount of time, this
I'm
is the
gonna be
outcome that I'm gonna get, which is
Right. This isn't the algorithm of it.
it's
Like, there's no
never-
fucking algorithm. It's
it's
just
never the same for everybody, right? So everybody's on this this, if you want to consider it linear, everyone's on a linear path, but no one's starting from the same starting point,
right.
and the end point isn't always the same end point.
No.
So you really can't compare it. You just got to compare it to where you were.
I mean, also you got to think each person's dreams vary. Your dream is maybe your dream is to help teach kids.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we already know teachers don't make much money.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not looking to be rich. You
Yeah.
cannot be like, I want to teach kids, but I want to be rich. Well, you better find a different occupation because if you want to teach kids, it's not going to fucking happen. You're not going to be rich.
Mhm.
Suck it up.
Yeah, this is
Suck
not the
up.
right field for you if you want to make
Right.
money.
Right. So, when you're having different dreams, obviously they're going to align different areas, for that success. And the success is going to look very different for each dream to each person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, my success could be minute or gigantic compared to your success.
Right.
Depending, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. Like my success might be your starting point,
Right.
or vice versa.
Right. And to see, this is what I don't understand about anything. Like nowadays, we've gotten to this point of like, even if it's like simple shit as smoking pot, right? And you get this group of friends, they're all smoking weed, and then they start ragging on the motherfucker that's coughing on a bong hit, can't clear the bong.
Yeah.
Instead of educating him, we're gonna beat him down.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, we all started from nowhere. I
Yeah.
started smoking weed. I didn't know how to roll a blunt. I didn't know how
This
to
is the
roll a
thing, it's
fucking.
just like the
you
way
know what I mean?
society is, bro. Like if you're the nail that stands out, you're gonna get hammered down.
Yeah, like it's fucked. Like
And it's like that in a lot of things. Like if you just stand out in general, people are already gonna look at you weird just because
Yep.
you're unique, because you're yourself. You're not trying to adapt to anybody else, right?
if you stand out, there's two ways of looking at it, right? There's the you're unique, you're weird vibe, or there's the we're attracted to you because you look like you have money.
Yeah.
Because you got talent. Like look at a famous artist, or these successful rich rappers, this, that, the third, they are all looked at as that. But also you would look at, let's say, somebody that is successful in their dream, like
Say a fishing YouTuber. He
Yeah.
gets to travel around and
Right.
fish. That's his
Right.
job.
right, but he's not rich.
He's not rich. He has a house. He has a wife. He has a boat. He has a truck. He gets to travel the United States and fish
Right.
for a living
And
and
his
broadcast it. That's
but
his.
his- And his success looks very different from that rapper driving a fucking Lamborghini, smoking
Yeah.
weed, fucking bitches.
But hey,
smoking
that
weed,
man
all
looks. But
You know
if
what I
he looks happier than the rapper, like who am I to say
Right.
to decide on his happiness, right?
Right, but most people would still try to say,
That they want to be the rapper,
right,
not the guy fishing with
that's
you know,
happy and that's content with
with a
everything.
million dollar net worth, and he's still growing his small independent business.
Right. Just because, that rapper in that video looked like the shit, even though that rapper could be like,
Yeah, he
out
looked
of
like
the-
money, even though he doesn't have the money. He looked like money in that
Right.
music video.
yep.
Yeah.
And he's miserable as fuck, but you don't know that behind the camera.
Mm-hmm. Coping with all the things that he mentions in his songs, the drugs, the alcohol, the
Right.
women, the expensive cars and jewelry.
Yep.
What do you think that is? That's just that's their coping mechanism to make themselves
Right.
feel okay.
Yep.
You think
Literally.
that stuff really makes them happy?
No, they're not happy people.
They don't
That's-
sound very happy.
right. Like, I want to be that guy in a boat,
Yeah, with his friends, like
That's
just out
right.
there, just fucking having a good time.
Right. But so many people would look at, like we said, look at that success as that rapper. Like, yep, that's success. And it's kind of sad that we've lost that what is it? Ethic, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
The morals or
Morals?
principles.
Right. Of family, a wife, children, having your own home,
Mhm.
simplicity, if you will.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of us are not okay with simplicity. We have to have advanced everything. You know what I mean? It's all about the newest iPhone, the newest jewelry, the newest clothes, the newest cars,
Mm-hmm.
the better, people dogging on people, like even relationships. Oh, my woman looks better than your woman. Who gives a fuck what she looks like? Because
Right?
motherfucker, guess
Like
what?
I last time I checked, she's not with you. So
Right.
I
And
don't care what you think.
also, is your bitch gonna look like that when she hits 70? No.
that
Okay.
that too.
Okay. Well, let me tell you, no
But
bitch
yeah, no,
gonna
it is.
look like they were fucking 20 at 70 years old. No, they're gonna look down and raggedy and like old grandma. That's what's gonna happen. Just like you're
Yeah.
gonna look like old grandpa. Get over it.
You know,
Some people,
there's a lot of merit to that, and it boils down to
society.
exactly, it's the society and society's outlook and the way that we've been indoctrinated with the media since we were born.
Status means happiness nowadays instead of
That's it. That's it. On
what
that's
really it
exactly it
is.
right there, right? See, regardless of you know what job you're at, the part-time worker that's there that has the nicest car, people are gonna look at him a certain way.
Yep.
Person that has the oldest car is gonna get looked at a certain way. Could they
Right.
both be happy? Yeah. Could one be happier than the other? Maybe.
Possibly.
But it's not really for us to decide, right? It's for that individual to find their own path.
Right. And I mean, a lot of people are so lost with happiness. Like,
Yeah,
who
they
the
chase
fuck-
the money. They chase the
who the-
money thinking it's going to bring them happiness. And then after they chase and they realize, oh shit, I should have stayed with that girl that I was with in high school. It's too late now. It's too late,
Right.
bucko. You
Right,
already
I'm-
chased the money.
Right.
gotta
I'm
make that
30.
money happy now.
I'm like 38 years old, no kids, or I have 6 kids, and they're all different baby moms. But I'm a millionaire because
Because I
paid-
didn't take care of
I
my
paid
kids.
Yeah, right.
I'm a millionaire because I didn't take care of my
And
kids.
each one of my baby moms I paid for. Like,
Yeah.
come on now. Like,
Yeah.
there's got to be a we as American, even females, we've lost our morals with females. Like, it's glorified to be a slut. It's glorified to show off every piece of you. Before it was, what your parts were
Yeah.
private. It was only your man seeing that. It wasn't for every man in the world to see.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Mm-hmm.
it was prideful. What man wants something that a whole world has?
Yeah. Right. If anybody
So,
can
like,
get access to this thing, it's like, so how
how is this relationship special between me and you if
exactly?
everyone already has access?
And then you also got to look at like the parallels. Like, is she okay with you looking at all these Instagram baddies?
Right.
If she's putting that out there about herself, then she obviously shouldn't mind if you're out there liking all these other girls'
Baddies-
pictures, or if you're
baddies,
putting out fucking
thirst
you
trap
know,
photos yourself or
your own shirtless pictures, trying to get
Right.
you a little hoochie mama. What's the problem? You're doing it.
right.
So it does.
And then it
does-
becomes these problems. But then they
does,
want to
yeah.
say, "Oh, well, it's social media's fault." No, it's your fault. It's not social media.
Yeah, exactly.
You
Social
choose
media
to do
didn't post those pictures. You did.
Right. Literally. Social media didn't like that baddie's photo that was half naked. You did. Like, it was an
Mhm.
option. It's the same thing as, like, we say, "Oh, these shootings. Oh my God, let's blame the guns." No, it's not. You don't go to a gun store and get shot
Yeah.
by
yeah.
the gun. Like,
The-
like, it's
There's
not how this
always
works.
there's always a choice. And even when people say, "Oh, there wasn't a choice. There was a gun to my head." You say there was a choice. You could have
There
chose that bullet.
Yeah, 100%.
There's always a choice.
Are you going to be in it? I mean, if it's for the right reason, especially, do you know how many? Let's look back in history. How many times we looked at people legendary for taking that bullet for something worthy? Look at Gandhi.
Yeah, they took that bullet for their cause, for what they believed in.
Right. And they were glorified as heroes and amazing people because they weren't cowards. You're going to tell me you're going to be a fucking coward? That's what
Yeah.
you want to be? You that's what you
Pretty
want to be
much.
looked at as? Is you're a fucking coward.
Pretty much.
You're going to let someone else decide for you. Cool. Great job. I want you as my father. You do not sound like the man that's gonna walk away for you going out to search for milk and cigarettes and never come back. Not at all.
Not at
You know?
all. No, he's a loving family man over
Oh
there.
man, he's gonna be there all your life and teach you all those great things. Give you hugs and kisses at night. You know, great times.
All those
That's what-
fatherly
see,
lessons for when you
yo.
grow up and you have your own kids.
Yo, what's the problem with these women thinking like they get with these dudes that clearly are not family type? You know what I mean?
They
Like, there's
wanna
no-
they wanna change them or save them
But
or
I
something.
feel like it's more of an excitement thing, right? Because the bad boy persona, you never know what you're gonna get for that day. There's the love bombing stages are very high,
It's
but
also a
the
bit
fucking
gullible and
bad-
naive because that they
Ro-
thought that one that they can change them and two that they thought that they would change.
right.
Right?
I mean, well, you can't. Once this goes for male or female, it doesn't matter. Once they're in the streets, they're in the streets. You know what I mean? Like they're not going to get out the streets until they want to be out the streets.
Mm-hmm.
And when they want to be out in the streets, the actions are going to go with that.
Exactly. They're gonna come out the streets and then they're gonna come try and be all buddy with you after the fact, and you're gonna be like, well, it's too late. I
Right?
was interested 8 months ago and not after those 7 things were up in that
Right.
thing. Okay.
Right. Like
So it's gone. The ship sailed.
how can I trust that you're going to be about it this time? You know?
Exactly. And that you've already broken the trust. Where if I am 100% committed, how do I know you're not still, you know?
Right.
Like there's no
And
leaving that legacy, right?
Right, and this goes for male or female. It's not a gender thing. It's both ways.
Absolutely. Like if you've already established that, like say for example, I established that I'm over here fucking all these bitches, right? I start
Right.
talking to a girl and I even just briefly mentioned that she's already established that it's okay if
Right.
she fucks a bunch of dudes because
Yep.
you already did. And if she didn't, she's gonna go play catch up.
Right. You're already setting it up, self-destructing it in a way.
Yeah. Yeah.
And a lot of people just don't have the boundaries anymore either. I mean, you can put all over social media you're in a relationship with this person, and there's still going to be people in those DMs that are doing just the utmost,
Mm-hmm.
and you're like, why? Would you and these DMs, like, they're not things that these people would ever come up to that person and
Right?
say.
That's a thing.
You know what I
they're
mean? Like,
never things that you would actually say to this person to their face, right?
no, right, 100%. You're not gonna go up to that girl randomly ever. I have the balls to go up and be like, "Yo, fuck me right now," and whip out your dick. There's just no fucking way, bro.
Yeah,
Like, I
yeah,
don't give a fuck
yeah.
who you are. You are not that ballsy,
And
bro. Do you remember back in the day when you had to pick up a girl like at the mall and you had to
Oh.
introduce your name and had to give them
Yeah.
your phone number and
yeah,
like
or you had to introduce your friend or
right,
your
like there was
cousin or
there
something
was
like
so many different ways of having to do so to even get the date, let alone anything. Now is like, and now is social media and shit. It's a click away, but these motherfuckers are like, "Yep, here's my dick. Let's fuck."
yeah, and
Like
also
the first
that like
conversation.
there's no
What the fuck?
conversation. That one click it just ruins the human interaction, man, because like you said earlier, like a lot of people are gonna be saying shit and
Dating has
online that they would never say in person.
well, and also dating has become very physical versus per emotional or personal, right?
Also,
It's
kind of
more
financial. You gotta look at the way
yeah,
the
financial.
economy is. Guys
Mhm.
cannot, financially equip themselves to own or to rent
Right.
a 2-bedroom apartment by themselves anymore.
Right.
They
Well,
need
yeah,
a girl there.
and see that's the other thing that I'm so glad you brought that up because like these modern women nowadays are looking at things of, oh, well, the man is supposed to take care of me, provide for me. Okay, well, let's look at the statistics of everything of
Single earners,
living
single earning
in the
households and double
1980s
earning
and
households.
1990s,
Yeah,
and
look
then
at
look at the
now.
prices now. And you tell me why we're not looking at the top 10% of men. We're looking at the usual hardworking man, typical
Yeah.
working man
That brings home
that brings
25
home
to 30,000 a year, right? How are
right.
they ever going to afford $2,500 every month and then pay for food and then pay for electricity and then pay for
And then
hydro
take
and
and
pay
then
for your
also
Amazon orders and all that other
right.
bullshit?
And your
Like,
nails and your hair and your fucking whatever the fuck. Like, and then also you add children into the mix too.
yep.
There you go. There's some more. You know what I
Yep.
mean? Like, how are you living nowadays it takes two. Both people need to work. Both people need to put in, and there shouldn't this whole gender role. I don't believe there ever was gender roles. I think that at the back in the day there was a strong sense of push of what a man was and what a woman was. Yes,
Also, there was a sense of of togetherness. Like there
right.
was no divisive
It was
there
united.
wasn't
It
a
was
divisive outlook. Like your mother and your father were always on the same side.
yeah,
So if one person said this is what you're doing, the other one was like, yeah, you heard her. That's
right,
what you're doing. And it
right.
would always go back the other way. Now you have parents that are picking sides of the argument
Yep.
and they're picking opposing sides, and it makes it more divisive for their kids, right? Because now
Yep.
they have to choose which one is right. Because I
Right.
don't know, my whole life mom and dad were right, so now you're telling me that one of them's wrong.
Right.
Yeah,
And see, and that's the other thing is like, you know, you take if you look at the old school values, the mom nurturing, cooking, cleaning, providing for the children, you know, when the husband comes home, takes care of the husband. And then the husband was the hunter, the fisher, the worker, the provider, the person that built the shelter. Well, nowadays, we got to look at the times. This is what people fail to realize. We aren't hunting no more. We're not fishing no more. We are not building our own homes no more.
well, I
So
mean, yeah,
all those
the
things
majority
are
isn't.
taken away. We just buy that shit now. So yes, a man is going to work, but we're not out all day. Majority of men are not out all day working
Yeah,
all night.
there is
You know what I mean? There's a
there's a
few
very
select
short list of the guys that are kind of keeping
right, like
close to
construction,
those morals and those principles where
right?
their dad was the jack of all trades. He was a welder, he was an electrician, he was
Yep.
a plumber, he was the carpenter, he built their house, their garage, their
Yeah.
you know what I mean?
But
And
that's
those
very
guys
seldom to few. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Majority of the majority of when you look at statistic wise, majority are you're buying your food, you're buying your you know your house, you're buying you're paying workers to rebuild your house or
Mhm.
whatever. Now, with all that being said, the times have changed, so you're going to expect certain changes in the dynamic
'Cause
to
also, I
fit
mean,
those timing changing.
back in the
Right.
day, you'd probably know someone that did all of those jobs. So if
Yep.
you didn't do it yourself, you know old Bill down the street's a plumber, or you knew, you know,
And
Richard
he
over there can take care of my electrician work that I
right.
need to get done. There was
And then
someone
you traded him with like, "Hey, I do roofing, so your roof leaking?
exactly.
I
Yeah.
got you on
I
that
see
roof
that
leak
spot
if
up
you do
there. It's looking a little light. You need some new shingles over there? Like
right, I got you if you got me." It was trade and barter.
exactly.
There was a trade and barter system for benefit of both
And
people, and
there's trade and barter, and there's always an answer. Like there's an answer to every solution, but I feel like in the past it seemed more obvious what the answer was.
right, right. Well, I mean, and things were but you also gotta think, lack of technology made things very simple.
Yeah.
You know what I
Definitely.
mean? There was a very simplicity of life. You had to eat, you had to be
So
you had to have
because you couldn't like communicate with that many people, you had to know everybody on your
right.
block.
Right. Like there had to be that sense of community and all that. Nowadays, you don't need that sense of community because we all have social media, and majority of the time you own a neighborhood, most neighbors don't really know their neighbors like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
you might have a select few neighbors that gossip with each other here and there, but for the whole block knowing each other, no. Not like
Yeah.
it used to. I remember a whole residential areas, a whole like 8-10 blocks of residential neighborhood that everyone knows each other. You know, the kids were out in the streets and playing and shit, and every neighbor looked out for those kids. If there's, if one kid was acting bad and one of the neighbors spanked that kid, the parents were going to trip out because that other
Yeah,
adult
when
swatted
he
that
came
child.
home, you're gonna lash him again. Like,
Right,
fuck
you're
were
gonna
you
whoop that
thinking?
ass.
You made
Literally
me
be
look
like,
bad in front of fucking Richard? The fuck you think this is?
right, you
Making me
made
look
Richard
bad.
have to spank you too? Like, what the fuck? No,
Now you're
God
making
damn
me
it.
look bad, motherfucker.
Right. Like, but nowadays it's, oh my God, you did this to look, your child is looking at me calling me a bitch. First off, I don't give a fuck. You right, I slapped your child up the fucking side the head.
Right.
Where the fuck did he think that it's okay to look at another adult and call him a bitch? The fuck? What are you teaching your
You
kid?
gonna learn today, boy. You gonna learn.
Literally, you know what I mean? Like, but nowadays it's normal for an 8-year-old to be talking that, bro. Oh my God, could you imagine an 8-year-old saying the shit that they say nowadays in the 90s, bro?
It would just be as simple
Bro.
as, like, I don't want to say simple, but hey, I do not condone beating your children, okay? I do not. But this a wise man once told me this. Those who do not learn will feel. And sometimes
Here,
I
here.
felt.
Actually, you know
I
what?
felt.
You know what? I got the best way to explain this, right? You take a young toddler, right? And you tell him, don't go by the stove. It's hot. It will burn you. It will hurt. And that fucking toddler keeps going by that stove. Every time you're like, yo, what are you doing? It's on. Get
Yeah.
away from it. It's
Yeah.
going to hurt you.
He looks at you and says,
And
"Can
he
I
looks,
touch it?"
can I
He's like,
touch it?
Go
No.
ahead. Go ahead. Touch it. You'll learn. You'll learn real fast not to touch it.
They don't understand it until they go and touch that motherfucker. As soon as they
Yeah.
touch that motherfucker,
Yeah.
ow!
That's
They
why
don't touch
I
that
don't
motherfucker
stop him.
again.
That's why I don't stop him from touching it. Like, you want to touch something that you shouldn't touch, go touch it. You'll learn very quick that you should not touch it. You
Right,
can, but you
take care-
shouldn't.
We'll take care of the burn. We'll proper, cold water and burn ointment and whatever we need to do. But you're gonna learn that pain registers.
Yeah.
Period. At the end of the day, I mean, it was my parenting that was taught on us in the 90s perfect? No. By all means, no. I mean, I don't feel the need that extension cords and shit like that were needed. But am I a firm believer in a hand swat to the butt? Yeah. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
I mean, I don't see a problem with that, but you taking out the wooden spoons and the spatulas and the switches, and now we're doing too much. Calm down. That's where I can see that line. Like our parents did that, yes, but that wasn't okay. Like, we that shouldn't have been allowed. That shouldn't have happened. There's other ways of punishment besides that. Like, I'm a big firm believer in. I used to do this to my son. He would when he get act up and shit, I would tell him, all right, go grab cans. So he would go grab 2 like canned foods from the cupboard, and I'd be like, all right, stand like an airplane. And he'd have to hold out those cans, stand there just staring at nothing. TV wouldn't be on. There's nothing entertaining going on.
Yeah.
And he'd have to stand when you see him start struggling and he's starting to whine because his arms are hurting, and you're like, that's when you look at him and say, well, why are you in this position? Like, why are we here? Because you were doing what? Oh, because you were being naughty. Are we going to still be naughty? No, this isn't pleasant. Okay. Well, now you can go put those cans away. And then you're going to sit by dad and we're going to have a conversation about all this and see why we're not going to do the things that put us in the predicament we are in right now. Boom. Pain. There's no marks. You know what I mean? Like, not hurting him. If anything, I'm
Yeah.
building that boy. He's going to be a fucking football player. You know, like, I better watch out because when he turns 20, he might knock my ass out, you know? Like,
Right.
but, you know, it works. It registers that, and then I get them to have that conversation. You know, this is why you did that, because you weren't listening and you were arguing with your mom and you talked back, and we don't do that. It's not okay. So now, not only did you have to hold your cans and whatever, you're not using your phone for the next day, because that's fucking normal discipline. It's
Yeah.
not doubling it up or anything. No, that's normal discipline. It's you got your ass whooped. And now we're going to talk about the real discipline. You're grounded because I had to whoop your ass. If I didn't have to beat your ass, you wouldn't be grounded. You'd be fine. But because I had to, looks like you're losing out on something. And you can earn it back.
Yeah, I
Keyword,
guess
earn it back.
you kind of have to do that, because if there's no repercussion, then they're just it's just
Right.
gonna happen again, right? There's
Right.
got to be a
and
downside to it.
then I seen this thing on Facebook. It was, instead of kicking your kids out at 18, have them pay you rent from ages 18 to 24. I think it was like $50 a month. And then what you do is you save all that, and they'll have enough to buy a house, put down on a house by 24.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I see that.
So all that money, that every 50 that they gave you for that rent, you put aside for them when they hit 24.
Mm-hmm.
And they put all that money on a house. That gives them a house right there. That's
I
fucking
think
genius.
it's a good way to do it, man.
I've seen that on Facebook. I was
Or
like,
that
dude,
would
that's
at least
fucking-
get them, like, that would get them furniture for their first apartment, or their
Right, and it's
first and
also
last taken care
and
of.
it's also teaching them responsibility. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like teaching them how to pay bills, and all that kind of stuff, and then teaching them how to save money. Because by the end of it, when they're 24, you can be like, "Here's this money," and they're like, "What the fuck? Oh, that was all your money, huh?" Yeah, this is all your fucking money from ages 18 to 24. Here you go. Look how much you got from just saving. Didn't spend
Yeah,
any
that
of it.
too.
Now
I guess
you're spending.
that's the bigger message that you're trying to get to, right? Yeah.
You know what I mean? Don't sit there and spend all your money because you can. Put it in savings and look at the buildup. Because no one ever teaches that. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. It's always in your face of what you can buy. It's not ever shown what can happen if you save. And
true.
I think that's really important too. Because I mean, where are you gonna go if you can't save? You know, where's the buildup? There is none, because you're spending all the buildup.
Right.
You can't build up without while you're spending every dollar you have on stupid shit that you don't
Yeah,
need.
because they're just looking at the thing. They're not looking at the sacrifices that they would have to make. They're not looking at the 2 weeks out of every month that they got to eat crackers and,
Yep.
drink tap water.
Right.
But those sacrifices got to get made somewhere, right?
Exactly. I mean, and that's for anyone. And if you want to at least get somewhere, right? You're not going to be able to just do all the things that you always want to do just because right then and there you might have the money to do so. Okay, yeah, you might have the money to do so, but does it take away from the money, the trip that you want to do next year, to vacation trip on the cruise that you want to go to?
Yeah.
That you're not thinking about right now?
Yeah, but
that
make the sacrifice, when you go on that cruise, you're not gonna have to worry about, oh, I can't spend that much money on this. I need to save for this thing. But no,
Right.
you accommodated it for that already.
Right, because you took away those couple of fun things that you typically would have bought, you know.
Hmm.
And a lot of people don't think of it like that, or isn't even taught like that. I think those are important things that should be instilled in all children. I mean, as parents, our goal as parents is to what? Ready our children for
You
life.
need to, yeah,
And
exactly.
hopefully
You're not,
give them better knowledge than we
your
had.
job
to make
isn't
better
done when
decisions
they
for
turn
them.
18. No, your job is to make sure that they're a well-equipped 18-year-old. You need to carry
Right.
them to and through adulthood. That's
Right.
That's where the job is, right? It doesn't just stop there.
Right. And I think that there's a lot of parents that miss that.
Yeah, they just get them to the gate and then they just push them out. It's
Learn the
"Hey,
rest of the way."
whoa. This there's another way of that you could have done this now.
Right. And I mean, there is no pamphlet on parenting.
Yeah.
There really isn't. But there is a sort of etiquette, at least. There's at least a line that
Mhm.
kind of says do's and don'ts, and I feel like we've lost that throughout society, even, and it's just getting worse and worse. I mean, look at teenage pregnancy is more popular than ever. Think about when we were kids; it wasn't as popular as it is now.
Yeah, I mean, well, when we were kids, we all had that one uncle or auntie that was like, "You better not have no fucking kids while you're in high school." Like,
Right.
we all had that one person in our life that came to us and told us that from a young age. So we're just like,
Yeah.
okay, all right, I'll fuck. I guess not. I guess I'm not doing that.
Right.
And you just listened. You didn't think, oh well, let me go find out. Let me, like, you know what I mean? Like, you didn't.
Right.
Where I feel like now kids are like, oh well, let me find out for myself how bad it is.
Yeah.
And well, they're finding out. They're finding out. Those that don't learn will feel, and they're feeling in another way.
Right. 100%. And there's the other thing of parents wanting to be their best friend instead of being a parent.
Yeah, yep. I've
There's
seen
that.
that. I've seen that with my niece. Yep.
Yeah. And we wonder why we have entitled people in our lives.
Mhm.
Where do you think that comes from? Like
Yeah.
that's just raising entitlement all off the bat, starting at such a young age. Oh my God.
Yeah. Yep.
There's
Yep.
no discipline. There's no nothing there, but I'm your friend. Let's hang out.
Mm-hmm.
And then
And
they
it
wonder,
gives them
and then,
like this main character syndrome to their kids, where like they can't imagine a situation where they're not the center of attention.
that, and also they think that their kids are gonna like automatically trust them so much that they're gonna tell them every little detail that they do.
Yeah.
Like, are you that oblivious, or like, to when you were a child? Because I remember when I was a child, and there ain't no way in hell
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna tell any of my parents, regardless if they were like my friend or not, that I was smoking pot and having sex and drinking alcohol and going to parties when I shouldn't have been,
Yeah.
or that I snuck out of the house at midnight to go hang out with my buddy to smoke a blunt at the park, and then snuck through my window to get back in bed and acted like I was asleep. Like, I'm not going to tell you that. Obviously.
Yeah. No, 100%.
There's a reason why I snuck.
And I
for
think
you
that's why
know.
that's the intent, or that's like maybe the core, one of
Right.
the core reasons why they don't want to be like that. Like they want to be as open as possible, so that they kind of already start off that conversation, so it's a little bit
see,
more
but-
comfortable. I know it's not what the end goal
see-
ends up being, but I
but see,
think that's their
there-
intent.
But see, there is a way to be open about it and still be a parent and not be a best friend.
Yeah,
You know what I
agree.
mean?
I agree.
There is that open dialect that you can talk about. You do, as a parent, yes, I do believe that
Like
you
I
need
see
to
the
talk about
reasoning behind
sex,
it,
drugs,
but yeah.
all that kind of stuff. I am a firm believer that you need to have an open conversation about that. Um, how else are they going to learn it? You don't want them to straight learn it from just other kids and the media and all that. You want to have that conversation so that way you know that they're getting taught the right
Or
thing,
maybe
right information.
be more honest about it and tell them straight up like, hey,
Oh yeah,
I made these mistakes too, or I made maybe not these mistakes too, but telling them I made these mistakes. This is why I did it. This is what I thought I was doing, and this is what it ended up doing in the long run. This is why you should not do this.
right.
And really like giving them all the information as to like, okay, is this really something that I want to be doing right now?
Right. And also show them, like for instance, you got your son, he's starting to get sexual with women. So you take him out and you say, okay, go look at that can of formula. See how much it costs. Okay. You see that? Think about that twice a week. All right. Now look at baby clothes. Let's see how much those cost.
It's like, oh, you like sleeping, huh?
Right.
You like sleeping at night? Just imagine you got a quarter of that sleep.
You teach them that. So what you do is you as a parent get the fuck up and do like take a phone and make baby sound on a YouTube, baby crying loud or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And you wake him the fuck up. This is what you'd wake up to, bro. This is what you're doing is going to lend you here. You're waking up. It's 2:00 in the morning. You got school at 6 and you're like, the fuck? Do you want this life? Because this is what you're doing is this is what's going to get you. Are you going to be able to wake up at 2:00, 4:00 in the morning and then still wake up at 6 to go to school? Oh, and then after school, it doesn't stop there. You don't get to sleep. Nope, you got a child or a job. And then after the job, you still have a child.
Right? Like
It doesn't stop.
You'll go back and you're still going back to work now.
Literally,
You're off the clock. Good. Go back to work.
Literally, you come home and you're like, oh yeah, I get to lay down, and the baby starts crying. That shit sounds like you ain't laying down, bro.
Yep.
And these are things that you can't just try to use scare tactics and be like, oh, don't have sex. No, show them. Have them experience, even if like this is why having like family is so important. So like if they have nieces and nephews, right? Your sister has a baby, you're like, guess what? You're on nanny duty. Yep, you get to change the diapers, you get to learn how to feed the baby, you get to want to know why? Because I don't want you pregnant at 16. So have fun. Or I don't want you getting a girl up pregnant at 16 and thinking you're going to walk the fuck away. Have fun. You're going to learn how to do it. Have fun. Oh, it's such a girl thing. Oh, that's fine. If it's such a girl thing, it should be so easy for you to do it as a boy, right?
Yeah.
And doing these things, I feel like, especially as a parent, yes, your kid's probably going to fucking hate you at that very moment. Yes, they're not going to be very happy, right? Let's be honest. What kid wants to do that?
I feel like that's parenting. That's always been parenting is delayed gratification. They're not ever going to look at the now in a retrospective sense. They're going to look back at it in a few years or in a decade or when they raise their own kid.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what a lot. And see, we're so good, and this goes back to the human mindset. We're so used to instant gratification, right? That we forget to put that aside and think about the long term. And that goes with the same thing with parenting. We think that we want instant gratification. What stops the behavior now, or what? That's why we're so keen to, oh, my baby's crying, let me put a tablet in front of his face because it shuts him up like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have to put any work in. Versus you getting off your ass and getting, maybe put a movie on and cuddle with him and some PJs and eat some popcorn. No, we can't do that. We want to put a tablet in front of his face while we do our own thing. There's no family moments anymore. It's everyone separated with their own thing.
And even if they are in the same space, they're still separated with this wall of technology.
Yep. Because
You're
each
gonna
one of
have
them has their
everybody
own cell
sitting in
phone or
the
tablet or gaming
sitting in the living
console.
room, and they're all glued to a screen.
Right. They're not, and it's not even like it's not even the same as a family movie as everyone's watching one screen. So everyone has their own screen.
Yeah, everybody's watching something else, so you don't even have the common denominator of us all talking about the same thing.
Right. And or like you ever go into now and like look at how friends hang out nowadays versus how we hung out as friends.
Oh yeah, no, totally. I was bro, I was with someone, I know I'm not gonna say their name, but I was with somebody, and every time I just started like a conversation or like a question, he would look up off of his phone like I was like asking him to do a chore.
Right. Yeah.
And it was like, dude, like you asked to come smoke and chill at my house.
Right.
And you're acting like I'm asking of too much to hold a conversation. You can't talk to somebody
Right.
for more than 30 seconds without looking at your phone. Like,
But
what are you
but
doing?
guess what? But guess what? It would have been easier if you would have sent him a message to his phone.
Ugh, right? Like, what's
Then
the point of
you
that
could-
then? Like, I can literally I can slap the black off the back of your head. We're sitting so close to each other, like,
Right.
and I
right.
gotta send you a message. What's
Uh-huh.
going on right now? Like,
Literally though, like even if it's a group of friends, especially you get a group of like 5 people in a room, they're all on their phones. They're not actually having conversations. And
yeah,
it's
Yeah.
quiet and they're all on their phones.
maybe I just haven't gotten a group together, but like I don't know my groups because it's been like so long since we've chilled together. Once we do get in the same room, we're just nonstop talking. There's always
Right.
someone talking because we haven't seen each other in a year or
Right.
18 months or some shit. So it's
Yeah.
like there's always
But I'm
something
meaning
to
like
talk about.
if you think about like a group of friends that always hang out regularly, you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Typically nowadays, when
They're
you
gonna
see them,
be
they're all gonna be on their phones.
they're just
not
sitting amongst each other's presence. They're not really
Right.
like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're not in it. They're in it, but they're not in it. You know, there's a difference. There's a huge difference between pulling off the phones and having a beer with your fucking friend and having a late night conversation by a fire and just talking
Mm-hmm.
versus you sitting by the fire with your friend sitting on your phone.
And now I think about it, most of the friends that I have those good conversations with, where we're like nonstop talking, those are the guys that I was friends with before the technological
Yeah.
advancements have happened. This is before phones were in our
Right.
hands at 24/7. Like,
Yeah.
we've already kind of established that connection. So that also too has to play a
Yes.
role. 'Cause if
Yeah.
you've only gone to know somebody with the era of phones, then there's a less probability that they're going to put the phone down and actually have a conversation. Where if you've known that person before they were doing that, there's a possibility that they might do it again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
100%. It's just like I don't know. It's weird. Like even going to like I don't know, going to a bowling alley or a bar
Mm-hmm.
where everyone is not. It's not like it used to be where everyone's talking. A bar used to be a loud ass place,
Yeah.
loud as fuck.
Yeah.
Because you had 20 million different conversations going on at one
Mhm.
time. You know what I mean? Plus the music, plus the bar, or plus the bartender, and then the pool games going, or the darts, or the video games, or whatever the fuck's going on in that bar. There was lots and lots of noise. Now they're pretty quiet. You can hear the music. Before, back in the day, I remember going outside of a bar with my parents, and it was a hard time. You could hear the music. Like you would have a hard time to hear the music because you'd hear all the fucking laughter and the people talking before the music.
Yeah. I feel
You
that
might hear
a
some
lot.
of the beat, like you'd hear some of the beat, but you're not picking up those words.
Mm-hmm.
Nowadays, you can walk outside of a bar, you can hear the whole damn song
Yeah.
and sing along with it.
Yeah.
Like what? Bar, like it just out life is completely different and lost its fun to where back in the day was. And it's anywhere you go. I mean, casinos, bars, restaurants. I mean, you could go look at a couple on a date, and majority of the time that couple's on their phone. They're not talking.
Hey, unless you go to like one of those rare places, but I've seen a few of them in Utah,
Okay.
like around the area around Moab, where
Mhm.
they don't have Wi-Fi and they just have a bowl at the door, and
Oh, okay.
you know how that
Right.
works.
Right.
It's like put your fucking phone down and talk to the person in front of you.
Yeah.
There's no one in front of you, find someone else.
Right. See, and that shit is that shit's slim to none nowadays, though. If
Yeah, it's very
you
rare.
you walk
Very
into an
rare.
Applebee's, majority of the time people are going to be on their phones.
Yeah,
You know, there might
that's
be a
true.
couple booths that have some conversations going, but majority of those booths, people are on their phones. And even on the bus, people are. You don't see a dialect on a public bus. They're
Oh,
all,
very
you know, have
rarely. Very rarely.
headphones in. Everyone's in their own world.
It
It's
just
no
makes me feel
longer
like the more things you mention, it just makes me feel like an old man, bro. Because I'm just thinking
Bro.
about, I'm just like, yo, I remember when I seen Nigel on the bus and we had a full conversation for 35 minutes. Like,
Bro, you're
that
telling
was
me it
just
makes
last year.
bro,
Like,
you're telling makes you feel old, bro. And imagine
oh
how it makes me
man.
feel, bro. Like, God damn,
Oh man.
I feel ancient, bro.
Like I remember going to the bar and that thing was buzzing with life. Like,
Right?
bro, like it was just. I
Bro.
remember like punching, like okay, I got into a fight and it was just punching this dude outside the bar, and all the people from the inside. It was very communal. Like everybody knew everybody, so they
Yeah.
all came to the door. Half of them had like food in their hands. One guy was eating chicken. One guy had some shrimp, and he's just like his eyes are bursting out of his head while
Yo,
he's eating the shrimp, and it was like he just saw the best entertainment of his life. Like
lit,
this is UFC in my backyard, baby. Like,
lit.
it was
Right,
the one of the best times of my life.
bro. I feel it.
It
What
wasn't
happened?
it wasn't
Yo,
the
what?
action of fighting the guy, but it was just like looking up and seeing
What happened to family reunions too? Like
I don't know,
you
man.
don't ever hear about them anymore. Like they're not even a thing anymore. I feel
Yeah, a
like
little family get together at the park
right.
where we rent out the whole big,
Well, right. There's a
gazebo type
barbecue,
deal.
fucking bomb ass
Yeah.
foods, music. You know, Uncle Jim's fucking drunk. Fucking
Yo, we just started. We just got here and Uncle Jim's drunk.
right. I mean,
Oh man.
you got grandma fighting auntie because of one argument 5-10 years ago.
She's
like,
still on that. Still.
you know, what happened to that shit, bro? Like that shit,
Yeah. Oh
man.
man, bro.
Times, man.
And you would have like the entire family, like I mean like 100,
Yo,
150
cousins,
people, like
plus,
everybody, and then the cousins brought their friends from school or
yep,
some shit. Like
yep, yeah.
there was
Like all the
always
kids had
some.
friends. Kids had friends. The kids were running around, all hyper as fuck, just fucking living life. You got the old people having their gossip conversations. You've seen the groups too. There's always groups in the families, right? You have the
Yeah,
younger
yeah.
generations playing. You got the old groups. They're all doing their gossip things, and you got their middle-aged families.
You
They're all
just see
grouped
the
up
people
together.
huddling together. You see all the
Oh
camo
yeah,
shirts in one corner. Like, okay, they're hunters. You walk
right.
over here, you see the guys with the grease
Little
stained
fucking
jackets, and you're like, oh,
right.
they're mechanics. And
Then you got the ones
oh,
with the fucking outside watching the TV wearing jerseys. You know, those are the sports guys.
yep, the diehard fans over there, like.
You got grandma sitting here drinking tea with auntie and great grandma. Okay, and then that's the old lady gossip center.
Probably talking shit about my mom, but that's
Right.
okay. Still love you, grandma. Still love you. Like,
Literally.
oh,
I'm going to
man.
bed, y'all. Have a good night. Have a great night, Tusha. I appreciate you for being here. It was a great time. But yeah, no, like what happened to that shit though? Like that shit used to be like,
I think it just got too expensive, man. Like, just life got too expensive for us to be able to do that shit anymore.
yeah, I feel it. But
Cause
you know, those are great fucking like I feel like those are great traditions that should live on
they should. They
for
should.
sure. I feel like that brings in a lot of that's a lot of families' issues. There's no sense of unity in families anymore, it seems like.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like it is
Nowadays,
more popular to see a broken home, broken family versus actually seeing a good net connected family.
because nowadays more people like are just thinking on about it like selfishly.
Yep.
Like say my dad doesn't want to interact with my uncle.
Because of
Whatever,
something
because of
that happened when they were
whatever
22
happened,
years old or whatever.
whenever it happened.
Right.
Yeah, it's really negligible, but he's gotten to the point where he just chooses not to deal with it. He just
Right.
chooses to not put himself in a situation where that would ever come up, where that topic would ever be in discussion.
Mhm.
And there's a lot more people that are doing that, and in and of itself, by them just completely separating themselves, it is kind of destroying the family union.
Oh yeah. And it's setting a sort of seclusion, and it's bringing, which also then again brings in the whole technology speech. You know what I mean? Like to fill that void of that connection of the unity of everything, because now everything's over through Facebook, Instagram, fucking instant gratification. Hello, I posted a selfie and I got 20 likes on it. That's
Right.
versus grandma telling
It's
me
like
she's proud of me for
it's gambling, bro. Instagram is gambling. It feeds off of the same
So is Facebook.
sensory
All
that you
all
would get.
social media.
Yeah, all of the ones where you can put a post or a picture and say you get 1 like today, but last week you posted a picture or a post and you got 10 likes, and the one time
Right.
before that you got 35, or you got 150, and
Right.
that's gambling. And you're just going to be chasing this uh potential dopamine rush of the potential that there might be more than what you expected.
Yep.
It's just gambling.
Oh yeah. 100%. I mean, we can go through and go as far as it's majority of people have become addicted
Yeah.
without realizing they're addicted.
Mm-hmm.
Look
at the generation before us that all smoked cigarettes, they all drank coffee, they all like they had these things that weren't really considered addictions, but then now more people are looking at it like, hey, that's
an
if you
addiction.
need that cup of coffee every morning as soon as you wake up, that's an addiction, my man.
Right. Literally. I mean, and anything could be an addiction. You can take fucking video games. Could be an addiction. Anything.
Yeah.
Anything that releases any sort of chemical in your brain can become an addiction. I mean, but like, also the way we chase our addictions nowadays are different. Like back in the day, there's so many, people skydive, cliff jumping, nature, fucking, all these things. There were nowadays. It's all through social media. It's all through trending. It's not no more.
Bro, everything is through social media. Like you can't even walk into a barber shop and get your hair cut without you booking an appointment off of some online app or service that they provide. Like everything is social.
And then we got, well, I mean, look at marijuana even. We went from a state of marijuana is horrible, you'll turn into a vegetable on a couch and fucking die and have a horrible life, to marijuana is everywhere.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, everywhere you look, you see it for the most part. You know, um,
They started tapping into how much of a profitable business it really was, and they started looking at like, wait. We don't even have to grow this stuff. We can just tax you guys. Oh,
Right.
yeah, we're doing that.
Right. They're like, oh, we've been fucking this up the whole time. Holy shit. We know how to fuck you hard with this stuff now. We figured it out. Now that we figured out how to fuck you, now we can make it legal.
Right?
Before we didn't know how to fuck you.
We realize that now we can just tax all the stuff you're selling instead of just, fraudulently coming in and seizing all of your goods and then selling them to private buyers ourselves.
Well,
We
I
could
mean,
just tax everybody.
Well, I mean, alcohol was the same way. Think
Yeah,
about
but
it.
alcohol wasn't at the level that weed was. So, like, 'cause
No, it wasn't.
the-
It definitely
I
wasn't.
think the government's holding on to the
But I
weed
mean,
that they seize. They're not holding on to it. They're
The
selling.
the prohibition was very similar, though. If you look at the history of alcohol, alcohol was started.
It started out what?
Okay, mic's working. I said that alcohol started out as a medical thing,
Yeah.
and then worked its way into being a recreational where you can go at a bar. And their prohibition was very strong with it. I mean, yeah, it was different than with weed, yes, in different ways, but it was also very similar. Weed was, targeted as a racism, and then also there was multiple other things that were going on with the weed. Hemp was taking over the paper companies, taking over all these companies that were taking big money from big CEO companies, the top companies, and we didn't want that, so we made it illegal, and then they started tapping into legalizing it for medical, and then once they made it medical illegal, that's when we started getting the ads of, oh my god, let's start, marketing. That opened up that after it became medical, now we can market it because we market everything medical. Look at fucking pill commercials, so now we're marketing that. Now we can start making it legal where people can buy it recreational, because now we learned how to market it properly with those taxes and everything, because everything medical is taxed. You just don't know about it.
Right.
Because, I mean, but it is everything. It doesn't, and I mean, it's literally kind of the same thing, but different. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of similarities for sure. More similarities than differences.
Right. And I feel like it's going to be the same thing for shrooms. I feel shrooms going to become like a medicinal thing, and then all of a sudden, oh, nope, we can do it recreational. Now you can eat them in chocolate bars and find them at the candy shop. They're specifically aisled as, magic mushroom, or whatever.
But I don't know. I feel like psilocybin mushrooms is more of like, I don't know. I feel like you don't go back to mushrooms often. Like,
Right.
if you have a eye-opening experience with mushrooms, like, you're done. Like, you're not using drugs anymore. You're on the path to success, right? Most people aren't gonna have like a really good trip and then want another really good trip.
I mean, it's debatable. I know a few people that do shrooms multiple occasions.
Yeah.
I mean, just because, like,
or maybe that's just my experience.
So like
My
the
experience,
trip,
at least.
the trip from shrooms is much different from like, an LSD or acid or ayahuasca or peyote or even DMT or anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, it's a very light compared to those. Seeing things is, as far as like for shrooms, for the most part, is like you see brighter colors and colors might wave together a little bit. That's as far as seeing things goes. It's not like you're gonna take some shrooms and then you're gonna see a pink unicorn talking to you. That's more acid.
I've taken shrooms, and that's more or less what I got, was just like that kind of slightly brighter, more vivid. You maybe feel a little bit more like,
You more of a body high
yeah.
than a visual. Definitely brighter, definitely
I
more
didn't see
vivid.
any sprites. I didn't see any
Right.
hallucinations or
You do definitely get a creative side from it. Opens up a creative mindset for sure. But I like for like seeing weird shit that isn't there. No. Um,
I've heard some horror stories where other people saw some weird shit, but I've never seen weird
but I
shit.
mean, in all honesty, that's with any, when you're going to psychedelics, any psychedelic, it doesn't matter
Yeah.
potency.
I feel like, yeah, the
Your
psychedelics.
environment and the people you're around plays in a big part of your high. So if you're, a person that's not comfortable in the woods and the dark, and then you take some shrooms, you might probably not have a good trip because you're already not comfortable in the woods in the dark, let alone now you're taking some fucking trippy shit to make it even more trippier. Like
Right.
you're probably not gonna have a good time.
Like, if you
Let's
thought you were seeing shit in the trees before, oh, you're really gonna see shit in the trees now.
literally, you're setting yourself up for failure. But if you like the club scene and you're like, yo, let me pop some shrooms and fucking the lights are more vibrant and fun. Okay, now you're not having a bad trip, you're having fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now, if you're that guy that like me, I'm like, yo, I want to get when I trip when I used to trip, I don't do that shit anymore now. I've gotten to, I might, if I were offered it, I might do some shrooms here or there. But other than that, I've done it, type of deal. But
Yeah.
when I did, it was more of, I was out in the wilderness, me and my friends, I remember one time we had a sheet of acid and we walked out in the middle of these woods and we all took our tab in the middle. We walked in the middle, like, got out the cars, walked, took our tab of acid, waited for the high, and then we started walking around the woods and got lost while we were tripping and trying to figure out our way back.
To-
But like, you know what I mean? Like, but we as me and my friends, we were accustomed to, being in the woods wasn't creepy to us.
Mhm.
We liked that shit. So it wasn't a bad trip for us. It was fun. Now, somebody that was not into the woods that doesn't like that shit would probably flip the fuck out and be like, I'm fucking lost. I'm seeing shit. It's not there. Like, you know what I mean? Because he put himself, he's not comfortable.
Yeah, but to someone that's a little bit more outdoorsy, like, that's all that
they're
you're
going to
looking
be,
for. Sometimes I
that-
wish that I could just get lost with some friends in a park.
right. And just, it almost like takes away the feeling of care about anything. You're in the moment when you're tripping. Like when you're on a good trip, you're in the moment. You're so in the moment and with the people. You're it's a
Yeah, no,
different.
I get you. I get what you're getting to,
It's
and
diff.
yeah, it does. It resets that whole phone era bullshit.
Yeah, it really does. Like it just takes everything away that normally wouldn't be taken away, and you're so into that moment of everything going on, the senses, the sense, the touch, the simple shit as the wind blowing in your hair. I mean,
Yeah.
everything is magnitude to the point where you're not thinking about everything that you would normally think about, and it's such an amazing feeling.
And you'll be there perplexed at why that step up that stair felt so good.
Literally.
You're like, why did that feel so good?
Right.
Why?
Literally. Or as simple as even, oh, I brushed against that tree and it didn't poke me. It actually felt interesting. Let me try that again. Hold on.
Right? Yeah. Let me go back to that. Where was that tree? Was it that one? Or was it that one?
Right. Let me figure out. Fuck. I gotta feel them all.
Right. Yeah.
But literally,
The
like,
shrooms does kind of reset that. I guess, like you said, like psychedelics in general, they do kind of bring you to that place
Yeah.
a little bit faster. depending on if you have the groundwork for it to be a good trip. Like
Yeah.
you're in a place that's comfortable, you're with people that you're happy and that you like enjoy being around.
Right. And you also got to make sure, you know, your personal mood, your personal mental health, you know, you got to take that into consideration also.
Absolutely.
You don't want to be in a depressive, dark state when you're trying to do this. You obviously want to take this when you're in a lightened mood, you're happy, you're you know, you're strong mentally.
I've experienced being in a darker, depressed state and taking shrooms and finding the answer that I was looking for. So I don't want to say completely you don't want to do that, because
It depends
for
on the
some
person.
people it works out if you're going into it with the mindset that you're looking for a solution.
Right.
If
But
you're
I'm
not
saying,
looking
like,
for a solution, then yeah, you could get lost in there.
and get a
But
bad
if you're
trip.
but if you're looking to help yourself find a solution, then it could be beneficial.
Right. Because yes, again, it does open up some avenues that you wouldn't like open up avenues of creativeness that you wouldn't have even came across of normally, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Um,
It kind of illuminates the pathways that you weren't looking at.
yeah, 100%. That's the best way of putting it. Yeah. But it's been a long stream, bro. It's been 5
Yeah.
hours, 5.5 hours.
That's how you know it's been good.
Yeah.
And man's been just like
Yo, it's been
chatting for a
chill,
minute.
bro. It's been chill as fuck. It's been lit. It's been a while since I've done one of these, and you know, it actually came together pretty well. I mean, we had some viewers, we had some talking, we had good chats, got some good music out. I'm going to listen to some of that. Talked about some of the new plans and stuff like that. It's
Yeah, I
been
think it was great. Yeah, man. He's touched on some great topics. I feel like there's definitely some room to expand if you really want to deep dive into any of these topics in particular, man.
Oh yeah, you
I'm-
already
I'm-
know. We could
I'm
definitely,
here.
we
I'm here.
could definitely bring you back in and do some dive downs. That'd be, you know,
Yeah.
I'm always down for that. It's always fun. Smoke a little grass and have some in-depth conversations.
I feel like I articulate myself a little bit better when I'm not smoking. So I haven't even been smoking.
Bro,
that
what
much.
the?
Well, I mean,
oh,
you've
like, let's
yeah.
like
Like I
let's end
don't,
this
not
right
that I
then. We need to
don't
smoke one
smoke at
before-
all, but I just don't smoke until I really need to. So I find that I like smoking right before
Well-
I go to sleep. So I'll smoke like a little like pinner
Right.
before I
right,
go
right.
to go to bed. Other
Well,
than
how
that,
about this? How about this? We smoke a little bit right now before we end this stream.
hey, that's how you end it, baby.
Right. I'm gonna can't end the stream without any weed. That's just not. It's not
I
very
can't
stoned out
imagine
of
my
me.
drunk ass or like my high ass trying to get off those words. No, it's not
Whatever.
happening. It's not
Yo.
happening.
Yo, we should definitely do that. That'd be an actually interesting stream, though. Think about it.
But
Like, so you take like two people, just two people, right? You get them smoking, and I mean like not casually smoking. I mean like smoker
Like,
Olympic smoking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, but you have a conversation going on throughout this shit. You know what I mean? You got to be on time, on cue with your answers. You know your dialect back and forth while you're fucking hardcore chiefing. You're
Yeah,
getting
that's-
super big.
that's
and
something.
like
That's
call it the hot seat or some shit.
that could work actually. I like that. I like that.
That'd be lit though. Like, you know, have sponsored guests come in and they have to be on the hot seat where they're smoking with like the host or whatever the fuck, and like they gotta rapid fire questions. You gotta, you know, and they're questions that are
yeah.
like they're questions that aren't like basic questions. They're actually questions you gotta, you know, you're gonna
You got to
have
put a little bit of thought into it.
right. These, you know, they're meaningful conversations, to death conversations, not no like what's your favorite color conversations, you know.
Yeah.
I think that'd be that could get really entertaining.
I can see it because that's like not the whole premise of the show, but Be Real has like a hot box thing.
Yeah,
that
the
he
hot
does.
box is car.
And it's,
Yeah,
yeah,
with
where they sit in the car with the windows down and then
Yep.
they just chief it up. But like I could
Right.
see that same premise, but almost like rapid fire
Intensified.
questions, like in Hot Ones.
Right, like intensified a bit. Like instead of
Yeah,
it being
yeah,
such
yeah.
a chill atmosphere, it's more of a on a spot, quick. Let's
Yeah,
go.
like the hot chicken wing guy.
Yeah,
That
like
does
that,
those Hot
but
Ones things, but like more of those questions. Oh yeah. Oh
like
yeah.
you're and then like the Be Real, but you're like smoking hardcore, not no chill smoking in a hot box. Like
Yeah.
no, you're fucking fucking okay, you might be taking a dab and then hitting the blunt and then fucking talking and then hitting the blunt and taking another dab and like
Oh
it's just,
man.
maybe pop an edible during this time too. You're gonna be munching on some edibles here and there, or like the drink that you drink is a edible drink. It has weed in it. Like you're not drinking no
course,
regular water.
course.
Like this everything that you're gonna consume is gonna get you high during this point in time. Like I feel like that would be like, that'd be some fire content for like not only just weed, but like those kind of like content shows that, you know what I mean? Like the mixture of it.
Yeah, but you get yeah. I know.
It'd be
I
interesting.
definitely I get what you're trying to. Yeah, no, I'm digging the vibe. I think that if we could make it entertaining, not just for stoners, but make it entertaining for the non-stoners,
Right. Yeah. Like
that's the harder part, in my opinion.
see, and that's where the questions and the answers would go. You know what I mean? Would be aimed for more or less is for everybody. Not it wouldn't be just like stoner questions.
Exactly. Yeah,
Like-
kind of bring
like-
them in more.
Yeah, like so like the stoner part is just the smoking, and maybe like the sense of humor of oh, this guy's completely high and can't fucking figure out the words he's trying to say because he's fucking ripped off his ass. You know what I mean? Like that's the stoner part of it. But then the questions and the actual intellect and dialect is actually the whole premise. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah, I could see that.
so it would be, and it would have at least from what I'm seeing while depicting this is like a bit of humor, a bit of actual like in-depth, good conversation or debate, along with a bit of kind of like I guess it's still comedy, but it's like jackass comedy. You know what I mean?
Okay,
You're
so
laughing at somebody.
like
kind of.
skits, kind of.
Yeah, kind of. Like you make it interactive.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
like maybe the first show has the theme of I don't fucking know, just a random theme. You know what I mean? Like, and then the next show there's a new theme. But in each theme has its own sponsored guest because that guest does certain things in that certain theme.
And that no, that makes sense.
You know what I mean? So there's a separation of each thing going on, and you're hitting it different. Like one might be you do Eminem for music, and then the next thing you might do Megan Fox for acting, and then you got a professor for science, and then you got fucking like just different avenues, but the same premises. You're getting ripped off your ass while you're trying to do this fire questions, and and before
smoke
and,
out Neil deGrasse Tyson.
and you got to remember, before the fire questions though, there's always the beginning sesh. Like every time the show starts, there's that beginning sesh where y'all sit down and the introduction of who you are, what the show is, and during that whole time we're smoking regular. Like that's not the competitive smoking yet. That's just the chill vibe. We're intro
Man's
to this.
trying to smoke, like really trying to smoke.
Literally, like you gotta ease it in. You can't just go right to the competitive smoking. No, you gotta hey, here, welcome to the show. Here's a joint. Let's spark that up. What's your name? what's your company? What do you do? What are you, blah 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 blah. Let them have their shine. All right, this is the show. This is what we're doing here. We're at the hot seat. This is where we're at. Are you ready? And get it all hyped up. And then, all right, you pull out like some fucking glassware of some dabs and some blunts, and there's some joints and maybe a couple bongs or a bowl or something. You know what I mean? And then
Damn, we're
there's
trying to put these men to sleep.
there's
I
options.
want to see this man snoring.
There's options. Maybe some carts and whatever. Hook it up, and
My
then,
fridge is full. My job ain't done.
literally,
Man.
bro. Imagine you take some dumbass, get him super stoned, and then he's like, "Yo, I'm hungry," and you're like, "Yeah." You don't tell him this, but you make some food, and it's all weed.
It's all
food.
weed too, yeah.
But you don't know this.
Here's a sandwich. What's on the sandwich? Just
some
don't
meat,
worry about it.
cheese,
Just some
bread, some oil, like some mayonnaise oil, and
Yeah. A little coconut oil. It's a little bit better for you than butter. So don't
We're
worry.
healthier route.
It's
there's
a little
lettuce.
green in color. Just don't pay that any mind. That's the
That's the
pesto
avocado.
seasoning.
That's the avocado.
Yeah, we
bro.
put a little pesto in there, a little avocado, made it nice and green, and
Right.
don't worry, just eat it.
It's amazing. Yo, that should be lit though. If I'm saying
think
they
that
know
would
they're
be.
fucking lit as fuck off that fucking.
One thing
shit.
I'm thinking about is the production costs, and it's gonna be a bit high on that one.
Yo, bro.
You're gonna need a lot of weed.
Yeah. Yo,
the glassware ain't
Have you
cheap.
ever seen some of those weed shows where they're like cooking and shit? Like these
Yeah.
motherfuckers have like whole ass pantries of different weed. Like they're like, let me see. I want some of the OG to go with this fucking terpenes, to go with this, to go with that. And you're like, God damn, I want that much weed. I want a weed cabinet like that. And it's literally just a weed cabinet.
Cupboard.
It's not
Yeah.
if there's no mixture of other things but weed.
Right.
I'm like, God
Yeah.
damn,
They got that
These
shit on lock.
bro. Though I was looking at,
But
the,
they're spending top dollar for that stuff though. Like their
Literally.
studio costs like 10-15 grand a month.
yo, man.
Like those places
And
are
everything that they're doing is pristine. Like
it's gotta be. If
weed.
you're spending that much money on it, it's gotta be.
All that shit is just like, oh. But it would be really an interesting, dialect. I would be down for it. Even like a dating, like if you did a dating show where it's like cloud date or something weird like
Meet
that.
your
You know what I
stoner.
mean? Right. And then it's literally, two stoners. They're smoking and they do their little blind date thing where you like blindfold them. They can't see each other, but they're smoking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we gotta make it funny. So make them both roll a joint while they're blindfolded, and they gotta
Right.
smoke the other one's joint.
Yeah, some shit like that.
Like,
you know what I mean?
yeah, you gotta tie
And
it in a
then-
little bit.
And then you go from that to like, okay, now you can take the blindfolds off and you're smoking with each other and having those think conversations or whatever. You know what I mean? And make the premise
Yeah.
stoner shit.
Yeah.
I think that'd be unique, be dope. I'd fuck with it.
I could see that working.
I mean, it's very possible. What you smoking on today?
I have whatever is in that joint over there. I don't even know.
Oh, okay.
That's how much of a non-stoner I've become. I don't even
Um,
know what I'm smoking, bro.
I'm smoking on Sex on the Beach for Flower, which is 34.6
God damn.
THC. And then we got some White Shark dabs. These are 71.87%. My other dab is Dimension, which is 71.16%. And then I got Globsters, which is a tropical punch, which is 71.16%. Dimension was a Biscotti.
So you're like heavy on the concentrates.
Yeah. I got some,
Okay.
I got flour too. The Sex on the Beach flour right now. My keef is a mixture between Sex on the Beach, Sour Diesel, and White Widow.
Okay. I like what I remember White Widow. I feel like that strain is familiar.
Yeah. That's my keef that I've collected throughout grinding and shit. My cart. What's in my cart right now? I have a Stizzy in my cart. I have Stizzy carts.
Stizzy.
Anybody knows the weed connoisseur? Stizzy is a great company from California, and I believe the cart is a gelato.
Gelato's always good, man. I used to smoke nothing but gelato in I think 2019, 2020. There's
Yeah,
like a whole
gelato.
year where I just went smoking nothing but gelato. And then I
Right.
found Alien OG and it was like super pungent. It had like a nicer, more aromatic smell.
So
And then
you,
I
so
went
you
to
might like.
Biscotti after that.
Okay, Biscotti's good. That's what I have for dabs. You like Skywalker OG?
I had Skywalker OG back in high school, and then I had a little bit of it after where it did get better, but it wasn't that special to me.
Oh, okay.
It would like I like it, but it's not like if I had the choice, like I would probably go gelato or cookies or
Cookies is good.
um or Mac.
Runs?
Mac is like the most keefy weed you can get
Yeah.
in at least where I'm at. But it doesn't have a rich taste. You don't really
Right.
taste much of it of Mac.
Mm-hmm.
But Mac 2, 4, and 8, those are the seed numbers. Any one of those will get you a very high yield of keef. If you're
Right.
trying to cross strains together,
Yeah.
it's a strain that people like crossing with because it just gives you a nice keefy bud after you cure it.
Right. Runts is pretty good. I like runts.
I haven't tried a good runts though.
The only problem that I run in with runts is the fact that their buds yield are very small because of the fact that they're bubble buds.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Maybe that's why. Yeah,
that
the buds are
that
small, but I've never really liked runts, or maybe I just never got like a good quality.
If I were to go runts, it would be platinum runts. Honestly, I wouldn't do any other. It'd be strictly platinum runs. That's the only one that I found that I've actually really enjoyed, like the flavor, the smoke, they're aromatic. My top line though, like all time favorite strain of all is wedding cake.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Big fan of wedding cake. I like the smell. I like the taste. The flower is very pretty. The colors of it, not too keefy. I mean, you know, obviously it's not like gonna be sparkling white, but like there's a good amount of keef on it. For concentrate though, I would go more of a Girl Scout cookie or a biscotti because of the flavor aspect.
Yeah. The biscotti tastes nice. I haven't dabbed biscotti. I have some OG Chem Dog, which honestly has been sitting in this jar for over 2 years, but there's still a little bit in there. That's how little I dab. Like there's still a little bit of dab in there. But the OG Chem Dog is nice. Like it has that almost sour diesel-y kind of gassy
Pungent.
punch. Yeah. But it still has some like more floral kind of
earthy tone.
Yeah, from the OG. Like it has those notes from each which are desirable, and that's the one that I would probably go with if I was gonna get more.
I feel it. Yeah, I definitely the Sex on the Beach is pretty nice smoke. I never had it before until recently. I got it at a dispensary and shit, and it's just like, yo, it smokes nice. It's a good potency for THC.
Mhm.
Smell of it's I like the smell of it. It's a very earthy tone, but sweet earthy tone. Not sweet and like fruity, but just sweet earth.
Yeah,
Like a sweeter flower.
like the older sativas used to be.
Yeah, similar to that. Yeah. Um it's just very nice and pleasant when if you had a jar filled of it and you'd open up the jar and you take that nice beginning whiff, you're just
Mm,
like, oh, you could just picture yourself outside breathing it in. You know what I mean? Like it's just that earthy tone.
yeah, I get you. I get you.
The colors are really nice. They got a really I mean, it's not light, they're darker colors. But they're pretty dark colors, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Like it's not brown, but it's got a slightly darker tone.
Right. It's still green, but it's a pretty dark green, and the buds are actually pretty good size for the most part. You're not getting bubble buds, you're getting actual good buds. The stalks are pretty strong. They're not too thick, but they're strong, they hold the bud,
Okay.
There's some keefy notes going on the stalks too, where you can see the keef build up,
Mhm.
which is always good to see on the plant. I'm actually thinking about doing after I move to Minnesota, because I legalized, I'm gonna be doing some grow videos.
Okay. See you.
Yeah. Gonna be getting a little kit going. It's legal in Minnesota. You can have up to 8 plants.
Damn.
Four
8
can
plants?
be 8 plants, but
It's like
4
2 or 3.
only
the limit
4
here.
only 4 of them can be at bud stage.
Oh,
So you
So
can
you
have
can
4
recycling
budding.
them.
So you can recycle them. So you can have 4 budding and 4 at seedling. So that way, by the time you've harvested already those new 4 are going to be budding. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
So I was
Okay.
like, that's lit though that they did that, because you can get a good yield on one plant if you do
Yeah,
the
no,
right
yeah, you
strains.
could.
If you're looking at the right strains, you grow it the right way, you can get a really good yield on one plant. So I mean, you do that with 4, you can't tell me you don't have enough weed for a consecutive time frame, at least to grow some budding plants to harvest.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, most budding to harvest is what, 2 to 3 weeks, or no, 2 to 3 months.
I'd say that, yeah. 2 months on the lower end of the scale. I guess you could get buds like as soon as like week 7, week 8.
Yeah,
But yeah, so 2 months to be safe.
right. So I mean, that ain't bad.
Yeah, not
You
at all.
should
I mean,
go.
if you can grow them, you can grow them. My only concern is like aeration, the lighting too.
Yeah. Yep.
Those, just keeping on those 2 things, and just making sure that you got the
Fertilization, the
mitochondria
pH
in there. Yeah,
levels. Gotta check the pH levels, make sure those are good. Make sure there's no mites or anything getting into it.
that too. No, you don't want spiders either. I had a guy
No.
that was growing, and he ended up getting like some sort of spider blight or some shit.
Yeah.
And just killed his whole plant, like right as he was about to harvest it too. It's like, ooh.
Or also, you don't want to deal with, like, when you're getting to the harvest state and you're doing drying, right? You don't want to get your bud moldy. Obviously, no one wants to smoke moldy
Yeah.
bud. So you got to
too.
know, you got to run running a dehumidifier. You got to know what temperatures to keep rooms at, or where to stage it, or how to stage it upside down, and that kind of process. Because if you don't
Yeah.
do that right,
You
you'll
gotta
get
know how to cure it, or you're just gonna waste your whole yield.
Yep. Yeah. A lot of people actually say curing in a jar is good, and you burp the jar. I don't agree with that.
Some people like butcher's paper. I mean,
Honestly, if you take a
it's
dehumidifier, right, like a big dehumidifier unit,
yeah.
put that into a sealed room, right? So you put plastic up in a let's say a 4x6 area. And it's all plasticed out. You put the dehumidifier in there. You got your plants upside down in that little room for the drying. You're not going to get any mold. The airflow is going to be perfect for it. So you're not crunching those buds down. You know what I mean? That you would get normally by stuffing it into a jar or a bag. You know what I mean? You get those buds that push down, and they're just not as they're more compressed and looking fluffy. At least with
They've
this,
just been handled a lot.
You're right. With this way, you wouldn't be handling them. You know what I mean? So your buds are going to be nice, fluffy, even though they're dried. That honestly is like the best way to do it. I feel like, but that's if you can afford getting a dehumidifier, doing the plasticking and doing all that. Most people aren't gonna go that route.
Yeah, I mean, but if you're going into it, you better just do it right than do it instead of doing it twice.
Literally.
Just do it right once.
Yeah, and why not do what's gonna give you the best yield? You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah.
Like if you know it's going to give you the best yield and it works, and it don't change what works. Keep the same recipe. If it works, keep it going. There's a reason it works. And I really want to do videos on that because I feel like now that the marijuana is such a big thing, there's not a lot of people that know how to actually grow it. They think it's just throwing some seeds in dirt and watering it here and there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, some people will only get 25% of their seeds to even connect.
Yeah.
From the seeds off the rip, you're already losing your potential.
Yeah, let alone thinking about cross-genning them. You know what I mean? Crossbreeding doesn't always work to the benefit. Sometimes you crossbreed, you get a shitty fucking yield,
or you can
because
have
those strains just don't mix well.
7 or 8 seedlings that you're trying to cross, and only 1 or 2 of them succeed.
Yeah. And you don't know this stuff unless you experienced it, or know people that done it, or
knowing people that's done it. Yeah,
but for the most part, majority of people don't know this kind of stuff. They think it's just throw some seed into some fucking dirt and water it once in a while like a fucking regular flower, and you're gonna get some good bud. No, that's not it at all. There's a science to this. If you're gonna grow weed, it's pretty much a 24-hour job. I mean, there's a lot to go into it.
Yeah.
And then also you got to pay the bill of lighting and all that shit. That shit's not, that's not free.
Nope, it is not. And getting the fucking gorilla tent or the chicken wire or whatever you need to hold it up, or
and then the fertilizer, the wash, because you're gonna wash. You're gonna have a wash. It's just if you're gonna do this right, you're gonna have a wash. You're gonna have a fucking fertilizer. You're gonna have all those kind of great things. You're gonna have food for the and it's just there's a lot to go into it. And then you also want to know what companies give you good wash, what companies don't give you good wash, what kind of prices you're going to look at for a good wash versus the cheap wash that doesn't work very well.
Right. And are
Because
you gonna find out the hard way that the cheap one isn't gonna get you a better product than the more expensive one?
right, you know, um, and just kind of go into depth, like even showing on what's the difference between hash oil and dabs. People don't realize that there's a difference. Hash oil is pressed with a heat press. Dabs is with butane. It's a BHO extraction. That's how you get your shatter.
From
That's how you get
the solvents and solventless based
right.
Concentrates. Yeah.
That's how you get your shatter. It's a BHO extraction.
That's why people prize their hash rosin so highly, because it's like we're taking the best of the best. We took the keef from the weed and we're pressing nothing but keef to get this foamy, light, aerated product that's
right.
3 times stronger than it should be.
Right. And we're not putting any added,
no solvents, no additives, nothing, just temperature or just heat and pressure.
Yeah. And so, and a lot of people don't know that's the difference. You know what I mean? They don't even know that dabs is. Some people think that hash oil is dabs. No, it's not. And if you actually would tell a weed connoisseur or a person that has hash oil that he has dabs, he's gonna look at you like he's
like what type of shatter is that? Is that wax? It's like, hey boy, this ain't.
He's gonna feel disrespected.
this ain't 2013, okay, my boy. This ain't what do you think I'm doing over here?
Like, he's gonna feel disrespected. He's like, dude, no. This is better than that.
Yeah, 100%.
But most people wouldn't know that.
Yep. Yeah, that's what it comes down to. Yeah, the masses, the majority, right?
Right. Exactly, because majority of people aren't. I can't say majority of people are weed connoisseurs. Most people just smoke weed to get you high. They don't give a fuck about what the strain is or what the benefit of the strain is, or you go look at a stoner, and most of the stoners are going to be like, no, I don't do CBD, it don't get me high.
I mean, I feel like that just comes with age too. Like, yeah, some stoners don't care about it at all, but I feel like there's a good few that will start caring about it after 10 years of smoking.
Right. See, like for me, I look at weed like the guy that we just had. He looks at cigars.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't look at weed just for the high. I want the taste. I want the smell. I want to hear how it breaks apart and breaks in my hand, a breakdown of the weed. When I put that bitch in a grinder, I want to know if when it comes out of that grinder, is it nice and fluffy or is it too dry and like flaky? Because if you get dry, flaky,
those
shit,
are all. Yeah, I mean, those are warning signs for how the smoke is gonna be, right?
Right. If you get that dry, flaky shit, you ain't rolling a good blunt or joint with that shit.
Yeah,
that shit's always gonna fall out the sides.
Pack it in the bowl right now, just like
literally.
Who are we kidding? Okay,
bro. All that weed is gonna fall out the bro. All that shit's gonna fall out the sides. You got half the blunt that you put in there is now on the fucking table. Like
the other quarter of it is in your mouth.
Right, literally.
Yeah,
you get that fluffy shit. That's where you get that nice pearl of that joint or that blunt.
You can really pack it in there, nice. Get a little wedge in there, like.
But again, majority of people don't know that.
Yeah.
You really think they think that it doesn't matter the weed, they can just roll blunt with any weed? No.
I feel like most people do that. Like, yeah, most people do.
But like, don't get me wrong, you can roll that. But is it going to be?
It's partially experience, because like after rolling enough joints, you kind of have an idea of where that experience is going to go, and you're like, yeah, I've already experienced that before. I don't want to experience that again.
But also, you got to think there's certain strains even that just don't smoke good as a joint. They smoke better in a bowl or a bong.
Yeah.
And then there's certain ones that smoke better in a joint and don't smoke good in a bowl or bong.
'Tis also true.
You know what I mean? It goes beyond just rolling it. The smokage is completely different. The terpenes need to burn at different temperatures based on the strain. So, like, a joint is typically going to burn hotter than what you would burn a bowl or a bong at. Common sense. The reason why is because the joint has a cherry and it keeps burning, and the temperature keeps going within as it burns. Versus when you're smoking a bong or a bowl, you're taking a lighter and nicking it or hitting around the area, and you're heating up that way. The joint is you're already lighting it and it's remaining heat while adding heat as you have it burns down, so it's going to be hotter. Now, certain terpenes are going to burn better at, let's say, 400 degrees versus 200 degrees, and let's say heating up a bowl only goes to 300. Well, you're not burning those 400 degree terpenes, so you're not getting that cannabinoids that you're trying to get, that you want to get out of that weed, because you're not burning it at the right temperature. But this other weed that runs at 200 degrees, now you would have been perfect for that. You would have gotten all the cannabinoids and the full function of the flower that way. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't know that. They're like, "Oh, I can just smoke in any kind of way." And it's going to know you do realize there's certain ways to smoke different strains for the full effect. It just, you got to know about that shit.
Mm-hmm. And smoking the wrong type of weed when you're trying to achieve a certain effect could be off-putting. Like, if I'm trying to go to sleep, I don't need to smoke an indica. I don't
need a lift.
No. I need to get dropped off. I don't need a
Right.
lift. Okay.
Right.
I need someone to tuck me in. Okay. I need to get put to sleep. Okay. I'm not trying to
Wake the
fucking
fuck
run
up
a
and clean the house.
marathon. I'm not trying to go work out exactly or clean the house. Like, no, that's already done.
Right.
But yeah,
Right.
I think
And
there's
see,
just a
and
lot of
that's-
smokers that just don't know what strains are for what times.
or the ones that get you paranoid, versus, like, there's so many. I've heard so many people like, I don't smoke because it makes you paranoid. I get too anxious.
And
Well,
I'm
do
like,
you know
yeah,
that
you
there's
just smoked the wrong type of weed.
Right. That you just didn't, the weed that you just had that made you feel so anxious and shit. Don't smoke that kind again. Go for like a Northern Lights. A Northern Lights is not going to give you that paranoia feeling. It's more of going to cure that shit.
Yeah.
It's going to give you a different feeling. Now, if you smoke more of a sour diesel, you might get a little paranoid. It might
Or if you
happen.
don't even want to go super mellow, go with like a Durban Poison. Like, that shit will
Right.
just kind of keep you at a low kind of
Low,
mellow
yeah.
level, and almost like a CBD
Yeah.
oil. Like,
Yeah. Very it smokes very what's the word I'm looking for? It's a pleasant smoke. It's not a rough smoke, and then also the high of it is a very mellow high. It doesn't hit you right in the face.
yeah,
It's not
the super mellow high. It's one of the only strains in the world that is 100% sativa.
Yep.
Because it's never been, well, it has been crossed, but just not in the territory of Durban. It's still being grown as in and of its entirety.
Yeah. And I'm
Might
and that's
drop
the
there
thing
for a
that people don't
second.
understand, is that there's a reason for these different strains.
Yeah.
Because, well, each strain does different things. Why? Well, why does anything do different things? There's different, what's the difference between lavender and fucking a rose? They're different flowers. Yes, they're all in the weed category, but they're different flowers. Hence why they grow different, they look different, they smell different. Their stalks are different. I mean, all the way to their build. Sativas are typically, their leaves are fanned out. Indicas, they're going to be closer in. That's how the big tell sign of when you're growing to know which one's which. It's just by the leaves. Then you got your color contrast, your scents, and then you got your bud buildup. Is it a bubble bud? Is it a big bud? Is it colorful? Is it dark color? Is it full of frost? Is it not? And then you got your ditch weed, which
Yeah.
is brown. You know, that weed that we got when we were 12 years old that we thought was bomb as fuck. It was brick as fuck, and you found like 100 seeds in it. Yeah, that stuff. That great.
We called that the snap, crackle, and pop. Because when you're smoking all them seeds, you're in for a snap, crackle, and pop, my boy.
Bro, you know how many pieces I broken because of seeds?
Yeah,
Bro.
seeds just going flying.
Bro, I've broken so many bowls, so many slides, bongs, just from not knowing that there was a seed in it, and it just fucking heated it up and popped and broke the glass. It was so
Damn.
bad. Yeah,
Damn,
those things can break glass, bro.
It's never happened to me,
bro. I
can't
had
lie. Well, I didn't. I'm thinking about it. I didn't have a bong when I was smoking weed that was that level.
okay. So I had a bong, and I had a seed, obviously. And what happened is it popped and broke the male slide.
Okay, that's like the inside,
Not the
like
female
the
slide.
funnel.
The funnel, yes. It broke that because I popped so hard. It was just
Yeah,
broke that bitch. I was like, what the fuck? I was mad as fuck.
Yeah.
Bro, I never smoked that shit out of a fucking bong again. I swear to God.
I think I made one just for like shits and giggles one time. You just had a bunch of seeds laying around and a bunch of stems, no weed.
Oof.
So I guess you can assume what happened next. We had a little snap, crackle, and pop.
Yo, why didn't you just make a fucking tea, bro? Like, come on.
Nope. We're smoking that pop, 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 pop. Sounds like a Honda trying to start with no oil.
Oh
Pop,
my
pop, pop, pop.
God. That's great.
Oh man.
Oh my God. He went through the struggle. He was like, nah, we're not doing tea. We're going to try to smoke this shit. Fuck that, bro.
Right? Like we smoking. We smoking. I know we ain't got none, but we still smoking. Fun times,
For
man.
real,
Fun
for real.
times.
Yo, stoner, the kids nowadays are so fucking lucky with their little fucking blinkers and their fucking vapes and shit.
Yeah.
You know, they don't know the struggle of having to fucking hide that shit and try to make a fucking bowl out of a pop can. And put
Exactly. Yeah, you
and then
got
have
real creative.
and then have a fucking, you know, a toilet paper roll with fucking dryer fucking sheets on it with a rubber band so you can fucking blow into it to hide the fucking smell of the weed so your mom doesn't know you're fucking smoking in your fucking bedroom closet because you're not supposed to be smoking weed.
Or you got like fucking 3 golf shirts in your backpack wrapped around your favorite bong.
Right. Or the times where you gotta go hide is, you know how easy it is to be a stoner in high school now?
Yeah.
Think
seems-
about how easy you
I
know.
mean,
You
I mean,
can just pull out a vape. You can pull out a fucking
yeah,
card,
because
go
you
to the
don't got
bathroom.
the smell of actually
Bro.
smoking and burning the
You
thing.
know, I'm fucking saying, dude, I had to light a fucking blunt in the middle of a fucking locker room. What do you mean? And we were trying to sneak that shit. Not a fucking cart that you can just blow it and only smells for a second. No, this motherfucker stunk.
Yeah, like,
Like,
that piss, like they really did stink.
like, you know, you're trying to hide that shit in the fucking the boys' locker room, trying to with your boys, like, hopefully Mr. Peterson doesn't come in. Holy shit. Hurry up. Don't cough. They'll know, they'll hear it. Don't cough. You know, like,
Oh man.
we're all thinking, you know, putting our cologne on is really covering up the smell.
Right?
Really,
Yeah,
it's
the
not.
cologne is not helping nobody.
But you know, that was all our goes to. Like, we put the cologne on,
Right?
a little bit
That's
of
what it was.
Izine in
That's
the
what we had.
eyes, you know, put a little mint in your mouth,
That right? Like
bubble gum.
that's what there was,
Yeah.
man. Like, yeah.
Dude, that was a struggle. But these kids don't know that nowadays. They got these little blinkers that they can just pop out and be like, yep, you only can smell for a second. You could smoke them fucking things in the middle of class. I bet you nobody bat an eye. If the teacher didn't see you lighted it up, like,
Probably. Like,
you know what I mean? Like, think about how slick we were back in school. Like, we was pulling out our phones and texting on a flip phone in our hoodie without looking at the screen, so our teacher wouldn't know that we were talking to our buddy in the next classroom. Like, we was
Yeah,
slick
that shit
shit,
was crazy.
bro.
Like you remember how those calculators used to like fold open?
Yep.
And you could like fucking cut a little slit on the top and put your little cheat sheet in there.
Yeah.
Oh man. Oh man.
Or like fucking just the slick shit that we had to pull to do a lot of the things that these kids are just willy-nilly doing. Like, it's so easy. They can just pull out a vape and have their nicotine, or they can pull out their vape and pull fucking smoking weed in the middle of the classroom, and no one would
Yeah, it's a
fucking
little
know.
too easy. Even though I mean you want to think it's not accessible because they just shouldn't be buying this shit because
Right,
they're
but
not old enough, but
right.
they're clearly still accessing these
Yes,
things.
there's still have them. It's all over every school. Literally, you'll see at least quite a few of those kids either having a weed vape or a nicotine vape or both.
Yep.
Honestly, back when I was in high school, cigarettes. I mean, cigarettes were a thing, right? Like, I smoked in high school. I was one of those kids, but like, it wasn't that popular. It wasn't like everyone was smoking and it was popular. Everyone smoked cigarettes. No, like, actually, majority of people didn't.
It's true.
Majority of the
It's true.
kids did not smoke cigarettes. It was very selected of who did. And I think that was more influenced on home life and a few other things. Obviously that introduced the behavior of smoking, but like, majority of kids weren't smoking cigarettes and shit like that when I was in school. Like, it wasn't like the hip thing. We smoked our weed. We smoked, joints and blunts, but it wasn't people smoking cigarettes.
I feel like I'm a little indifferent to that because I guess it kind of went hand in hand. Like, it's the time I started smoking weed, there was always like one guy in the circle that we were always smoking weed. It was usually the same guy, but the one guy that would smoke cigs.
Right.
So after we're smoking the weed, he pulls out a cigarette. It was just like, I don't know, it just kind of became the norm after a little while.
Right. I feel it. See, like, with me though, I already smoked cigarettes, so like, I can't really explain the whole side of not, because I clearly was. However, I know like a bunch of my friends weren't smoking. They never smoked cigarettes at all. Won't smoke. Still don't smoke. And I grew up around these people. They smoked weed. That's fine. They'll smoke a blunt. They'll smoke a joint, bowl, whatever. But you handed them a cigarette, they're like, yo, no.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. There was a few people in my circle that were kind of like that. Like, what am I gonna smoke this for? A little head rush? Like, I'm already high. I'm good.
Right. Yeah.
And they were just kind of cool with just smoking the weed for sure.
Yeah. That's what I kind of grew up around. It was like it was me. I think me and two other friends smoked cigarettes. The rest of the people did not. Sad part of it is the kids that were smoking cigarettes, me and the other ones, were troubled homes. No wonder. You do the math there.
Yeah, no, 100%. Or if it's like normalized, or in your social upbringing, if people are casually smoking cigarettes, so that's just part of life.
Right. Yeah.
It's a higher possibility that that's going to be your life too.
Right. Exactly. But yeah, like, even at school, like, I remember fucking having to sneak out in the middle of class to get with my homie that was in the other class to be able to get money up to get our bag because we wanted to smoke at lunch. You know what I mean? So you had to do those little intervening hallways of gathering the money up. The one person would get the money. He was the one that would talk to the dealer. The dealer was always at school. You know, there was always that one.
Hilarious.
There was one kid that had that connect, that had the weed, you know, and the one kid would go to the kid and be like, "Yo, I need $20 worth. We're gonna smoke a blunt for lunch." You know, because every kid put a $5 bill on it, you know, like,
Yeah. Yeah.
and then that's where the kids would go and smoke the fucking blunt at lunch and go eat, and then fucking go back to class, high as fuck. But you know, we thought we were slick with our cologne, like I said, and doing dumb shit. Yo, the paper towel, the fucking toilet paper and the dryer sheet trick does work, though. I will have to say.
Yeah, the sploof. I made one. Yeah.
It does work. If you
Kind
do
of, but it gives
right.
off its own aroma. Like,
Yes.
if you ever smelt a sploof being used, then once you like smell
Smell it,
that smell,
you
you'd be like,
know.
yeah, that
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
Right, exactly. But for the ones that don't know, I mean, you might think to
Might,
yourself,
yeah.
like, why do I smell dryer sheets
Yeah.
in your room right now? I didn't do laundry, you know, like maybe,
Mhm.
but in that situation, how likely? Slim to none. There might be one occasion that a parent might be like, "Yo, why does your room smell like fucking dryer sheets? It smells like Bounce, the teddy bear, came in here and bounced around in the bitch." Okay? Like,
That's
what
why
the
the
fuck is
parent
really
that's like been around the block would be able to
and be
cut
like,
through
"Yo,
decipher the bullshit. It's like, hey, I know what the fuck's going on here. Like, where's the weed? Let me see it. Let me see this shit. Let me see the
Why-
quality of this fucking weed.
right? Why the fuck ain't you smoking with me? The fuck?"
Pretty much. I think that's more or less what I would get down to.
Especially if it was
Why
especially-
aren't you like let me smoke some of this shit? And I go
You know?
grab my bong. Like, this is what we're doing now.
It'd be great. It'd be great if you catch them, like, you know, and it's some shitty fucking brick weed, right? You know? And you're like, "The fuck are y'all
It's all
smoking?"
fucking compressed and
And
no
they're all,
leaf,
you know, and
like,
they think it's really good weed. They're like, "Yeah, bro, it's good." And then like, get so high, and then you just like, "Oh yeah, come on." You go to your room, grab some
or
fire.
go to the shed out
fire,
back, and you're like, yeah,
literally.
this is where we smoke. This is where I smoke, so your mother doesn't come bothering me. Like,
Literally, and then you have
Oh.
them sit down and smoke some real fucking weed.
yeah,
They're like, "Holy
Yeah.
shit!"
that shit that will open your eyes open. Like,
Literally.
open them. Like,
They're
you
like,
think
"No
they're open
wonder."
now, they'll be open.
Kids looking at that. No wonder why you have dry mouth all the fucking time. Why you're always drinking something. Now
This
I
is why
know.
we have so many damn snacks in the house.
Right. No wonder why you're always. You know what? I've always wondered why we didn't have meal shit, right? But you were so picky on mom making sure we had snacks in the fucking house. Wonder why. We have Cheetos and Cheez-Its, but we don't have chicken.
It's like, why do we have regular Doritos, sweet chili heat, and Cool Ranch? We all like, well, what's really going on here, Dad? Are you a stoner?
Right, literally.
No, I don't think there's no questioning that still. If there's a diverse profile of snacks, your parents were stoners.
Literally. 100%. There's a diverse of snacks. There's Hightail Cell that one, if not both, of your parents are stoners.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You just don't know about it. That's all. There'll be that one day you walk by the room and it smells like mom's perfume, very strong. You think like she's going out on a date, but she really ain't going nowhere. Okay, she's gonna sit her ass right on her bed, stoned as fuck, watching some old ass comedy film that she grew up on, thinking this shit's hilarious as hell, munching on some fucking Doritos with some fucking cheese whiz. Okay,
You're just gonna hear heckling. You're just gonna hear a hyena just going off.
literally, just know that moment they were smoking pot. If dad comes out from the fucking shed and his eyes are a bit low and he has cologne on, when really he should smell like a car, your dad's smoking pot.
Yeah, that don't smell like two-stroke oil, Dad. What was you doing in there?
Right. Is that
Thought you were
is that
working on the mower. Like,
is that polo I smell, Dad? What you fucking walking polo out of the shed for? Like the fuck you got a hot date or something?
that-
Like
is that Axe Chocolate Temptations?
like for real though.
Uh,
Dad, you put on that kind of strong. I can taste the fucking chocolate. God damn.
I really held the button on that one.
Dad's going straight to the kitchen for something to drink. Some food. Kicks you off the TV like, the fuck are you watching? We're not watching this shit. Puts on his shit. You're like, the fuck?
I mean, that's what a dad would do.
Literally.
That's what they do. They'll literally come into the living room, see, oh, you're watching something, and then put something they want on the TV. It's like,
literally.
did you not just see me watching TV, bro? Like, what is going on right now?
I'm sorry, but you are not a child. You have not lived a childhood until Dad has turned the TV and turned the channel on your ass and said, "Nope, we're
Yeah.
watching this."
Yeah.
Okay, you have not lived childhood until you've had that day. If you have not had that day, you are an entitled piece of shit.
And then the look of disgust on his face when
so
Oh my
mad,
God.
dude. There's not.
when you're
there's
like when you're just like you're heartbroken, you're just like, why am I
Salty as
watching
fuck.
the Chiefs and the Patriots? Like, why?
right.
I want to watch Dragon Ball Z, and he just
No,
not give
no.
a fuck.
Remember back in the days where it was like your dad would turn on like the fishing show, or some dude fishing on a boat catching.
Oh
fish
man,
and shit.
I you say that, but like me, honestly, like that's what I want to watch nowadays. Like
Right, like
Yo,
nowadays. But when we were
nowadays,
kids, we didn't want to
yeah.
watch that shit.
100%,
You know?
100%. But now I'd be like,
Yeah,
yo,
fuck.
turn that shit up. Is that a bait caster? Is that a spinning reel? Is that a
Right.
3000 size Shimano
Right.
DLX?
Right, I'm
Oh boy,
saying.
what type of top water rig you got going on over there? Oh, is that a propeller swim bait? Oh
Right.
shit, I got that one in the shad colorway, man. Oh, I love that. Like,
It's
I-
amazing how white you just sounded right there, bro. Just
yeah,
saying.
yeah. You know, you put on some fishing shows, I turn
Yo,
white. 100%.
Yo, it's the Canada in you. That's okay.
Yeah,
Right.
I'll take it. Sure.
Oh my god. No, but for real though, like those are the memories, bro. Like shit. Kids are missing out, man, nowadays, and they don't know what it's like. Or the struggle when you're sitting there trying to talk to the hot date, and then your brother, or no, you're sitting there at the computer playing your game, on the internet back in the day, or on Yahoo Messenger or AOL games or something
You're
like
sitting
that.
on fucking Minesweeper or Solitaire.
Right.
Like,
And then all of a sudden, your brother's girlfriend calls and cuts your shit instantly because that fucking phone rings. You're like, fuck. Bro, you need to get off the phone and tell her that we're busy. Like, I'm in the middle of a fucking game, bro. Like, get the fuck off the fucking phone. We gonna fight. I'm gonna beat the shit out of you with that fucking phone. You better get the fuck off that phone. I'm in the middle of the fucking game. What do you mean, bro?
throwing hands.
Give you 10 minutes. What the? No, I gave you a minute, bro. Tell the bitch to worry about it later. Like, you got some shit to do, okay? Because I'm trying to play this game right now. Bro, we about to really fight, bro. Like, tell me why these kids don't know about that shit. These kids are fighting about which YouTuber is better. Not
What they need nowadays is to have like say you got multiple 2 or 3 kids, they need to have one device for all of them.
Right.
That would kind of give it a little bit of like reset, because then they'd have to understand, all right, this ain't my time, or even though I want to watch this, it's his time, so we gotta watch what he wants to watch.
Right.
And that would give them a little bit of facing the fact that you can be uncomfortable and be comfortable being uncomfortable.
Right.
Like, you're gonna have to do things you don't want to do at some point or another.
100%.
I feel like kids, like, they lost that. They don't have that nowadays.
No.
If there's something that they even remotely don't want to do, they're just not gonna
Not
do
gonna
it.
do it. No, no, not at all. They're like, no, fuck you.
You see my little brother trying to get this little shit to take out the garbage or wash his dishes. It's like,
Right.
dog, I feel like I'm literally like pulling like a stone that's been impaled into my leg and stitching it with my own fingers. Like like
For real though.
it's like pulling hair. Like it's so hard, man.
For real though. Like, but like, we go back into our day, right? And it was like almost when we were asked to do something, if we did not get it, there was no, oh, wait a minute, let me finish this. Dude, if you ever said that to your parent when they said get up and take the garbage out, oh my
Yeah.
lord,
Yeah, you got the pot or the pot spoon or you know
something. You was gonna feel it.
17 other kitchen accessories that could be thrown at you without breaking,
You was gonna feel something.
right?
All right. But nowadays, these kids can be like, yo, let me finish the game. I'm in the middle of the game. Wait. I wish I would tell my mom to wait when I was fucking 12 years old. Mom, wait. My mom would look at me and like, what? You just tell me to what? Bet. Next thing you're going to hear me doing is screaming because mom done trying to beat my ass. Wait, what? I'm going to wait on this ass whooping. Shit. You thought you were going to finish that game. You going to finish a game of trying to dodge that ass whooping the whole fucking next 5-10 minutes. But guess what? You finna get your ass whooped. Go outside. Go ahead. You got to come back home at some point. And it just because now it's later, it's going to be 10 times worse.
You over
than
there
if you
trying
would've
to
took
like
it.
juke that shit like it's a offensive lineman coming at your ass, trying to
Literally.
break your mom's ankles.
Literally. Yo, remember the days where you're trying to break your own back trying to dodge the spank too? You're like,
Yes.
you'd break your own fucking spine to dodge that motherfucker. You're
I
like,
remember just trying to run past like my mom would just stand in front of my door like she was a lineman and I just had to try and fucking juke her out of the way so I could
Yo.
like try and make her run into the wall so you could fake and go out the other way. Like,
for real though, like these kids don't know the struggle, bro.
I say the struggle, but that shit was fun. Like you
Yo.
can't tell me you weren't happy when you juked them and you like really got them.
Yeah,
You like
it was lit.
really got them. Like you made them like drop a leg or like they
Right.
foot slipped or they had to hold on to the couch so they didn't fall over. You were so fucking happy.
Yo, facts though.
So I just broke your fucking ankles.
Talking shit hardcore, like yo.
While you're over there waddling with your ass is still in pain.
literally.
Oh man.
But these kids will never know what that's like at all.
Nope.
Because like it's just not instilled anymore. It's just not there. And sadly, we need to get back to that. Maybe not as drastic, you know what I mean? Like, maybe keep the kitchen utensils in the kitchen,
Yeah.
and just use a swift hand. Your hand works just fine. And I don't mean beat the shit out of them, no, but a swat on the butt, and then tell them no. That's Now let's stop this whole babying and saying, "Oh, we can't do that. We'll put you in timeout." No, the fuck a timeout gonna do? You try to put an 8-year-old in a fucking timeout and make sure he sits there for the whole time. Go ahead. It ain't gonna happen. That motherfucker can keep trying to move the whole time. You're gonna get yourself more pissed off trying to get him to stay put for the timeout than you would be if you would have just swatted his ass and told him no and took something away from him and said, well, looks like you're not using the phone for today. Guess what? You're not angry no more. You dealt with the situation. He learned, and it's over. Done with. Dealt with. Done. Instead of sitting there trying to fight with him for a fucking hour, trying to get him in the timeout to stay there for the fucking 2 minutes that he has to sit there, and it's turned into a whole fucking hour fight of getting him to sit there in a timeout.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let's not
There
forget
was
the
like
saying. What's the saying? Work smarter, not harder.
yeah.
Yeah.
That's one of them, yeah.
I mean, that's what I'm thinking. I don't want to sit there and deal with my child for a whole last hour trying to fight him in a timeout when I could have just swatted his butt or swatted his hand and told him, hey, no, we're not doing that. And then, okay, we're not. Guess what? You know that ice cream place that we're supposed to go next week? You wanted to go so bad? Yeah, we're not going there. Nope. You're going to sit at home. Or, oh, you know that activity you wanted to go out with your friends next Tuesday because they have that big party? Yeah, guess who's not showing up to that big party? Oh, looks like you are not attending it because you don't know how to fucking behave. So that sucks. So tomorrow when you go to school, you can tell your friend, hey, I am missing your party because I'm grounded because I don't know how to listen to my parents. Yep.
Yeah. It be like that.
But you know, we'll get there. Hopefully, maybe one day when technology like fails and everything crashes and everything has to return back into its
I mean, like, yeah, I feel like there's no other way around it or about it. Like, there just has to be a massive reset. There is no and that's in and of itself, it makes another issue. Like, the massive reset might not even have the desired outcome that we're
looking for.
that we're
It can
exactly.
make this shit worse.
If you got to think of society, or think of right now as a snowball that's just rolling down a hill. You
Right.
can try and stop the snowball, but it's going to get to a size that it's going to be really hard for it to stop, and it's just going to pick you up and keep going, right?
Yeah.
Where if you can actually get an object that's big enough or large enough, let's say a catastrophic tragedy or event that would be a cataclysmic, like a meteor, that would possibly stop the snowball effect, but at what cost? You know, because we're not just going to lose all the bad things that we're looking to lose in society. We're going to lose all the good things too.
Yeah. And that's part of the whole reset thing that we'd have to look at, because like obviously technology would be gone, money would be gone, things would be reinstated to our
I think
hands.
that would be a big shock to a lot of people. It's like you
A lot
can
of people would
have your multi-millions of dollars. It means nothing.
Yep.
It has no value.
Right. That little like Lamborghini you got, yeah.
There's no
Well,
there's no gas. I mean,
guess
you can
what?
have the Lamborghini, but there's
Yeah.
no Lamborghini technicians to work on your Lamborghini.
Right. We have no gas to fuel your Lamborghini to
And if
drive
we
it
do
anywhere.
have any gas left, I'd rather use it on something that's going to be more fuel economical. It's going to go farther
Than
with
you
a
driving
better MPG.
right. Than
Yeah,
you
than a
driving
Lamborghini.
10 miles down the road.
Exactly. If I'm going to drive 10 miles down the road and have to fill up, I'm going to be driving a Hummer, not a Lamborghini.
Right.
So I can at least be protected from the outside and know that nothing is going to get in that Hummer unless I open that door.
Right.
Where the Lamborghini, I could throw a brick at you, bro, and you're getting touched.
I'm saying.
So yeah.
Right. I mean, you got to think of like just not even that, just like the morals and like everything would be getting like everything that was thrown away, all the morals that are thrown away would either find its way back or change.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of laws, like right off the rip, people are going to be breaking laws just because they can break laws. It'll be like the purge for at least like a month or two.
Well, yes, this would obviously all would take time. And what would happen is there would be a lot of death.
A lot of theft. A lot of death. A lot of, yeah. For at least a month or two. At least, I mean, maybe even a year.
Yeah. and then finally things could regulate itself within time frames, whatever, a year, 2 years, whatever it takes.
Yeah, there'd have to be some
Um,
sort of regimented control, whether it be military or
or the
it
people
being a
themselves,
private force. Yeah.
right? There would be some sort of order to the chaos because obviously chaos would start during a reset. You can't have a reset without chaos.
Yeah.
It's bound to happen no matter which way you do the reset. There's going to bring chaos, and I feel like that goes with the whole conspiracy theory of the whole virus and the whole was this a whole catastrophic event to set control to test out, and then all of a sudden you got to think now the US is finally opening up about the ideas of UFOs and aliens. Like, why are you really telling us that? Is it because they're really not real now?
Or I think it's because they were getting to the root reason, and like if people throw around the idea of what they think caused something, it's going to come to a point where enough people have spoken about it that one of those people is right.
Right.
It's like just like throwing a dart. Like if you throw enough darts, one of them is going to hit the bullseye. And I feel like that's what happened with a few divisive topics within North America, and the Maxine being one of them.
I mean,
Where those people are
UFOs,
super.
I
Not
feel
even
like
divided, but yeah.
I feel like the UFOs though could be used as a distraction to be like,
Yeah,
okay, let's take
I
something
think that too.
that's a highly debatable topic that a lot of people don't believe in aliens. A lot of people do, right? You take that high topic and be like, yep, we think that aliens are real. These stories are real, to hide the fact of something totally different. And honestly, we're just
There's-
making this stuff up just
We're
to get
kind
you
of on
to
the
focus on
cusp
that.
of a few other things going on in the world, though, right? Like
Right.
we're also
that's
around
right.
the cusp of what people
World
have been
war,
exactly. They've been
literally.
hypothesizing that there would be another war after the whole Ukraine incident.
Yep.
Nothing happened, and then an innocent commercial plane was shot down in the Slavic regions, and still nothing happened.
And then
So-
Israel's at war with Hamas.
Yep. So someone's got
The
to
whole
do something
Gaza
here.
is
And
there.
guess what? They have done things. Like Canada has spent millions of dollars on transporting military grade vehicles to help or aid in those
Israel.
efforts.
Yep.
And they're not the only country that's
No.
done it, right?
No, America's
So-
done it too.
America did that, and
And
multiple other things, but they're also like they could be looked at as a
but,
distraction, right?
I mean, in all honesty, America does that with everything because our country will give everywhere else but ourselves.
And your country also likes giving because they like being indebted to.
Yes.
They like having that ownership of someone else,
Yep.
a multiple someone else's,
Right.
knowing the fact
But-
that I can go to sleep good today because I know that Richard, Bill, and Grady owe me $100,000 each.
Right. But also you also have to think though, I will give this. America does not go in war and try to rule over. They will hand the keys right back to that country and be like, "You have it."
I don't. I
I mean,
I-
look at what we
I
did with
guess.
Iraq. Look at what we did
Look
with
at-
that.
But
you
look at
know.
Alaska. You guys still holding on to that. That was meant to be an
I
aid in the wars so that you would have a leg up on the Russian territories.
Yeah,
Look at Korea.
original.
Korea was split in half by the Americans so that they would have a leg up on Japan,
true.
and that
However,
country
but look
was
at-
never the same.
No, true. But also the US doesn't fully own it either. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, now they don't, but they implemented a lot of the things that
They did that,
made it
yes.
what it was,
Right,
or what it
they-
still is.
they
today.
reformed it. They rebuilt it, which yes, the U.S. does that. They will go demolish a city and be like, okay, we'll rebuild your
Yeah, we're just
city.
gonna
We're
put a
gonna
line down the middle, and hey, if you were south of this line, you're not coming north of it no more. Like, how?
right.
How?
I mean, how do you think Americans came into America?
Yeah, that's true. And you know what? Funny thing you brought that topic up. I saw a map of Aboriginal tribes in the United States of America, and
Yep.
on the map, they use the Canadian border to cut it off. And I'm just thinking
Yeah.
in my head, you think those guys had that imaginary line there, or do you think it just went up as far as they could without freezing to death?
I'm thinking it was the freezing to death
Yeah,
because, like,
totally.
they
They didn't
think
just
about
stop at the border. They kept going as far as they could without, dying due to the climate
right,
of the area they were
right.
residing in.
Yeah, I mean, because you got to think, like, even in Minnesota, we get the same kind of weather as Canada because we're so close to y'all. And I
Mhm.
mean, the winters are brutal. You can get up to 50 below zero as a temperature with the 80 below zero wind chill, with the winds going to 10, 15 miles per hour gusts. That's a fucking cold day.
I'm sorry. I gotta do my Canadian conversions. You said 80 degrees.
Oh yeah, you're in Celsius.
What is 80 degrees in
In Celsius versus Fahrenheit. So hold on, I'll build a converter
you
for you
said
right.
negative 80?
Yeah.
That's 62. We never get that low. We might get maybe minus 40, minus 45.
We've gotten
Worse.
that low in Minnesota. I remember that. It was crazy because on the news they were like, we are colder than Siberia. They were giving out warnings that if you were to go outside, you'd have to have at least a scarf covering over your mouth because you don't want to breathe the air directly because of how cold it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, it's only happened like once or twice in my life, but I remember it. Dude, I remember in Minnesota, the only times that we've had a snow day where we were canceled of school from elementary all the way through high school, I can only remember like 2 or 3 days that we actually
Yeah,
weren't allowed
yeah.
to go to school.
For a long time, I think we had like at least one day every year that went below minus 40 or minus 50 with the
Right.
wind chill. So like every year we had like one snow day
Right.
for a very long time, but this was like early 2000s.
Right.
After the 2010s, it hasn't really been like that.
Right. And like when I moved down here to Ohio and I've seen like how kids are and the school schedules, there's a dusting of snow and they're calling schools off. And I was like, what?
Damn.
I was like, what? What? You're calling school off for this? Bro, I was out there in a snowsuit, jacket, all bundled up, waiting on the school bus at fucking 20 below zero.
Yep. Snow pants.
Literally bundled up to the fucking nine, waiting for the bus. Like, oh, this fucking sucks.
Got those boots that go up all the way up to your calf, like
literally.
Oh man, that was normal.
Having like wool socks over your other socks just to keep your fucking feet warm.
At least in like Canada, that was just the norm. Like every kid just kind of had that, and if your kid didn't, it was just like it was a disadvantage, a disservice for your kid because now he can't play in the snow. Like,
right, literally.
And if he does, he's gonna be feeling that motherfucker, and he's gonna bring a little home to your ass. If your son's sniffling, you're gonna be sniffling too, buddy. Like
literally.
Now you're working against yourself because you got to take a day off because you didn't want to buy your son snow pants.
Right. Literally. 100%.
Yep.
But yeah, I'm gonna be calling it a night. Here is a good chat. Man, talked a lot of some great topics, and it's good to see you again, man. It's been a while too.
Oh, likewise, brother. It's nice to hear from you.
Yeah, man.
Conversation's been nice.
Yeah, I love shit like this, and we got to do it more often for sure. Even if it's through like not even streaming, if it's through like a Discord or whatever, man.
I'm down.
I'm definitely down for it. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't even need to be a content thing.
Yeah.
Just sit there and smoke, vibe. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was a pleasure. And it was a pleasure for all the viewers. I appreciate all y'all's coming in, chatting it up. If you weren't even chatting it up and you were just here listening, that's dope too. Appreciate it, all viewers.
Yeah, you gotta love those audio only listeners, man. There's like sometimes you got a long drive or a long work shift where it's nice to just have something going on in the background.
Right. Yeah, definitely. It was a vibe. I mean, it didn't have any negative anything. It was a great vibe throughout the whole time. Fun. Had great conversations. Smoked a little bit of weed. Threw some knowledge out there, you know. Vibe to some new music. So, yeah, it's been a great stream. Again, we already talked about the future plans and kind of what's going on in my life at the moment. I am actually being proud. Again, if for those that didn't hear it, I have a girlfriend and her kids would like me to adopt them as mine. So that's a enjoyment thing that I have going on, along with, obviously the kids I already have. So it's always positive. I'm moving back to my home state. I got to go visit Tennessee for a bit too. And so, yeah, shit's going to be gravy. I feel like it's going to be much different than while I've been in Ohio. I actually have friends out in Minnesota. I have things that I have places that I know and things that I know I can do and stuff like that are better content than just video games. So
yeah, man, there's a whole world out there, bro.
Right.
And you could be doing the smallest thing. It could be fishing at some private lake, or you could be, overlanding in a van that you created and built yourself. But there's always more lanes and avenues to explore.
Oh yeah, 100%. And it's all about being open-minded to those things,
Mm-hmm.
But I'm gonna leave the stream with if you haven't yet or haven't in a while, call someone and tell them that you love them. Do that right fucking now. Just dial up somebody. I don't care, a friend, loved one, family member, whoever it is. Just tell them that you love them and that you're proud of them, because mental health is a big thing, and we want to make sure everyone has a positive mental health, because suicide rates are high and we don't like that shit. So the only way to change that shit is by bringing positivity. So if anything, and it is free to do, you don't have to pay a fucking dollar to do it. You just dial up your phone and call somebody and tell them it. I love y'all. Yo, Refined Thinker, appreciate you coming up.
Hey, thank you for having me, man. Appreciate it.
It's always
appreciate the space and the opportunity.
Oh yeah, always. You're always welcome up here, man. You're always respectful, and we have really good conversations and shit. And, I mean, you've been around since my Twitch days, so
yeah.
It's a little different than just people that know me only through YouTube.
Right. There's that extra layer, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely, because I was on Twitch for about 2 years.
Around there.
So, and then I switched over to YouTube. So I mean, it gives you that time frame of knowing me and that headspace and where I was at my life at that point, and then to where I am now, versus the only people on YouTube, all they know is about now and during YouTube. They don't know that beforehand when I was around my kids and my baby mom, and like you have actually seen my son. You've seen him on stream on Twitch. You know how I am with my kids. You've seen the parenting and the way I was with my kid's mom and stuff like that. The YouTube world has not, you know what I mean, because of everything that had happened.
Right.
So I mean that gives contrast a big contrast for you as a viewer to who I am as a content creator and everything that I've put out. You have a little bit more knowledge in that than others, so that also puts a different outlook on I guess.
Yeah,
Things.
yeah. I have like I don't want to say I have a better understanding, but I have a more um I guess like definitive understanding. Like I
Right.
have some specific details.
You have more of a backstory than others.
Exactly. Where it's like not as much needs to be explained because I feel like I know a little bit, but
Yeah.
it's still there's still lots more there, right?
Right. I mean, yeah.
Like if you put it this way, there's still some meat on the bone, but I've taken a couple bites already.
yeah. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely. So I mean, that's why I say that you're always welcome. You've never been an issue, even through Twitch. I mean, we already know Twitch is a very different community compared to YouTube. Oh my lord.
Yeah. No, 100%.
So, it's pretty obvious why.
It's
Obviously,
become more of that like high-paced TikTok demographic than anything else nowadays.
Yeah. But I mean, even the community like members in the chats are a lot more less toxic than YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
YouTube is definitely very internet-y. It's the internet.
Yeah.
Twitch is not internet-y. It's more, nice. If you can call it that, I guess.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. There's a little bit more of that
Structure, rules.
that Reddit vibe on YouTube.
Yeah. 100%. A little bit more of a freelance to say kind of different things than like if you would have said gay on Twitch, that there would be an issue.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely. I think the stream would have ended by the time you mentioned the Maxine for the 15th time.
literally.
Yeah, 100%, bro. 100%.
So I mean, like there's a lot more control. I mean, YouTube does have its control, don't get me wrong, but it's not like Twitch. Twitch is very more positive because it's made to be. You can't be what you are on YouTube. So and that also provides a different demographic for you because that's where you know me from. You know me as Stone Dad 90 from Twitch. And I think
I mean, like, but there was just a brief period where I knew you as Stone Dad. I think more than anything, we reconnected when we were just playing games for hours on end. Whether or not we were streaming or not, I think that was where that connection was more built up.
Right.
Just talking shit in a Discord chat with just me and you.
Right.
Playing pod.
Right.
Yeah.
Because there was a lot of our chats that weren't even streamed.
That too, right? Yeah.
We had there was certain chats that we had that were streamed, yes, but there's plenty of chats that we've had that were not content at all. Could have been, but weren't. They were just straight Discord chill vibes. But I mean, we've also had those streams on Twitch where you were streaming and I was streaming. We were cohorting each other and having those kind of cool in-depth conversations and bringing in the chat and whatnot, which we were vibing those days. I mean, we were getting some viewers and shit. Shit was popping.
Yeah.
Dude, I was getting subs, all sorts of shit back then, bro.
Yeah, I honestly, I was kind of in my head as to why I stopped, but
dude, I don't.
It was kind of
really
just like the hamster wheel. Like I was tired of running on the hamster wheel. I was just like, let me just get off this hamster wheel for a little bit.
I had to make,
and then I just never got back on it.
See, I made the switch over to YouTube because I was like, I didn't think about the toxicity or whatever. I just thought about the bigger demographic, right? Bigger audience. Everyone that owns a phone, which is pretty much everyone in the world, has YouTube on their phone.
Yeah.
You have to download Twitch on your phone, which means you have to know about Twitch. Not everybody knows about Twitch, but everyone knows about YouTube.
Another
So
thing too.
wouldn't it be more easier to be found on YouTube than Twitch?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
One thing I've noticed is a lot of the people that are on Twitch are not on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like if someone spends a lot of time on Twitch, they're
They're
not going to YouTube for that type of interaction.
No, they're probably just if they are on YouTube, it's not streaming. It's just they're throwing a video and showing their fucking Twitch channel to get you to go over there.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not streaming on YouTube at all. It's just they'll throw out a video here and there of their content from Twitch.
Yeah.
You know?
From the creator and the viewer side, there's definitely a lot more people that are like not touching YouTube, but in the same sense, it's a bigger market that puts you to more eyes. It seems like
I will say Kick is blowing up though.
Yeah.
Not
More than Rumble.
Mainly because of their growth of the monetary value, right? If you're streaming as a content creator, you make more on Kick than you would on YouTube, Twitch, or Rumble, just off of percentages off your subs, and your ads and whatnot. You get a higher percentage.
The 95-5 opposed to like a 50-50 or a 70-30 with Twitch.
Right.
That 70 is not your 70. You're getting 30. No. They're getting 70.
Right.
Which is crazy.
Right.
Which no one's even getting that. More people are getting the 50-50.
Bro, it's so ridiculous. You could have, what did I had so many subs and I got paid like $120. And I was like, yo, what? Like, okay.
Yeah.
But really, if you really did the math, what you should, if you break it down, they made bank off of you.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. You know they did. I guess that's a bigger issue if you really want to get into that from a more like creator standpoint. Is you're gonna be at a loss, and you got to really do these things with a burning passion in your soul or your heart. You know that you really want to do this to keep that ball going, because if you don't, then you're just gonna fall off.
You're gonna burn out. It's gonna happen.
Inspiration can only keep you fired up for X amount of time.
For real. I mean, you remember I used to do fucking even on Twitch. I was on every day for hours.
Yeah, for like 8 to like 14 hours, 12 hours, like,
and this was
absurd
every day.
Numbers. We were putting up absurd numbers.
Every fucking day we were grinding hard.
Yeah, like there was nothing else to do. Like we were there.
Bro, you want to talk about content creating, like, dude, oh my god. And it wasn't dull, like it wasn't just sitting there being dull and not talking, like, no, consistently talking through 14 hours and just coming home with $100. Like, oh, I could work 30, get 30 hours a week and get made more money than this. I'm putting in all my life and I only make $100. What the fuck?
You're putting in the maximum amount of hours that you can possibly put in a day, and
even when you're not streaming, what you're still fucking working. You're on Discord. You're editing. You're making merch.
Yeah.
You're
marketing. You're doing the
fucking
marketing and promoting for yourself in your off time.
So you're constant. Even when you're off, you're working. You don't have time to, like, there was so many times where I've seen myself taking time away. Like, we were watching a movie with the kids and I'd have to look at my phone to, promote my fucking shit and talk to people in these communities to get my shit out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it took away from that feeling of being a dad to my kids because I was so busy on the content. You know what I mean? Like, it's that also plays a part. When you're a content creator, you go hard in the paint because been a content creator for years now.
100%.
Especially when you first start, you get in a rush where you want to do it, and that's all you want to do.
Or not even the mood, but like you just you start just focusing on the task at hand, and if it's streaming, then it's streaming. If it's
Right.
making videos, it's making videos. But
And you do it, but you
yeah,
do it
you
at a
just do
mass
it.
production almost, if you will.
Exactly. I
And
think that was
then
my issue because I went head over heels into it, and I was just thinking in the back of my head, like, yeah, my friends will be there. We
right,
can work on those relationships later.
right.
But right now, I want to work on this. And then
Mhm.
after working on the quote unquote this, started looking around and going, well, where are all my friends?
Right,
Well, and they're like, hey, dude, like you wanted to work on your little pet project over there and you left all of us to do our thing.
right,
So we left you to do your thing. And then that was my problem. Because then after I wanted to like, repair these relationships that I had with the rapport that I had with these people that were growing with me,
right.
like the whole time that I was saving up to buy the PC, they were there along my side. So
Yeah,
it's just like, I don't know. I had to find a happy medium, and I couldn't really bridge that gap. So just like fuck it, I'm just gonna just rather be a good friend than
right,
one that leaves their friends in the dust.
right, right. I feel that. And I mean, see, and I still have the passion for content creating. I mean, clearly I'm streaming right now, obviously.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? There's passion still there. I just don't want to do it as hard of a pain as I was doing it because that's just going to burn out.
Yeah,
And I don't care who you are. You're going to be able to do it for a while. Yeah, I was
Mhm.
doing it. I was doing 24-hour streams
yeah.
at
You can do
times.
it for a little bit, but
But oh my
after a little
God.
while, that
Once you do it for like,
inspiration is
especially
gonna
after
fizzle out.
especially after you've been doing like let's go for 8 to 12-hour streams every day for 6 months straight. Oh my God, you're at the point where you're just like, dude, what do I do? You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
you're at that point where you're like, okay, I've done that. I've done that. How do I pull the new viewers? Because I've already been doing this for so long and then not pulling these new viewers. It's just the steady ones that are watching.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you're like, okay, well, let me try this, and it doesn't work, and you get downed on yourself, and you're just like, fuck.
Mhm.
Because I don't give a fuck who you are. That breaks your mental health. It does. As a
Yeah,
content
and
creator,
then a
when you
part of it.
you try so hard to make some content, and you think it's going to be really good, and you might gain a couple. I'm not saying a drastic amount of numbers. Just a couple, a few viewers, a few new subs, a few new whatever, and then it just flops, and you got your basic, let's say your usual 8 viewers. You know what I mean? Like you're just like,
Mhm.
fuck.
Then you start looking at it like, wait, is the public perception of me the same thing that I think it is?
Right.
Are these people looking at something else, or am
Right.
I marketing to a demographic of people that don't want to be marketed to?
Right.
And you start like
Exactly.
overthinking all these little tiny minute details of it
Yeah.
instead of just doing what made you want to do it in the
Do it in the
first
first place.
place, which
Because
is
now it
just to do
becomes
it.
because now you're just getting so into the marketing, you're so into the numbers. The numbers just hit your head all the time. They're just numbers, 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 numbers.
Yeah.
You're just watching that counter. You're like, come on. Let's get it. And you see that counter go up. You're like, okay, let's get engaged. And sometimes that engagement can be too strong, and you
Mhm.
just push that viewer out because
Exactly. They
you're
just wanted
trying
you to
too
do
hard.
what you were doing. They don't want you to move mountains for them. They just wanted you to do what you were
Right.
doing.
Right. And so, and then you fucked it up right there because you're trying so hard when you could have just chilled, relaxed, and just, vibed.
Yeah.
And I mean, and all that shit's learned trial and error. And I
Yeah.
mean, yes,
You
you're going to
just gotta
break through.
you just gotta take time to find out when you gotta zig and sag when you gotta zag.
I mean, none of these big time streamers that are making millions of dollars right now did it their first stream.
Yeah, no,
Majority
everybody's been doing it
they
for
do it
years,
for
man.
years and years of trial and error. They didn't start out with a marketing team and a whole editing team and a fucking this person as a mod and this person. They worked that shit out. Like they
Yeah.
evolved to that. They started out just like anyone else, starting by themselves, either with a console and a TV and a fucking headset or a computer and a fucking, headset, whatever they started out with. I mean, There's people that are still streaming that are big streamers that don't even use a computer. They just straight
Mm-hmm.
console
Right.
headset.
And
They're not even on camera.
that
They're
was a
just
big misconception that I had. I was like, oh, I need this, I need that, I need that. And it's like
right. I
ultimately
need a camera. I
you
need a
didn't.
microphone. I need
You
I
don't.
need a game capture card. I need these ring lights for lighting. I need
Mhm.
these backdrops because I need to add popping to the background
Yeah.
of me. You know, when all you really needed to do was download Snapcan and put a fucking filter on it. There you go.
Yeah. You just
You
need
know?
to go do it. Like
Right.
just go do it. Go do it for a few years and then you'll know if you want to keep doing it. And then you invest in all that other shit.
And honestly, streaming as content creators, they never talk about this, but it is an investment. You do have to put money into it to
Mhm.
really to make it anywhere. I mean, even making the content itself, you got to get the materials, you got to get the games, the whatever it is that you're doing. It's going to cost money. You're going to have to put
Yep.
money into it.
There's a
And then
lot
it,
of in
and then you know, most of these people that are getting big, they're paying for that advertisement. It's not just their self advertisement though. They pay, they put money into these advertising places that advertise them.
yeah.
And then they get sponsors and that's how they get their sponsors. That's how fucking Manscaped is, sponsoring this stream or whatever the fuck, that's how they got that, is because they paid for those advertisements. And then finally those companies were like, oh, that person has 1 million followers on YouTube. Let's put Manscaped at every video of his because he has a big demographic to possibly pull in buyers of my product.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean,
And a lot of it is agencies. Like those, if you look at the really big guys, they're not going to these companies for sponsors.
No.
Unless it's something that they inherently want themselves. Like you
Yep.
would probably try and request a sponsor. If you're in the hunting industry on YouTube, you would request a sponsor from a expo company
or sporting goods store or
Academy or Bass Pro or
Bass Pro, yeah.
DSG. Like you'd want one of those guys to sponsor you so you can get everything you need all in one spot.
Right. Yep.
Where I feel like a lot of those other ones like Keeps, like whatever the thing is,
Man of Wild,
Dr. Squash or Manscaped, all those things are coming from an agency that's marketing your resources to these people, right? I don't know, it's like a lot of marketing from these different agencies for these different smaller corporations, but they're really
there's a big circle effect to everything that goes on in
Yeah,
marketing, but all right, this time I'm gonna end it. God damn,
grazing over like really good topics, man.
Wow, yeah, it happens. Happens when you smoke a little bit of weed. Good combo, right? But yeah, everyone, I hope you all have a great night. I don't know when the next time I'll stream is, but I will give a warning on the community page, let y'all know when. So be on the lookout for that. Don't forget to somebody you love them. All right, catch y'all in another one. Take care. Refine Thinker. Have a great one. Appreciate you being here.
Hey, always, brother, as always.
All right, much love, everybody. Peace.